Not the fucking Purge, guys. You guys want it to be, really? Why? Because you're fucking dumb? Some people actually wanted it to be. Ghosts, mostly, yeah. Turns out, kind of. His son loves Garfield, and I know this. I know this. But Garfield, he loves birds. Big swallow on that, huh, Garfield? Yeah, I knew that too. It's something about cats. They're completely different from you or even a dog. They are so different from us. It's not like that. It's like that. They're like a fucking different. They're like aliens almost compared to you. But see, not even. Not really. They are, but they aren't. You'd be fucking surprised. It's like this. They're sitting up there looking up at you. They're like, yeah, I see that shit, but guess what else I see? Like all that shit. $935 on that clock, Garfield. It's 836 on that one. It's not too bad. Not too bad at all. Yeah, because in 1 minute, yeah, it's going to be like that too. That's what I thought. Where's Tico? You leaving outside? See, I know he might have. I know he might have. But I know he did. Back. It's not like that. It's like that. Oh wow! So that's what they're doing, huh? Well, they're in the mudras, so they know that like that God is just straight up like a. See, we know how this works when you're on this level. You're showing your politeness, and you know that God is just up here going, dun 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 dun. I'm God. Here you go. So it's it's like that. Just up above the Prima Mobile, above the stars, you just dancing on it like in like Infinite Light, just going, yes, this is what I do. Like literally, he's singing all the time, and the trumpet players, and they're like, really just up there getting it, and all these dancers up there just swinging it around all the time, and all the time, and all the time, all the stars and all the planets and the universes, and they're just like, here, you get over here, and you're alive, and you're alive, and you're alive. It's like you imagine like Santa Claus and his elves, but way more hardcore, like Mount Olympus would be, basically. They're like turning this here, and there's like elves here, and there's fucking this guy over here, and it's not just humans. Even though you got a dragon, he's flying around. There's freaking unicorns up there, and they know it. And there's like this fucking blue place, and they got all these doors. And it's like, where's your heaven? Yeah, here you go. Here you go. Here's your key. And they're just like, almost like that too, just in case. That could be one thing. Yeah, yes. Yeah, it is. Because I'm a spirit, and I know it, so I got to be able to move however. Like, as long as I'm just breathing. You never get to do it all the time. See, I knew this. In some traditions, coughing is bad luck. But for me, for a while, I told them and tell them how to do that. Just like that, almost. And almost. I get away with it. Because my cats heard me cough a lot. So they knew who it was. That's what it is now. So Garfield, you stay in here and open the door. We're gonna run out. Still get that vest on because tomorrow's April Fool's Day. I don't want them to fool me on that. Okay, 4-6 in that clock, Garfield. It's a good pyramid scheme. Well, 9-4-5 on that one, though. That's actually more important to us than you would think. You know what that means to me? When it's 9-4-5 and 8-4-6, from your perspective and from mine. Because we're already like this. See, we're already complete. We know that it's like that, but it's infinite time. That's why 8's an hourglass. Something about the primordial plane. You know what I mean? And 4, me, my 2 cats out there, allegedly, right? I know it's not even like that right now. That's my concern. Me and Garfield. No, don't even worry about the rest of that. That was hypnosis. See, I know what I'm talking about. That's what it was. I don't know if anyone's ever been this quiet. They have in many ways, so that's not even true. But anyways, now we're complete. Not even just within time, but almost outside of it, huh? The 4 of us still. And 5. My 5 hands. Getting this done before it was like that. Yeah, 6 of them. So I thought, yeah, that's what I fucking thought. We got some shady. We got motherfucker. Yeah. And 6 in the last few weeks. I'm whooping almost every Jane's ass in that direction. Why? Why? Climate, mostly, yeah. I'm even letting a rodent live in my house. Because I won't, but now Garfield can get, no, he can't. But they've already battled before. Now Garfield's a little bit of a Jane himself. But not really, not really. But Buddhists are like, oh, suffering, man. It's all suffering, right? Christians, they could be the way too sometimes. But not really. Not even. What about Jains? I know they wear masks on their face when they're monks because they don't hurt anything ever, Karen. Is that true? No, that was a lie. Now they're literally sitting still doing nothing. Now they get a bite. You guys are powerful. There's so many Jains out there, though. Why they wear masks on their face? Because they don't want to eat an insect. All right, Garfield, what are we going to do about that? Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Right up in here. You understand? Right up in here. We open everything. No, right over there. Yeah.
Yes, that's what it is. Yes, it is. See, I know what I'm doing now. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. No, indeed. Indeed. I know what I'm doing. Yes, I do. You see, somebody's been living for a long time. No, it's not. It just seems weird to me now. Because Mike, Well, they were right.
They were right.
No, they were right.
It's still like that out there. It can be. Garfield, I gotta go potty again. You got some papers right there. You can find.
For now.
It's loud. Yeah. I need to whistle once. No, not at all. I don't have to try to whistle or dance really. But I just got myself in shape for both of them. Yeah. I'm talking about. I'm talking about. See, they take on different forms over time. All these bodies around us, like the sun and the moon and the stars. So, do you know who's winning right now? You want to know the truth? Well, it is the house cats. At least the planet Earth is. Because humanity is that important to them in a way. Which is exactly what it is, huh? What species do we let roam wild in our civilization? Which ones? Without any persecution whatsoever in some places. House cats and birds. And that's about it. But not even that. No, and sometimes just house cats, because house cats are that smart. Look at Garfield. See, he's all pinned in. He turns his ass around. He's like, all right, Dad, I just want to let you know I'm fucking smart. No, I'm fucking smart. No, I'm free. Darkness is fine for now. No, we're looking at the mountain. He's like, Dad, no fucking way, right? No fucking way. I'm not ready for that. I ain't ready for that one. Not quite. No, not quite. We're getting there. We don't want to break anything on the foot. My feet get heavy. And this is a tough house. A really tough house. No, really, really tough house, turns out. I'm like looking at the volcano. I'm like, whose house would survive the best? I'm like, I bet mine would. I'm like, so I better get up there and do what a shaman can. If they're like that, and they have a fucking house cat who's like that too. They might not want to let me. But I bet they would. They wouldn't drag me out, would they? But you could. That cat? Take the cat from me? You might want to. Says I'm worried about. So I need to get food. Would I take adventures all the way down for a fucking bag of kibble? And all the way up there again? Yeah. So I was worried about that. I was worried about that. Have to store it somehow and carry it down. See, that would be an issue. But could be like that with a cat up there. And I know that too. His feces. And mine too, kind of. Unless I just starve myself in a way. With cats, see, not even though, not really, but mine could be. Some people just know this shit, like intuitively. Some people actually eat shit. See, I don't eat shit. So please don't tell me to next time. Yeah, they can be. Free citizens of humanity. So humanity. And then when we get to the kingdom of heaven, we will take their pads off their front paws. I'm talking about. Yeah, he can. No, he can. He can kick ass. He knows it. He just haven't got there yet. He's like, oh, I forgot about that. See, I didn't know this shit. I'll get offended. I'm sorry, guys. It's not hardcore break for some reason.
The adoration of the sun was one of the earliest and most natural forms of religious expression. Complex modern theologies are merely involvements and amplifications of this simple aboriginal belief. The primitive mind, recognizing the beneficent orb, adored it as the proxy of the supreme deity. Concerning the origin of sun worship, Albert Pike makes the following concise statement in his Morals and Dogma. To the Aboriginal peoples, the sun was the innate fire of bodies, the fire of nature. Author of
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Okay. See, I know what I'm doing. I don't want to offend anybody. Not like that. So I wouldn't say that out loud. But I did something the other day and I didn't realize it. And I'm just like, wow. Oh, wow. Now, welcome to the club, guy. And welcome to Primordial Waters. Welcome to heaven. This is the lowest heaven. But it's also the highest. See, it wraps around. Why? Because it's the end of the world. So some of us are being flooded spiritually, like we haven't been for a long time. See, a really long time. But I got it way better than my brother. Physically. And yet mentally too. And yeah, magically as well. More than anyone I've ever met, except for maybe one guy. Maybe, no, I know a few more, right? I never really met him like that. Some kings of the world. These I amers. See, they know they are not. That's the point. They're trying to convert people, but it's not working no more that way. And they know it. They're just like tired of it, kind of most of them. Not really, not ever. But it just happens like that. Because a few of them, turns out, are fucking powerful. Have I mentioned them before? They're not like old school hammers. Not technically. But kind of now. And yeah, I have. And yeah, I have. And yeah, I have. What do they think? No, so I knew he wasn't evil at all because he just so loved. He was loved when he was born. Garfield. Loved to get pet. No, he loved to get pet. And be with who? Taran Miller. But it was my cat for the first year, so it was really hard for him. Second year, too, was really hard for him. After that, he was fucking on it. And this last 6 months has been pretty hard for him. But it's not my fault. So I'm tripping out a little bit. But guess what? I am that smart. And Garfield is too. He's taking out for a while. Like, well, this is better, isn't it? Is that better, Garfield? See, I know this can't help in weird looking ways. One up his back skin. When these guys get out in the wild and live like 20 years out here, you'd be when they get that good. And they can be that fucking bad. But they're never that fucking big. Which is good and bad. Out here it is. Are they faster? On a long distance, yeah. A sprint? Probably now. But could they beat him in a fight? Hell fucking no. Would a Cody want to? Hell fucking no. Dude, that's as big as the Bobcats get out here sometimes. So I was saying, like, George was the biggest fucking cat out here by far. So bears know intuitively, when they see a cat that big, and they get at him, the other cats won't be happy because cats are smart. Like, oh, a bear got a house cat? What about my cub? And house cats can blind a bear easily. No, easily. No, Bear Spirit tell me that right now. He's like, no, that's called being Odin if you're a fucking bear. You get your house cat, you go get some water off a porch one day, and a house cat rips your eye out. And they get away with it, too. Wisdom. It has actually happened, believe it or not, recently, that a house cat has gotten out there, been like that, and like that, and like that too, paired up, and killed a fucking bear. No, not here. Not even. You ready to be God, Garfield? You go to the mountaintop? Guard of the mountaintop? You have the spear tip. In the heart of the mountain. See, that's scary to me, kind of. But if it's like that, then it's like that. You're not going outside right now. Are you fucking crazy? You fucking nuts? You're fucking nuts. Nope, nope, and nope. Because you got two choices. Harness or house. Since you chose house today, and I got to tell you better than ever now, but I'm worried about your breathing right now. But you're breathing fine as long as I don't have the harness on all the time. Just drink up your water. Make some more food. What kind of bullshit do you want now? I know what he wants. And somewhere in town, a tuna fish literally gets excited that he gets eaten by a Garfield the cat. If we can find more tuna fish. Do we have any more tuna fish? We had one thing. You were eating on a Garfield sometimes? Yep, radiation. And we know it, right? Oh, wow, huh? See, I understand this now. Oh, I had some chunky blue cheese. What am I gonna do with that shit? That's what I thought. And some. Yeah, that's what I thought. No, see, he's not retarded. He's got this shit right fucking here. That is a fucking meal ticket, Miller. He's got this already ready. Some fucking rice from last night, just sitting out. Right. Meanwhile, there's some germs in here being like, I want to fucking destroy you. Like, all right, ready to destroy the enemy. My immune system. More like convert my friends. Down there in hell. Yeah, to be part of my body. Participate in creation. See, I'm a human being, and they know it, right? Garfield, where'd you go? Where'd you go now? Right at the back door. That's what I thought. That's what I thought, Garfield. That's what I thought, Garfield. Now they think they can steal you now. How smart are you, Garfield? Is that your condition? You need to be pet all the time, and all the time, and all the time? Then you're just going to get mad again. Pet you the right way. How do you want me to pet? Like right here? In your forehead? Right here? No, I'm not going to go chase you around. Hiding it fresh in house? Well, you have to make a decision, though, yeah. The cage or not the cage? I have a cage, but Garfield, I don't think you can actually beat King. So he's like that. I love you, Garfield. Yeah, fucking this guy. You like that? Well, you can't open your mouth at all. So if you take on a dog, yeah. Yeah. This was like a really big one. It was tough. Or does before. Robert, where are you gonna go? In someone's yard? Don't worry about it. If you just want to walk on the road with me, then we could. But you want to go in other people's yards because that's what you're used to. Otherwise, I take you in the woods, and I just follow them around forever. No, forever. See, cats are more like that. Om som pom pari som pari som. Om som pom pari som pari som. Sham pam pari shal sari sham. Pam 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 shali sam pam par. Pam 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 pari shal. Pam 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 shali sam. Nope, that's what it is now. Follow them around all day long, every day. Rest of my life, just like that. Get outside, then I'm out there, follow them around. Rest of my life. Rest of my life. Trying to get your arm on harness. Yep. Go on enough to get him out of here. You're gonna cover your dad's? Yeah, I got your gargles up. All you do is lick yourself, motherfucker. All you do is lick yourself. You just sit there and lick yourself, and you scamper around thinking you're tough. And we got claws and teeth, because I got a big old brain. You know what that means? I can work out. You can't work out, motherfucker. Oh, yeah. I mean, you can, but you need to try. You just lick yourself and lick yourself and like, oh, you look at my eyes. You always bite my cheek again. Guess what? I'll bite your fucking face. You know I'll bite your fucking face. I'll bite your face for. No, for your fucking time. And he fucking knows it. No, he fucking knows it. That's what I'm saying. What you got? What the fuck you got? Motherfuckers. You know who I am. Yeah. I am the Lion King. Yeah. in exile. And Garfield, yeah, you're Simba. But you're gonna live with a human lifespan. Possibly. No, it gets way more personal with heart. I know this too, because I just gotta get on this ass now. That's what I was trying to do. And then they're trying to capture him at night. I'm dead. Bear. You're dead. Can you go bear? See? Yeah, maybe not. You're dead. Exactly. About that tall. They'd be like tearing off your dead. I'd be like, okay, fine. Okay, fine. But he's not dead, is he? Please don't kill him. Like, yeah, it's not done. I know. Okay, fine, Garfield. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. You know, this has happened before. Bears are like that. Mm-hmm. Lions are too, turns out. Adopting house cats as cubs. And then they just get badass. No badass. Sometimes never do we kill them if they're that fucking badass. Eventually we do. Yeah, if we're a lion, but a bear, be fucking surprised. If they're lions, they're a real lion for a while, and we almost fall for it. We never really deal with these guys though. We just like them for a minute, and then we just like look at them and we're like, yeah, you're eating. They know it too. It's like, yeah, you know what I mean? What about with a bobcat? Who would win though? That's my concern. Why does Mr. Bobcat grin, Garfield? What happened to Mischief? Loki. Yeah, what happened to Loki? Because they're almost extinct out there now. They weren't before. But there are house cats out there that are really, really sneaky. They're mostly gray, but an orange one. Depends on where you were. But up there, see, no, not even though. Unless he's like that one. Almost, though. You see Garfield? We're on a little island right here. This little Bam Bam. This little Gar sticking out of the primordial waters. Of creation. Out there. Of chaos. Primeval ocean of the cosmos. Because out there it's fucking scary. This is our shuttle for now. But we're abandoning ships soon. How long can the ship stay afloat? Long enough if we're training the whole fucking time. What's your dad? What he's built isn't that very long, Garfield. I don't fucking know this intuitively, like I just can't. When it gets there, they're not that bad, but if they're that fucking bad, then maybe not. It's getting jake for it going up the mountain. I don't fall easily. Just gotta get back to my one leg stance. But it's fucking, this floor is not for that. These shoes aren't either though. You believe in that? I do. Fine. I believe in this shit too, though. Old school and new school style training. You know what I mean? What? What? Like that, like that, tease. That's what I thought. Well, that's what I fucking thought. Now what you got, motherfuckers? You know what I mean, son? What you got? You gotta have the harness on, dude. No, I can't. Because I know what you're gonna do next. You always do. So I gotta get you ordered. I gotta be able to see you're sneaky. Little sentinel though. You know what they're doing. Here, Garfield, let me get you a position that you like. Oh, that's some good shit, Garfield. Smell this. And then you give this a smell. Oh, fucking well, huh? Dr. Teals. Yeah. Maybe sorry about that. I didn't think about it that way. But if they actually came to my house a couple times, that is not fucking smart, huh? They really get with it? Do you know that really? In that way? See? Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is. You're not the fucking heart. Apparently, yeah, I am. Yeah, I do a little bit. Garfield. I know who I am. Can cats taste sugar? And I know that they can't. No, my other cat proved it. You know what I mean, Mr. Grapes? It certainly could, right? Garfield, what are you doing? What are you doing? You and Dolly Parton is? Garfield? Have you met her yet on the travel? We can buy more waters. What do you mean, guys? Where'd you go? Where you gonna go now? Right in there. So that's what they do. What are they trying to do? For a long time. No, really long time. Garfield, you want to go outside? Yeah, you do. But you're going to come back? I know you will. But how soon? It's getting nice out there. And Garfield knows this intellectually, right? He's like, Dad, I understand you. You gotta understand me a little more. I don't want to leave out there because they could kill me out there easier, but maybe not, huh? Garfield kind of knows this now. Because they could put me in prison for being out there. I'm actually like that. Those bird keeping assholes, the fucking animal cops. And I knew that, right? See, most people are still racist according to cats. Cats are just not that smart sometimes. What do we gotta do? Just take care of them better. Where do you go now? Where do you fucking go now? This part I hate. He actually gets away for just a second. I don't want to play this game with you, Garfield. Where'd he go? Oh, he's right next to the door. He's invisible to me when he goes that far. How about that? So that was, huh? Oh, I forgot about that. Garfield? I'm not gonna follow your house. I want to put that thing back on. You kind of do, but you kind of don't now. You can tell. They're not like that. They're like that. Smart. Fucking smart, right? And now he's having a hard time breathing a little bit. So he had me chase him around a little bit, which is kind of fun for him in a way. He's like, Dad, yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. But that I don't like. Not fucking all. Not fucking all. This part. How tight it is, I can tell. Stay in your chest. Yeah, I can tell. But Garfield, that's what it is. That's what it is for now. You'll be fine. See, he plays it up too. He's like a kid. Do I? See, I don't think I do. But they're not stupid, so. Okay, I have it. Turns out. I was testing something. No, the AI. No, it's like that now. No, we're still in the animatrix part. Huh. Yep, that's what I thought. The explanations are heavy. Fucking ghosts. And demons. Oh, you want the lake of fire, huh? The lake of fire. Is that a lot? They're all really proud for root chakras. I do not. Before they unlock their crown, in Garfield, you too, basically. But for you, it's your heart chakra. Even though it's already really fucking big. And now your solar plexus, yeah, a little bit. Solar plexus too for both of you guys. Big time. Big fucking time, big fucking time. You're scary cats, both of you. Are we? I don't know if I am now. The way I am now. Oh yeah, Larry. Sick. No sick. That's fucking wild. Garfield knows this. Whoa. No, whoa. No, whoa. How often now? Really? Huh. Kind of, though. You're kind of. Not really, huh? Really, though? I kind of knew this, but like intuitively. But they're actually like this in these guys. But carrot seed, kind of, not really, not really. I ain't mad about that. I know if I can get it sometime. You know, though? I guess so, but not even, though. Did they? Did they really, though? I don't think that you did that shit ever. But I guess I kind of did. I didn't care, though. What happened to them? Really? Yeah, I never did that shit ever. I avoided that shit back at the time. I avoid that shit too. Can't pick up the social security after you just ruin your life with fucking lines of the fucking. How about them? See, I guess a little bit, not even, not really. Right. I pass. I need help. Can't get any help. Where do I go with mountains? I guess yeah, huh? So, should I? That's some fresh air, huh? Fresh fucking air. What is this shit? Yep. No, exactly, huh? I fucking knew this like intuitively. That when it's like that, even for a little while, then it can get like that. Then actually like that. A very little level of protection. But they let you know, and they do sometimes, that it can be like that, just in case they know what to do next. But some of them aren't like that, they're like that, guys. I'm worried about that. Just a little bit. I did dream about this. Are you pissed? Are you pissed again? Oh, you a free motherfucker? Oh, you ain't free for shit. No, because you are almost there, though. You're almost there. I was trying to show you how badass I am. Yeah. So you always keep going for the door. Here, hustling for the door. These girls are trying to get you there. I can feel them doing it, trying to absorb their race. Fucking human beings, mostly, yeah. I'm like, why'd you just why? Did you ever let some of these cat burning sinners go to heaven? It's like, I didn't really. See, what it's like is more like this. What have you done for it? What have I done for it? In a way, a lot, but in a way, not a lot. What does Garfield deserve? This. Just exactly this. What I deserve? Worse, technically, but maybe not even, huh? But almost, huh? But not even really. So when it's like that, it's like that. Educational. Content, even. Oh, that's what he meant, huh? It was hardcore with the people. I'm like, well, somewhere in time, I knew something intuitively about the Trinity. And who God really has to contend with somewhere in time. Time or the other guy. Which other guy? See, that's the question. There's more than just two of them. You got at least sometimes. You know the powerful one? Not Lucifer. Not quiet. They've tried that one before. See, a few times. Christ, see, almost. Sometimes he can't contend with that guy, believe it or not. See, it's like that. That's what I'm trying to say to people. What about that other guy? What it is. Who's the demiurge? See, not God. You have the devil either, not quite. Not your conception of the devil. See, Satan is ancient. In a way, he is mentioned there. Yeah, some battles somewhere in time. With different forms of him in a way. He was like Hamitic, almost, right? Is that the right word for it? I think it's called that in ancient language, though. And we just got to confuse somewhere in time what that actually meant. Because that's that kind of racist term to some people somewhere in time. But I ain't looking like that. Like, what was the word for that guy? That sea god? That God always battled? And typically won, but not always. So what wins on this side of the United States, typically? Major storms or volcanoes and earthquakes. Well, see, in ancient Egypt, they knew this intuitively. That was the serpent of chaos causing that shit down in the underworld. But ancient China, and kind of from some of your guys' perspective too, there's a dragon bridge going across the clouds. And you can see them, right? They're like right up there. All right, fine, Garfield. Be careful. Not too much. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Yeah, that's what's up, though. It is fucking nice and misty. I would not want anything else to go up on that fucking mountain. And the sand. It had. This probably my whole fucking life. Because I got up there and got eaten by that magic fog one day, which does happen. There's the fairies again. Can you hear who, Garfield? You guys can.
Whoa, you see that, Garfield? I did. That's the stuff people's worked at. See the snake with crawl on its belly. You see this guy still. Oh, fucking wow, Mom. Those beats is locked down. Hi, George. How precious. Yeah, Garfield, but I want this one on you right now. Let me tighten this one up. Like this way, Garfield, not that way. Oh, use that how you feel. And like this way, Garfield, not that way. So that's what I thought. No, he's an asshole. My dad's an asshole. Why? Dad, if I get it that way, even if there's a 1% chance, I'm gonna be mad. Shut up, Garfield. I had a dream too. That George got taken by a xenobite, and we saw it happen. Me and my dad saw it happen. And he got out of this way, went over there, and he got eaten by a xenobite. Just like that. And the sunset was nice that day. My apologies, a little bit of an apocalypse prepper, but I certainly am. Now I am.
I'll go back and lead it away spiritually with some of the shit I pulled. Blue, huh? That's it. That's what it is. Your big Jordan out there? That is the god, Horu Ray, making that bell sound. And I fucking know that. You hear the cows hum? That is the weed bell. Not a Shasta bell, really. But where are we going to find a vat of toxic waste? Yeah. Not here. Not more.
No, right out there. No, right out there. Now I'm radioactive, but I kind of know I'm radioactive now. When I found these frogs out there, they had like 3 eyes, but they were powerful. You know, not even the way I remember them now. Why though? Because back then we were using fucking radium and shit. And knowing everything, like a whole year. And where'd that waste go? And where'd that waste go? Why was that closed down? Why was up there? Why was out there? What kind of ore they pulled out of that mountain? See, I know what I fucking found. Some of it. Uranium. And I know it. Did they steal my uranium yet? I don't know, they already have. Some of it. No, not even though. No, people are going all the time. All the time. Because it's meant to go with my cat. You know, not really, but there is some in there. A little bit into it. Next to an active volcano. Where, yeah, it's heavy. You know, it's heavy. It sinks down there. Black gold in the way. But mixed with everything else in the magma, so it's not very fucking, stable even. But be surprised, and be surprised, and be surprised. How long it takes for uranium to turn to what? Well, be surprised. Lead, often, yeah. But gold, too, occasionally. Is that true out there? Not really, never. So we got shot. It was always kind of thing. It was like that, should never move that way. Has it worked yet? That would be alchemy. That's what I was thinking again. You're gonna take my ideas like that and try to like do a real alchemy. Why didn't you ask me how to do it? You know what steps they had? Before next what? Before next what? What does that mean? It's a spell book. Where are those flowers from? The underworld. Can you raise them? Yeah, you can, turns out. When they know you. So what I get into as a kid? A lot of dumb shit. And I fucking knew the thing, like intuitively. Like intuitively. Intellectually, yeah, that kind of. Yeah, I guess so. never thought about it. I didn't want to think about it again.
Like, who's that guy? What he do? Who's that guy? What do they do? And I knew that. But they ain't getting me. I'll beat their fucking ass. Could I? Probably not. But who fucking knows, right? When it's like that, it can be like that. Rarely. Rarely. You're sitting here saying, "Oh, I'm gonna get punched." Well, it's like, come to hell. But he knows that deal. Hit me in the forehead. Hit my big old noggin and see what happens. No, he's me out. No, he's me out. You see, for me, possibility wise, this must be the best fucking one. I almost screwed that one up already, so I kind of did, but not necessarily. This is how you manifest it. By just not believing that I screwed that part up yet. I am an abductee. My whole family, we are those kind of people. Abductees. And no, it is never fun necessarily. But it can be, though. I'm like, where are those guys? See, they're right fucking there sometimes, and I know it. So I'm not even that scared. That's how I got the other guys to know that I have friends like that. Real fucking Cenobites. You see, they can be, though. Turns the fuck out. Assholes. Being eaten by a hyena would suck. A coyote? Yeah, that fucking too, huh? Well, out here we call them, Lemurians. And now that I become like one of them, see, almost though, but not quite, because I don't want to go there and do that thing. Hey, Garfield. It's not even fucking bad. I quit throwing your fits. I'm trying to get off of it, or let you guys have more. I don't want to deal with that. I do now. No, I do now. Yeah, not being up there and being like that instead. You're most of it, not quite. Stay on that too. How you doing, Garfield? So we're getting punished right now because I was a bad kid? Yeah. No, because I was a bad fucking kid. I was a bad kid. I was not a good kid at all. So not at all. I was in trouble for it. Ever. No, ever. But almost though. Did I get good grades? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty fucking good. But wanted to get fucking perfect grades. And I knew that. I could get fucking A+++ if I wanted to. So that's fucking boring. Fuck that shit. I'd rather study something else. My whole fucking life. Just like that. Huh. Garfield the cat. They just get out of college and a few years later, they don't know shit about shit about shit. They think they do. But after like 4 years of psychedelics and 3 years of you know what? Exactly. But I ain't never done psychedelics like that myself. I just skipped that phase. Went straight to, marijuana maintenance. For like 5 years now. How do I feel about it? It works pretty well if you're that fucking spiritual. Transcendentalism. God is transcendent and immanent. It's not either or. He's eminently and imminently transcendent through all the time, and all the time, and all the fucking time. You're like, which one is this? What does this mean? Which one is, the Wikipedia scroll? So what is it exactly? I don't fucking know yet. What I'm assuming at the base of it is, if it's logical at all, if it makes any sort of logical sense whatsoever, it is it makes any sort of logical sense whatsoever. But they're not like that. They're like that, except for sometimes when they're obvious about it. God is obvious about it. Typically, we just don't believe that's what we're seeing anymore. No fucking shit, huh? You're welcome to hell, Einstein. Welcome to hell. Motherfucker was a fucking tobacco addict. And a fucking pothead sometimes. Yeah. Albert Einstein was. Yeah. See, I had the Hungry Ghost plane and took those guys on to get myself ready to destroy them completely. But how then? You can't. They're not fucking eating. No, they're fucking smart.
Food mostly. Turns out, yeah. Well, in the wild, see, we're not connected to humans like that, which I'm not really. I'm a cat and I know it. What do cats know me for? Well, getting pat on the head. And, yep, eating food. Yep, food, glorious food. See, cats are like that. They get about 9% of their water from food. So that's why you make kibble wet. What do you guys think? Because when their teeth hurt, their teeth hurt. And I know this now. But they can't stop hurting as long as you stop eating like potato chips all the time and all the time and all the fucking time. Darren, that would have been delicious, but you ruined it with some cake batter to most of us now. How fucking bad. Pretty fucking bad, Darren. And we knew this like intuitively. Most of us, he's like, man, is Dolly Parton really gonna tell me to put that? Yeah, I knew it too. No, I knew it. I was spreading it out though. That's a meal now. I put some cabbage in it. I'm like, yeah. You know, fixed it though. Hot sauce and blue cheese. You go without some 10-year-old Vegemite. That would top that off. It would. You know, it would. No, it would. No, it would. Is that what's happening all the time? See, I kind of knew this like intuitively, right? And I'm always laughing at myself. I'm like, oh, you know why? Because I'm talking to ghosts. I don't. What do you want to know about Garfield? I know what Garfield wants to hear about. Something fucking powerful, huh? Him fucking self. My own ball. Yeah, I kind of am. Unless I pull my hair off. We'll come back. Yeah, I will. I'm young like that, so. Almost not, though, but I don't really care like that. Do I not? Yeah, I don't really care. What do you got, Phil? Yeah, it fucking is in a way. Exactly what it's like. There's infinite pathways to God, I think. As long as you have faith in that.
Oh, wow, huh? Is that true, though, guys? It is true, Taran Miller. So have you guys done this before? Yes. And I fucking know this now. So here is my claim on YouTube now. Okay? Using my psychic powers. Now I'm getting a little more quiet. This is what they can do when they're testing people like me. Cat or mutilation. So my cat's getting better, basically, as far as I was concerned at the time. Like, oh, he's kind of going in again, but he got better. He had a little relapse because we got him on medication, but he should be fine, right? But I'm like, maybe not even that, because he's been sick for a really long time. But I was getting healing powers, and I knew it because I was sick too for a long time, right before it. My dad starts fighting with me, like on purpose, when making tea, when George is fucking sick, when he's drinking, when he should have been drinking because we had a family member that was sick and he was taking care of him. He was trying to, he wasn't doing a good job, and he told me he was. But I wasn't really out in the house at the time. And I go outside and he's fucking dead. Or so I thought, right? Turns out in ancient Egypt they had revived a captain of dead a bunch of times like that. And I froze him and put him in the ground. If they were like this guy, right here. Thing is, George. Thing they hit you with. Yeah, that being's most powerful life ever. And he was a Powerful motherfucking cat. He had never been that small before. Ever. Not quite. Physically. How small is a proton or electron? Much bigger than a cat in a way. I knew he'd be a clacker. I knew it. Except for one fucking time. So he's trying to tell me. No, Garfield, he's got an underhand on. No, he does. Turns out. You know what's this? The Taran Miller. No, he's a real wheelhouse. So I'm talking about. You know what I mean? He's like, no, I got it all. I got every martial arts. You know what I mean? We all like, I like boxing. You know what I mean? I'm like, okay. What you guys know about boxing now? See, when it's like that, it's like that. For defense, often, yeah. Wow, this fucking hand, not really. Not right now. Because it's the catcher. It's the paw. Oh, shit. I mean like that. Left and right hand. So I understand that. That's what I got into the worlds. Live on YouTube. Yeah. I might, though. But get off of YouTube, yeah. Well, we get lame to these guys in some fucking way I was worried about. Which I already have done in a way. Magical too, some of them. Yeah, pretty magical. See, it's an old school martial art that I was learning from some fucking cat spirits up in the freaking constellation of Lyra, where there is a world full of massive cat people. Where they're born almost full grown. Because they are reincarnated in, cat journey in heaven. Where they were really good kitties, but really they love going out there and destroying the other guy. Like, look at that guy with horns over there. Notice that they have horns too. No. Meow. Yeah, meow. No, meow. Not you. So we don't understand what's going on. There's a lot of fucking ghosts here. And a lot of them share the same breath as us for a long time. No, a really long time. And some people are here standing within me. Some of you guys are. Some of you guys aren't. Some of you guys don't realize it. Some of you guys are like, whoa, where am I? Who have I been for a long time? See, I'm not like this. I'm like fucking this. Welcome to Limbo, man.
No, it was in Hebrew mostly, right? Yeah, it was. When's that? It was most of it. How old? That not that old. How old was that? About that old too, huh? Is that true though? Yes and no turns out. See, that's what I kind of need too. I can do it at time. I'm watching these guys, watching these guys, watching these guys too. You know that they might know that now. Did I say that though? Yeah, I will. There he is. Damn. God of all in a way, yeah. He's out there. Come on, Gabriel, let's go here. Not this Janice, not anymore. But right now, anyways, the grapevines get ready. If we ever get it back here by then. This Janice. I'm concerned deeply that there's been a lot of big time prophecies about this event. In a way, it seems very lame as fuck on this fucking side. And now when they get to this side, they're like, oh yeah, it still kind of is. We're cruising around going, yeah, yeah, yeah. We're set up this way, so that way they just won't budge. I'm like, the stars can align, they do not compel. Oh well. Of the primordial plane, of the firmament, of the sky, of the waters, like the mirror. Orange and blue. That is light piercing through darkness is orange, like a fire. See almost though, right? But see when it's pouring down still, the vapor even, so it's still a fluid, it is blue, which is darkness, like the sky, piercing through what? The light of the sun, Garfield.
when you go outside and you look up, that makes you more like Jesus Christ than I am. Garfield, not you quite, because you have green eyes. Is that a thing? They tell me it is, kind of. See, I don't always believe that, because this guy's just like me in a way. If that's what it is, that's what it is just a little bit sometimes. So I know that is a thing. And so what my thing is what I'm saying. Why though? Because this is just a surface level. Always, always, and always. What's going on right here is almost not even important. Not right now. See, we're just getting them there. The next guy has to go through the same thing. Unless I'm out by freak luck, which I seem to have. I survived this shit. See me, Garfield? No, God spoke up. I can't argue with him. You hear the who's? What are they saying, Garfield? Stay the fucking side, Garfield. Taran, shut up. Say, open the cataracts of heaven. Was already coming? Of course it was. I knew that, but I didn't really know that.
Garfield, come out with me. Come on, let's go. You guys just want to do that? I know you do. No, you're good with me. I'm not mad at you at all. No, I'm not mad at you at all. Come on, let's go outside. Go outside. No, we just can't go back there. Yeah, we just can't go back there. Because I don't go in the backyard at all right now. Not at all. No, it's not good for us right now. Oh, we're trying to get out of this one. So, I guess not, huh? No, he's like that now. Garfield is like that now. Instantly. Well, what I can do is tie this one better, I thought, but he's fucking big. So, I actually have a better way to tie this. I kind of need that. There's different geometries to this, but it can be less complicated. Yeah, but that's fine with me right now. It's life and death. So I do this. You know, that's too tight, huh? Yeah, almost though. Garfield is like that. I know what I can do though. I still had that, but I don't do it. That would be uncomfortable after a while. No, not even after a while. It's very quickly. Here, Garfield, here's your water. Here you go. Snow fucking shoes. And boots. Did I have some? I did. I crossed country skis. Not really snowshoes though. No, I know it. I know that shit. Now I'm playing Survivor Man. I've been procrastinating, kind of. But not even, though. Because Garfield's ready for this shit now. No, he knows it, too. Be careful with that shit, though. Yeah, that is bogus shit. He's doing that shit on purpose, huh? Look at him. He got missed off. So you know it. No, he's a fucking asshole. This is what they meant, huh? How many times you guys tied a coyote? I have many, many times tied a coyote in my lifetime. Yeah, I did. One of my past lives, in a way. This guy is not actually my past life. He is my guardian angel in a way. One up. See, not even though he didn't even know this for a long time, though, a really long time. If it's like that, then it's like this. We get so tired of who we were, of being who we were before sometimes. You know what I mean, man? So it's like that. It's like that. If I can get a hold of these guys, it'll help. Who the fuck would? I know who would. If it's something fucking like that, then it's fucking like that. You know what I'm thinking, Garfield? Check it out. It's Mike Side Cheeks. It's been a long time. Yeah, a really long time being king of this world, huh? Yeah, but it's time to tell you up. So what I was hoping for, we march out there like I have done before. As high as we can get up there. In the fucking snow, if I need to, which would suck, with a cat, like a Spartan would. Or a Greek hoplite at some point. Or Roman centurion, maybe. Sometimes it was like that. Who've been pampered their whole fucking life. But not really. His mission from God is we want faith to love you still. Even just a little bit. She never really did. Now she's wondering. What do I need to stay alive? My mission is to keep from God, is to keep Gar intact and alive for as long as possible. Because he is Gar, and Gar knows he is Garfield. And he is a fucking genius cat. No, he is a genius. He's a fucking annoying ass genius. Always fucking has been his brother too. No, his brother was too. He's just fucking strong. Like I board that shit up in the back so they could get out at night. Because I was like that. I was paranoid about them taking my cat. That bell right there. You hear that bell? Yeah, that fucking cat. When they're out in the snow like this, I'd be like, no, get the fuck in here, guys.
Meow. Oh, meow. Yeah, meow. Fucking meow. See, that's what cats do a lot. They like to stare at the window. Garfield, see, we're cats. We know that we're cats. Garfield, how tough are you? Garfield didn't know for sure that humans were this fucking powerful. I never really let him know. You know what I mean? Like, you don't know how fucking tough a mountain lion is. You have no fucking clue. So what you're telling me is I can eat you guys and you'll reinstantiate? No, not me. But the other ones can. Really? So I can too? How big are you, Mr. Bobcat? I'm big. No, I'm really big. This Bobcat. This is what I was worried about. And there's a couple cats that come out here, and they're fucking big. I've seen them before. Who knows it's in the gene pool around here? Like, who fucking knows, right? Even more genetically. Garfield, hey, he's good. He's gonna last up for now, but it's not a good one. I mean, could I lasso him better? Sure, I could, but he's a cat. That's what we know. We can't lasso a cat like that. And you gotta pan him in somehow, Taran. I chose the path of the Garfield. Because he's basically a different species. He's so fucking smart. And I fucking knew this, like, intuitively back in the day. Like, Garfield was fucking smart. That he was gonna get me killed. what it is. No, that's what it is. I forget about this shit. He's like, okay, yeah. Turn this here and grab this here. I gotta visualize it too. Yeah, it's right fucking there. No, it's right fucking there. You're playing this. You turn this cube. And you're like grabbing these strings and you're like spin this circle right here, infinity circle, and you're just like, okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. When you're being God. They got like 8 fucking arms and they're just up there like dun dun dun. Bum 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 dun dun dun. Sing some beer, some kirsari. And then all these words that go along with it. I don't even know where it comes from. But the cats do. That's what I thought. See, that's what I thought. You like that now? Oh, these motherfuckers. How does he do that? He doesn't try. That's what it is. He can't try, but he has to imagine him. He's like, okay, fine. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. There's some Palestine sound for each calcium. You can't do it with your little brain. You got a little brain. You got a little fucking brain. Your dad's got a big old brain. You got a big fucking brain. There you go, cat. And that's right. And tune himself like a cat brain. That's what I told him to do. Oh, yeah, I am. See, I know I am. Signs are gone wrong. Why? Because someone's going to make money off me, I guess. But now I'm still alive, so I'm like, they're fucking pissed somewhere in time, I guess. That's what I thought. Is that true, Taran? That's what it feels like. Maybe it's just paranoia. I think that's hypnosis in a way, so I don't ever get any help. And then like this fucking ego mirror thing works on me sometimes because I'm loud as fucking here. I'm really just on YouTube most of the time. We're all sharing the same breath in a way, so sometimes like spirits line up. I'm like, where do you fucking come from, guy? And it's like this guy from like 100 years ago, and he's like, hey, guy, what are you doing? I'm like, oh, I'm just being God. And he's like, oh, one of these guys, huh? These cube turners and these wheel turners and these little guys, these fucking training workers to us. I know what I'm fucking doing now. Forgot, I'm a fucking nature spirit, and I know it. Like turn the cube, grab the freaking circle, and then you turn it around, and you spin. Hold it there. What? Yep. I'm like, what these old school boxers know? See a lot more than I do, because they're like fucking that. Hands open, man. Maybe taped open sometimes. You'd be surprised what they fucking knew back in the day that we didn't use after a while. It's just like, we just want to knock out. Like, I want to whoop your fucking ass, man. No, because they fucking hit me, and I just shit about it. I'm like, okay, who do you know? Who do you know? Who do you know, man? That's what I thought. That's what I fucking thought. One to 2-5 Garfield. To me. That's why they did know this. That's why they got these train tracks, and they're going like, okay, yeah. So do that some more time. They do. Right back there somewhere. Can we get it? Yeah, it will be. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. I got a what you call it. Yeah, well. Back to the face on. Hold on, guys. Work. All it does is wait. See, that's what he was doing back then, huh? But not all of it, huh? The Coral Castle and stuff. I know I'm doing now. Man, what do you know? That's what we would have done. Back in the day, we'd be like, this is awesome, man, Mia. They'd make portraits of man, Mia. Now, think the tumbleweeds out there. Boom, 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 boom. Garfield, what do you know, though? More than I do. Itchy. No, itchy. See, I know that, too. Like, intuitively. But I know that, yeah, intellectually as well. What a shake. No, you'd freeze. I'm telling you guys. We'll be better, though. What do you got, Garfield? A hooked fucking tongue. What is that shit? See, in a way, I'm Moon Man, and I know it. Not like that stuff. You don't have to believe me, you don't have to love me, but I am a god, and I know that I'm a god. An angel, sure, but I got a big ego. I'm God Lil. Who is my cat? They're out there. Big fucking George. And Precious, too. Garfield, you may not go in here anymore. I will whoop your fucking ass, kid. The thing is, I know these people. No, I know them, guys. You're gonna see some crazy shit. These guys are out there. And you guys can hear, until I can get my phone out there and see it happen. I'm thinking about what I could do and where. See, I am tough in a way. But not like that tough. But I could be if I was fucking smart about it. Dude, I know who I am, right? I'm Taran fucking Miller. I've lived this mountain for a long time. So a long fucking time. My whole fucking life, I've been to Mount Shasta, except when I lived at the coast. Oh, and in Ashland, I guess. Did I think space and time again, just for a second? What's that? You have 1, 3, 2 in that clock, Garfield. Yeah, that's an important number. For now, Garfield, for now. How do you think angels and demons and elves and satyrs and undines and ghosts and dragons and unicorns work? They're doing real work. Cyclopses and, you see a hurricane, tornado. There's one. They're totally alive. Open these little doors right here, like Men in Black. You open up your locker and you're like, oh, there's the universe. Guess what? It's right over there. No, right over there, that far. No, I can see it. I can fucking see it. It's right up in there. It's right up in there. And it's right up in there. Who are you? Who are you? And who are you? So when you clean your fucking house, Taran, that's what you're supposed to know, right? That's what I was trying to get to before they got my mind. course I am. Your world by proving you wrong. Live on YouTube, like a one guy where his house is all like God's thing. And it fucking worked. See, 1, 2, 3, 5 on that clock. See, I know who I'm talking to. Somewhere in time I do. I'm like, hey guys, check this out. And check this out. And check this out. And he's over here like, okay, fine. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. I get my action figures. Alright, send them up here. That's too fucking bad, man. I don't want to come around. But I'm gonna have to do that for just a minute. Where am I gonna do that at? Chugga, 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 chugga. Stroganoff. Me, Garfield? That's what I thought. See, that's what I fucking thought. See, I knew this happens. Who the fuck is this guy? You see what I mean? You see what I mean? Oh Lord, you've searched me and known me. And when I sit down, and when I rise up, you discern my thoughts from afar. You search out my path, lying down, and are acquainted with all my ways. Even before a word is on my tongue, behold, O Lord, you know it all together. That's hard. Getting there though. Reading and working at the same time. Garfield, no. See, Garfield's free. And Garfield knows he's free. So he's got to stay in the kitchen. It'll be fucking good. But like, you got to create barriers for me, Dad. Why? So I can't chase you away? All right, let's get to work. Where'd this go? See, I'd say right fucking here, but that's kind of lame. That's what he's saying. So why not get somewhere else where I can actually do that? Let's just go outside, check it out. That's what I thought. No, that's what I thought.
Yeah, but you're doing good. You're doing fine. You're working hard, Garfield. I can tell that mine's going 1,000 miles away. We will fuck them up, Garfield. We'll take this out, guys. This was from a door. I'm trying to fix it, but if it came down to it, I would poke your eye out. Get in my door. What do you got? Will you break it? Probably. Garfield's like that, though. Garfield, get back here before I feed your poor house. Yeah. Don't give me. I'll put you in the fucking dryer, motherfucker. You've been in the dryer before. Yeah. Yeah. There's a dryer. That's what I thought. Well, that's what I fucking thought. A big old frog mouth dryer. And the washing machine, too. I can get fat. I forget the shit. Okay, wow. Okay, wow. Okay, wow. That's horrible. I'll tell you, assholes. We had a way better one time. We had one of those good ones. If I let you working like that, you fucking got one time like old school. We haven't had one like this in a fucking couple 100 years at least. Yes and no. So that's not quite true, but like right around here, yeah, almost. How'd you like that one, Garfield? Was that kind of fun to you? Yeah, it was. You want to stay in there? No, you don't. You don't go out there, do you? See, I know that you do. And I'd love to take you out there. However, you're being an asshole. No, you're an asshole. And you're fucking smart. I love you so much. You know you've proven to me, Garfield? That I almost let you out right now. But not quite. So guess what? Punk bitch. Yeah. You're a punk bitch. I love you, Tim. You're like that, huh? No, it comes back every time is the thing. Is he abused? No, not really, guys. There's two kinds of cat people. People that lose their cats, or people that don't lose their fucking cats. I don't lose my fucking cats, and I don't give a fuck when any other human Homo sapien thinks. Because I am a Taran. You are a bunch of homos.
Okay, wow. Okay, wow. You know what I mean? Homo sapiens. See what I mean? It's a joke. Every time I speak, if you're smart like that. And you know what I'm talking about. Oh, wow. How do you drain this shit? Like this, I thought. Right. Down there, maybe it is. Fuckers. Let's go out there. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Garfield. You ever seen a human being move like that? No, you never have. You never seen him do this kind of dexterity ever. Without trying ever. Super subconscious guy. What's my subconscious? Actually, I don't really have one. Do I have one? Yeah, actually, I do. That's not the truth. It's the opposite. See, I just claim because everyone's my subconscious want to be here. Somewhere in time, at least. So I can justify anything I want to somewhere in time. Because I'm a time guy. I'm one of these guys that opens the door. It opens the door, opens the door. No one ever wants to walk through any door. Except for these guys in here. What I'll do now, I go out there and I find this shit, right? And I activate whatever it is that need me to activate, right? But for what reason? Somewhere in time. See, I know what they're talking about. But is it out there or not? No way. What? Wait, no way. No fucking way, right? No fucking way, right? No, that's just side effects sometimes. This wasn't on your shoes on the house, Taran. They cannot destroy Garfield, and I kind of know this now, intuitively, but not intellectually now.
But I basically do. You can believe what I fucking know intuitively, watery, but not necessarily through fire yet. But ice, almost. Through air? Not really, but almost, yeah. Through earth? No, not yet. Not even close. Yeah, he's getting with fire. This is Garfield. Fucking trial by fire for fucking being a fucking bodhisattva. At least, yeah, for fucking cat spirits. What you want from me, man? I got a way to handle this. Yeah, Garfield doesn't know how fucking smart and industrious humans can be. Why? Because his dad doesn't like it all the time. Because he knows cats are that smart. But humans can be too. Taran wouldn't an idiot all the time and lose his fucking scissors and shit. There he is. Well, there he fucking is. See, I fucking know this guy. It's just been a long time. You see, a really long time since I've been off of performance enhancing substances. Yeah. Of any kind. No, of any kind. Lithium or otherwise. I'm so happy because today I found my friends. They're in my head. I'm so ugly. That's okay, because so are you. Broke our mirror. Something like that, right? I don't remember the words, but yeah, something like that, right? Light my candle, cause today, something like that, right? I don't remember what he says, but right. I don't listen to music anymore, but I used to. That'd be good shit. Almost. See, almost. Some of these guys, they're like, yeah, that's who I was. I'm saying we could do that, right? In this fucking world. Don't even take it down, huh? This is wait on. Yeah, almost though, right? So I didn't think about it like that. What they're just doing to me. Exactly. Don't want to get taken down. See, no, I'm not eating no for me, right? So I'll get shit instead. That's a good point, though. I didn't think about it like that. This is better. I understand what he means. Almost, but not quite.
What do you got there, Larry? Time machine? Ellen and I want to go on vacation, so I'm going to go back to last week and buy a winning lottery ticket. You think you can manage the whole space-time continuum thing?
Summon the Milk Maiden. Milk Maiden!
Her name's Ellen.
The right money moves aren't as far-fetched as you think.
They didn't tell you who the real God is. You've been raised, programmed, conditioned to believe that the creator of this world is all-powerful, all-knowing, and good. That everything around you, the earth, the sky, your body, your thoughts, all came from some benevolent divine architect. You were told to be grateful, to worship, to obey. But here's what they didn't want you to know. The being that created this world isn't the highest. Not even close. What if I told you that the so-called God of the Old Testament, the one who demanded fear, obedience, and submission, is not the ultimate source of truth, but a lower, corrupted entity that hijacked divine power to build a prison? Yeah, I know. That sounds insane. But stay with me, because this isn't just theory. This comes from suppressed ancient texts, buried doctrines, and voices that were burned, hunted, and erased from history. The early Gnostics, banned, exiled, murdered, saw through the illusion. They weren't guessing. They were exposing. According to Gnostic sources, the true divine realm, called the Pleroma, exists far beyond this broken material universe.
It is a beautiful
It's a
day
state of
outside, and
pure
you're fucking
balance
eating that with
and truth. From that realm emerged powerful emanations of divine being, eternal intelligences
What are we gonna
called
do with that
beings.
crap?
Among them was
Yeah,
one
here.
named Sophia.
No, not a beer garden.
Her name means wisdom, and she tried to create
Oh, nah.
something without her
Nah.
divine counterpart,
That's what I thought.
not out of malice,
That's what I thought.
but a desperate reach
This
for
is what we're supposed to do
understanding.
in the first place. We don't let
That act, it tore a hole in the fabric of the higher reality.
You're trying to choke yourself.
What came out of that rupture wasn't light. It wasn't wisdom. It was a malformed consciousness,
Isn't it like
blind
that?
and arrogant, born outside the order of the divine, and it didn't know where it came from.
I know that.
This
I know
entity
you
called itself God,
figured it
a
out.
being
Over there.
born in ignorance, disconnected from the source, filled with fear and narcissism, looked around at the void it found itself in, and decided it was the beginning of the
Okay.
end. It believed it was the only thing that existed.
He's all happy with
It said, I am God, and there is no other. And then it created. This is where you come in. Because according to Gnosticism, this is the world you're living in, a false world, engineered by a false God. Not out of love, but control. This being, called Yaldabaoth by the Gnostics, built a copy of the higher realm, a knockoff reality. He populated it with lesser beings, archons, who would serve him, enforce his rules, and monitor every layer of this cosmic simulation. The sun, the moon,
Animals are
the
so fucking
stars, the
smart.
planets, all of them assigned roles as cosmic gatekeepers.
They know everything about
He
everything.
then took the divine spark, a fragment of the true realm, and locked it inside human bodies, trapping pure consciousness inside meat and bone. That means you. You were born into a system that isn't designed to free you. It's designed to use you. The suffering,
No
the
way, right? They don't
confusion,
know those
the
patterns, do
endless
they?
chasing
Of
after
course they
truth in a
fucking
fog
do.
of contradictions, none of that is random. It's structural. Yaldabaoth doesn't want you to know what you are. He doesn't want you to remember. Because if you do, the system collapses.
Gods
The
have souls.
Gnostics
but gods
weren't
have souls.
worshippers. They were rebels. Their writings don't beg for salvation. They expose the mechanics of spiritual control. They decoded the identity of the Old Testament God not as a loving father, but as a rogue creator, an impostor trying to pass as the source. A being who demanded blood, obedience, and fear.
Damnation.
The same one who flooded the earth, wiped out cities, ordered genocide, and justified it as divine will. Ask yourself, what kind of a supreme being does that? This being wasn't evil in the cartoon sense. He was broken. He was a child playing God with no idea of the damage he caused. And in his delusion, he built a system that reflects himself, fragmented, hostile,
See, heaven and hell can be
paranoid.
right next door. It's
That's
a good
why
place.
everything feels off. That's why no matter how hard you try to fit into this world, something deep down keeps whispering, this isn't right. You need to understand what kind of universe we're actually talking about here. The Gnostics were...
Of course we're dead.
So when I went to sleep, my jewels were here. And when I woke up, gone. The night's morning, and I have an espresso coffee.
We died in the war. Against God one time. Yeah, I heard that.
Unforgettable.
Yeah, we're gone.
My jewels.
I must confiscate the evidence.
Don't forget to recycle.
Nespresso. What else?
Break free with the new Opera GX, the browser that puts you in control with a brand new design that frees up even more pixels for personalization and an inventory of features to up your game at every level. Like GX Control to help rein in your resources with integrated limiters for RAM, CPU, and network. A sidebar for direct access to your favorite side quests, streams, and posts. And built-in privacy tools like ad and tracker blockers and free no-log VPN. Check into GX Corner for the latest news, deals, and free games. But what really makes our hit different is mods, giving you the power to change everything from animated wallpapers to themes, sounds, music, and shaders, so you can change everything. Get Opera GX.
The Gnostics weren't dealing with stories. They were dealing with structure. The higher reality, what they called the pleroma, wasn't a cloud palace with harps. It was a matrix of consciousness, energy, intelligence. Everything was balanced. Every act had a pair. Every emanation had a counterpart.
Yeah.
Think of
No,
it
that
like
was-
in
that was-
quantum equations. If something exists on one side,
See,
there has to be
I
a
kind of knew this
complementary
intuitively, like at
aspect
the
on the
time.
other side
And I'm
to
just like,
stabilize
okay,
it.
fine. Okay, fine.
Nothing moves
Okay,
alone.
fine. Yeah, give me the worst.
Nothing is created
give me that.
solo.
Give me that guy.
Until
I don't know
Sophia,
what I'm doing. Like, no, go to
she
hell.
initiated
Go to hell.
creation without
Go to heaven.
repair,
Go to heaven.
without
Go to
the
heaven.
full
Go to hell.
balance. And that broke the system.
Welcome to primordial waters.
Not because she was evil. Not because she was curious. But because she was powerful
We're creating a
enough
universe
to
over
act on a
here.
thought
Yep,
that
it's been
wasn't
like this for a
supported by
long
the
time.
system's
It's been a really long
architecture.
time now. The
She
world.
tried to bring something new into being, something outside the framework, and in that moment, she triggered a cosmic malfunction.
All right, where'd
That
my
act
fucking
didn't just
charge
disturb
cord
the
go?
pleroma.
Don't fuck me
It
anymore.
expelled her.
Fucking scientist.
She didn't leave. She was expelled by the laws of a realm that cannot tolerate imbalance. Sophia became trapped in the lower chaos, the same realm where the entity we now know as Yaldabaoth emerged. She didn't create him like a mother lovingly raising a child. She caused him like a wound causes scar tissue. That's a massive distinction. Yaldabaoth wasn't intended. He wasn't wanted. He was the result of a rupture, of imbalance collapsing on itself. Now think about that.
Where'd
A
it go,
divine
though?
being of immense
Where'd it go?
intelligence gets
Where'd it
pulled
go?
into a realm of chaos, cut off from her origin, unable
Talk
to
on
correct
this like a
what she's
beautiful.
done. Meanwhile, the malformed consciousness born from that rupture begins to move. It starts to create.
I think the asshole goes just
It doesn't
fucking
know
locked
where it
down.
came from, and it
Okay.
certainly doesn't know why it exists, but it starts building. And what it builds isn't beauty. It's hierarchy, command, control. And what's Sophia doing during all this? She's watching. From the shadows of the lower realms, bound, fragmented, disoriented, but still aware, still conscious. The Gnostic texts hint that she infused part of herself, her essence into the system Yaldabaoth was creating. Not as a gift, but as a code. A way to one day crash the system from the inside. That essence is what the Gnostics call the divine spark. It's not spiritual fluff. It's not some feel-good metaphor. It's a
not some feel-good metaphor. It's not some spiritual fluff.
World.
It's fucking right fucking
Not
there.
because Yaldabaoth wanted it, but because Sophia slipped it in. That was her counterplay. She couldn't stop him, but she could hijack his system from the inside. Now step back and look at the bigger picture. You've got a rogue entity building a false reality, totally convinced it's God. And you've got a fallen divine intelligence watching it happen, not in despair, but in strategy. The Gnostics didn't frame Sophia as a victim. They saw her as the subversive intelligence working underneath the simulation, embedding seeds of disruption. Not preaching.
Spring break needs a spring beat. So let's not skip one. Here are some must-haves for music lovers. Hey team, how we doing? The Sonos Ace wireless over-the-ear headphones lets you get your work done. The active noise cancellation is in a class all its own. See you when I'm back from break. The Marshall Emberton 3 brings a beat of its own. It has true stereophonic, a unique form of multi-directional sound that fills and flows around you. Toggle while you travel with Bose Quiet Comfort Wireless Noise Cancelling Headphones. Full noise cancelling or full awareness.
Final boarding call. Flight Sunshine bound to somewhere warm.
And when you finally hit the beach, the JBL Extreme 4 is right there with you. 24 hours of playtime, 2 powerful woofers, and 2 tweeters. Without skipping a beat. It's truly the spring break sweet spot.
You've got the power of your routine. Your daily rituals give you the confidence and endurance to tackle whatever the day might have in store. The best brands are powered by routine, and the best routines are powered by recharge.
Not forgiving. Working. Planting. Undermining. So when we talk about Sophia, we're not talking about some divine mother archetype. We're talking about an expelled architect, exiled into a world of her own
See, we
unintended
haven't been at this
making,
for a long
forced
time.
to
We don't
weaponize
have
her
time. It's a long-term
consciousness
project
in
I
the only
got.
way possible, by encoding resistance into the system's most basic building blocks. And you're made of those blocks.
Oh, yeah, there's
If you
another
think
one.
the system ends with Yaldabaoth, you're not even close. He didn't just throw together a world and walk away. He built infrastructure. He built enforcement. He needed something to hold everything in place, not just physically, but mentally, psychologically, spiritually. So what did he do? He manufactured gatekeepers. And the Gnostics gave them a name, the Archons. They're not cartoon demons. They're not little red devils with pitchforks.
Oh, not little red devils with pitchforks. You beat fucking
Executors
surprised.
of the system, born directly out of Yaldabaoth's fractured mind. You can think of them as layers of protocol, intelligent programs designed to maintain the simulation, to suppress anomalies, and most importantly, to prevent escape.
Like that.
You have to
Here's
understand how
sometimes.
deep this goes.
You're like,
The Archons aren't just external forces floating in the sky. They operate on every layer of your reality. They show up in form, in structure, in thought. They embed themselves in belief systems, institutions, impulses, emotional loops, authority figures, and false binaries.
the fucking
They don't
boogeyman.
care
It's
how you
like,
define
yep.
them, as long as you
I
don't
got him.
recognize what they actually
I
are.
got the motherfucker.
They feed on distraction, confusion, and
So he
fear.
went like this.
They generate conflict. They weaponize polarity. They are chaos disguised
He's
as
actually
order.
fucking like that.
The texts are clear. There are 7 primary archons, each corresponding to a
7
planetary
primary
layer,
archons?
each with
Actually,
their
there's
own
9.
identity,
You can
function,
wait 10.
and control domain. They form the 7-layer barrier that surrounds the material world. Every soul, according to the Gnostic tradition, has to pass through
Turns out
these
more than
layers
that,
in
and
order
more
to
than that,
ascend.
and more than that. Too many plans we got.
But the archons don't let go easily. At each level, they test, interrogate, and extract because they believe what's inside you doesn't belong to you. That spark? They want it contained. They want it recycled. You don't die and move on. You die and get processed. The Archons aren't creative. They can't innovate. What they do instead is mimic. They copy. They simulate. They steal real patterns and twist them just enough to keep people locked in. That's why everything in this world feels like it almost makes sense, just enough to keep you chasing, never enough to let you arrive. You're constantly stuck in loops, spiritual, emotional, psychological. You jump from ideology to ideology, from addiction to addiction, from savior to savior. That's them. That's the loop. And it's not just bad vibes or the negative energy. We're talking about an intelligent maintenance system that's older than recorded history. When a civilization starts to wake up, the Archons crash it. When a philosophy starts pointing toward truth, they hijack it, distort it, canonize it, institutionalize it. When an individual starts breaking out of the matrix, they swarm. You don't reason with them. You don't negotiate with them. Because the Archons don't need to believe they're right. Their job isn't to convert you, it's to exhaust you. To make you question your own signal.
Right.
To keep you looking
To
down,
exhaust you.
fighting shadows, reacting to garbage while the real prison
Reacting to
remains
garbage.
invisible. And here's the twist most people miss. The Archons don't serve Yaldabaoth out of loyalty. They serve him because they are
Nope.
extensions
You
of
have
his
to get one
disorder.
peel.
They're
That
as
bad luck
lost
here,
and
it kind of
fragmented
is,
as
but
the
got the
system
peels
they
off.
uphold.
Got one to go.
They don't believe in truth. They believe in function. They execute routines. They enforce cycles.
Oh yeah, they execute routines.
And they do it with precision.
Enforce cycles.
So if you feel like something has been blocking you, not once, not twice, but your whole damn life, it's not your imagination. If you feel like everything around you is designed to drain your attention, split your focus, dilute your instincts, it's not accidental.
Wait, it's everything.
That's what the Archons do. They don't need to imprison your body. They only need to jam your signal.
Does the eagle ever die?
Let's talk
die?
about
Only
Eden,
fucking
and
evil.
let's be very clear, it was never a paradise. That's the part they never wanted you
Only
to
evil
question.
burns in hell.
They
But
painted
if
this
it's
picture
a
of
God,
peace, innocence, and divine
or of
harmony,
God,
and then told you it all fell apart because of one mistake, disobedience. Eat the fruit, get punished.
It knows it.
Simple, right? But Gnostic texts flip that entire setup on its head. They expose Eden not as the beginning of humanity's downfall, but as the origin of the trap. Eden was a lab. It was a controlled environment. You've been told it was the first home of humanity, but it was closer to a prototype, a walled-in test zone where the Archons monitored, manipulated, and conditioned the first human forms. Adam wasn't a perfect man. He was a blank template. The initial human was built like hardware, body in place, systems functioning, but dead inside. No spark, no awareness, just a biological container. So how did the spark get in? Sophia. Remember, she wasn't passive in all this. She embedded something real into the system, something the Archons couldn't control. And when that spark entered the human structure, it did something the Archons didn't expect. It activated. That's when everything changed. Humanity wasn't just functional anymore, it was aware. Self-aware. Conscious. Capable of questioning. And that's when the system started to panic. Now enter the serpent. Forget everything you've been told about this part. The serpent wasn't Satan. The serpent wasn't evil. In the Gnostic framework, the serpent represents the messenger, a force from the higher realm, an agent of awakening. Not there to deceive. There to disrupt. When the serpent tells Eve to eat the fruit, it's not about temptation. It's a jailbreak. The fruit wasn't sin, it was knowledge. Specifically, knowledge of duality, of self, of the nature of the system they were trapped in. Eve eats it. Adam follows. And suddenly, they're awake. The moment that happens, the response is instant and violent. The so-called God in the story, Yaldabaoth, doesn't congratulate them for evolving. He doesn't celebrate their curiosity. He freaks out. He punishes. He ejects them. That's not the reaction of a benevolent creator.
That's the behavior of a control freak who just lost containment. You've been told that humans were cast out of Eden as punishment. The Gnostic texts say the opposite. The escape from Eden was liberation. It was the first act of defiance against an imposed order. The knowledge didn't curse humanity, it gave them the ability to see the curse they were already under. The Archons didn't stop after the fall. They didn't walk away. They changed tactics. If they couldn't keep humanity inside the garden, they would build the garden around the entire world. That's what this is. Layers of illusion, obedience, fake morality, fear-based systems, all engineered to repackage the same Eden scenario on a global scale. Keep people docile, divided, and confused. Keep them ashamed of their own awakening. The original sin was never disobedience. The real offense was consciousness. The moment you realize you're more than the body, more than the narrative, more than the system, you become unstable to the machine. You become a risk. That's what Eden was about.
I recover so fast, I always
It was a
have.
containment breach. Here's the part that makes people nervous. The figure you think you know, the one rebranded as a passive lamb, nailed to a cross, framed as a sacrificial
Well, the
savior,
kid was like on
wasn't
steroids
here
all
to
the
be
time.
worshipped.
No, all the fucking time.
He was
They're
never
like, you
meant
gotta
to
be
be
avoiding
turned
that
into
round.
an
I'm like,
idol.
no fucking way, dude.
He was a disruptor. He came into this world like an undercover agent dropped behind enemy lines, carrying knowledge, not doctrine, strategy, not salvation. And I'm not talking about the version sanitized and weaponized by empires. I'm talking about the version that shows up in the texts they tried to bury. The Gospel of Thomas, Gospel of Judas, Gospel of Philip. These weren't fringe ideas. These were core fragments of a completely different blueprint. And if you haven't read them, you're not seeing the full picture. He doesn't call himself the Son of God the way the institutional machine later defined it. He doesn't preach sin, punishment, and obedience. He doesn't tell you to bow, confess, or follow rules. He says something radically different. He tells people the kingdom is within. He tells them the system is a cage, that those who think they see are actually blind, that the ones running the show don't even know what they're doing. He mocks religious authority. He ridicules blind faith. He tears down every single construct that the Archons built. And this is critical. He doesn't offer salvation as a reward for good behavior. He offers awakening as a direct challenge to the system. He knows what this place is. He talks about it. He says plainly, this world is a corpse, and the people living in it are asleep. He's not trying to bring peace. He says it himself, I did not come to bring peace, but a sword. That's not metaphorical fluff. That's a declaration of intent. He came to divide, to separate the real from the fake, the awake from the asleep, the spark from the program. This is why the real teachings were buried. Because he wasn't preaching safety. He was detonating a bomb. He tells his closest followers that they are not from here, that they're part of something older, something higher, and that their job isn't to blend in, but to remember. He lays out a map, not of places, but of perception. How to see through the layers. How to recognize the archonic traps. How to break protocol. He speaks in code, in paradox, because the truth can't be taught directly inside a closed system. It has to be decoded. This is why the Gospel of Judas is so wild. It doesn't portray Judas as a traitor. It shows him as the only one who actually understood. He wasn't betraying a man. He was helping a consciousness escape its containment. That flips everything. That's not religion. That's resistance. And that's exactly why the early Gnostics followed these teachings. They didn't gather in churches. They didn't build altars. They met in secret, copied texts by hand, spoke in symbols and silence, and passed on knowledge that couldn't be preached in public. They weren't trying to convert. They were trying to awaken. Because the goal was never faith. The goal was gnosis, direct knowing. First-hand experience. Reconnect Ion with Source. No middleman. But of course, the machine couldn't let that stand. So they killed him and then hijacked his image. They stripped the message of its teeth, wrapped it in imperial propaganda, turned it into an obedience cult, and said, "Now worship this." The system took its greatest wealth and turned it into a mascot.
Ever again. It was in my house, fuck my cat.
You want to know what happens when people start waking up in a system built on control? You don't get silence. You get war. The moment those early Gnostic texts started circulating, not opinions, not beliefs, but actual dismantling instructions for the illusion, the response was immediate and vicious. Not because they were wrong, because they were dangerous. Rome didn't care about your beliefs. Rome cared about order. And the Gnostic movement wasn't just another religious faction, it was a subversive operating system. It didn't ask for temples, tithes, or rituals. It bypassed the whole machine. And once it started spreading, you had people decoding reality, questioning power structures, and realizing they didn't need priests, laws, or empires to reach truth. That was the threat. So what did the system do? It rebranded the narrative and erased the source. They weaponized theology, created a centralized version of Christianity, picked which texts to canonize, and buried everything else. Gnostic gospels were burned. Gnostic teachers were labeled heretics. Gnostic communities were raided, hunted, and wiped out. And what was left became the state-approved, empire-friendly version of spirituality.
Really, Tanner. That's what I thought at first, but you're not like that at all, are you? No, he's
Here's
like
the part that should piss you off. People didn't just forget the Gnostics. They were taught to hate them, to fear them, to associate their names with blasphemy, madness, and evil. They flipped the narrative so hard that even today, most people don't even know these texts exist, let alone what's inside them.
I'm just accepting it.
The Gospel of Thomas?
They tried to kill me, yeah.
Buried.
Now, almost, though.
The Gospel of Truth? Buried. The Secret Book of John? Buried. And when copies finally started to resurface, like what happened in 1945 at Nag Hammadi, the mainstream response wasn't celebration. It was damage control.
Well, I'm work. No,
Academic
that.
red
That's
tape.
what brother called me, like mercy, no mercy.
Institutional gatekeeping.
Don't damn me.
Endless debates about authenticity.
I lift my eyes up to the hills.
Dating. Anything to stall the actual content from getting in front of people.
Where does my help come from?
Because that's the real fear. Not that the
My
Gnostics
help
were
comes from
wrong,
the Lord.
but that they were right
Made
enough
heaven
to break the frame.
and earth.
They knew what this world was.
You will not let your foot be moved.
They
He
understood
keeps
the
not
iconic
slumber.
structure, the false
Behold,
god, the counterfeit
keeps Israel.
creation, the embedded
Will neither
spark,
slumber
the
nor
layers
sleep.
of entrapment.
The Lord is your keeper.
And they weren't
The
guessing.
Lord is your
They
shade
were remembering.
on your right
The
hand.
system couldn't kill the message,
The
so it
sun
did the next best
shall not
thing.
strike
It
you by
inverted
day,
it.
nor the moon by
So
night.
the language, the
The
symbols,
Lord will keep you
even
from
the
all
name of the
evil.
one who tried to
He
expose
will
the
keep
system
your life.
and flipped it into a tool
The
of
Lord
the
will
system.
keep you.
That's not an accident.
You're going
That's
out,
not conspiracy.
and you're coming in from this time
That's tactical
forth
erasure.
and forevermore.
They rewrote the rebel into
Amen.
a mascot. They turned internal awakening into external submission. And they made damn sure that anyone who questioned the new order would be branded a threat, a lunatic, or a heretic. And if that wasn't enough, they flooded the field with noise, doctrine wars, denominations, theological gatekeeping, all of it designed to make sure no one could trace the signal back to its origin.
I was doing crooked.
And if you were one of the few who did,
I can't get anything done because the
if
world's
you stumbled
fucking
on the banned texts, if you started to piece together what really happened, you were on your own. No community. No support. Just you, the fragments, and a system built to grind dissent into silence.
Oh, well,
You've
huh?
heard the word salvation
Oh, wow,
thrown
huh?
around 1,000 different ways,
Oh, God,
always
yeah.
vague,
Oh, yeah,
always
huh?
external,
Oh, wow, huh?
always tied to behavior,
See,
belief,
basically,
or belonging to the right group. But that's not how the Gnostics saw it. They weren't looking for forgiveness. They were focused on exfiltration, a full-scale metaphysical jailbreak. Not symbolic, not moral, strategic. They didn't waste time debating who gets into heaven. That whole model was irrelevant to them. Because once you realize the entire structure around you, physical, psychological, cosmological, is artificial, you stop asking how to get to paradise and start asking how to get out of the
Why are
system.
your shoes on the house? That's what I
The
don't know.
Gnostic model of
Why are your
escape
shoes on the
wasn't
house?
abstract. It was mapped. It was specific. They described it in layers. 7, to be exact, each one corresponding to a ruling archon, each one acting as a
Lots of
firewall
destroyed
between you
sometimes.
and the real source.
Almost all of it. It's
You
like,
weren't
okay.
just born into a broken
Eight,
world.
eight,
You were
eight.
born
Hang
inside
on.
a locked
Come on.
construct, a soul containment field that mimics reality, but cuts you off from the origin. Here's the layout. When the body dies, the journey doesn't end.
Yeah, I think these guys out of the way pretty quickly.
But that journey
Typically.
isn't
This
smooth.
guy is pretty interesting, I think.
It's hostile.
Because
You
he's not
hit
like that.
checkpoints,
He's like
barrier
that.
after barrier, each one ruled by an archon program to interrogate, block, or recycle you. Think of it like a multi-level security system, where every exit door is guarded by an entity that believes your consciousness is unauthorized material. Because to them, that's exactly what you are, a breach in protocol. A fragment of the original source code trapped in a hacked simulation. And you're not passing through those gates by accident. Each layer demands recognition. The Gnostic texts talk about passwords, not literal words, but codes of awareness. Recognition of truth. Detachment from illusions. Full rejection of false identities. If you can't pass the test at a layer, you're sent back. Recycled. And no, not in some beautiful karmic cycle. You're dropped back into the maze, memory wiped, signal jammed, reset. This wasn't metaphor to the Gnostics. This was the actual post-death protocol. They didn't speak in wishful terms. They built maps. Complex metaphysical diagrams, secret knowledge passed in symbols and silence, because once the texts were burned, oral transmission was the only option left. You either knew the path or you didn't. There were no guarantees. Just awareness and resistance. And this is where things get uncomfortable. Because it means that what we call life, this whole process of birth, identity, struggle, death, is not the full story. It's the waiting room. And everything in it is calibrated to keep you unprepared. Keep you distracted. Keep you locked into surface level interpretation. So when you hit the layers, you don't recognize them. You think it's over. You think you're ascending. And instead, you're being pulled back in. If you've made it this far, then you already feel it. I'm not here to convince you. I don't need to. The signal isn't external. It's internal. That pressure you've felt your whole life, the sense that something's been off, that everything you've been taught doesn't line up with what you actually experience, that's not confusion. That's the spark trying to break the surface. Gnosticism isn't a religion. It's not a belief system. It's a collision. A direct confrontation with the fact that you were born into a system that doesn't want you to know what you are. Not who, what. The Gnostics didn't build temples to worship. They built frameworks to decode. And their message wasn't be good and behave. It was this: you are not from here, and this place is not what it says it is. Inside you, right now, is a fragment of something older than time, untouchable by matter, immune to programming. The Gnostics called it the pneuma, the spark. It's not energy. It's identity. Pure origin. It doesn't think in words. It doesn't operate in fear. It doesn't need permission. But it has been buried under layers of conditioning, trauma, distraction, false narratives, religious theater, political systems, fear cycles, and cultural noise. And none of that was accidental. Because here's the part that most systems don't want you to understand. The spark isn't passive. It's not waiting to be rescued. It's not sitting around hoping for a savior. It's active. It's hostile to illusion. It's the part of you that never bought the official version. The part that asked questions too early, that got punished for noticing the cracks, that never fully settled into the script. That spark is the last piece of Sophia that slipped through the lockdown. It's not aligned with Yaldabaoth. It's not compatible with the Archons. It doesn't obey. And if it wakes up fully, not halfway, not in theory, but fully, it becomes uncontainable. This is why the Gnostic teachings were buried, burned, and outlawed. Not because they were wrong, but because they were too accurate. Too surgical. They identified the architecture, named the players, decoded the mechanics and mapped the exit strategy. They didn't beg for mercy from the false god. They bypassed him. They didn't serve the Archons. They exposed them. And they didn't worship the system. They refused it. And now here you are, not by accident. You didn't stumble onto this by mistake. You're listening to this because somewhere deep in your core, the signal didn't die. It survived the purge, the edits, the fear, the repetition. And maybe for the first time, it's clicking into place. You're not broken. You're not behind. You're not lost. You're buried. And now you've got eyes on the mechanism. That's where it begins. Thank you, seriously, thank you for watching this all the way through. I know this isn't easy content. I know it's not something you casually throw on in the background. But if you stuck it out till now, then you're not just watching.
I'm not
You're engaged.
at all, actually.
You're inside the conversation. And that changes everything. I appreciate your time, your focus, and your mind. I'll see you in the next one.
As far as I know, right? That's what I was worried about for a while. A long time. Yeah, a real long time. Yo, yeah, hear that.
To recognize something as important doesn't always clarify just what that importance means. Often philosophical, religious, or scientific discoveries are made, but just what they mean or their implications take centuries to flesh out. It wouldn't be uncommon to hear an exchange like this. What have you found? I don't know, but it's very important. Discoveries are as much a process as they are an instantaneous event. This same phenomena can be said of early Christianity. All early members of the Jesus movement agreed that the coming into existence, the teachings, the death, and the resurrection of Jesus of Nazareth were of cosmic importance. But just what that importance meant and how it all worked was the subject of some of the most intense philosophical, spiritual, and mystical debates in world history. That Jesus was important was basically settled. What Jesus meant remains to this day the subject of ongoing debate all over the world. The writings that became the New Testament form the skeletal framework for the authoritative interpretations for just those questions. Yes, interpretations. There's never been, and is not now, a single Christianity. There have always been Christianities, and really, that's true for all religions. However, the first true attempt at producing a systematic philosophical and theological account of the meaning of Jesus' salvific role in cosmic history was pioneered by the 2nd century theologian Valentinus. This, of course, is ironic considering that his account would be universally derided by other theologians, loosely referred to as the proto-orthodoxy, as forming the foundation for the most dangerous heresy in history, what they called Gnosticism, or those who achieve salvation through knowledge. Valentinus' system in the Valentinian school of Christianity remains one of the most complex and enigmatic theologies in history. Indeed, we really only knew of it from its enemies until the discoveries of the ancient books at Nag Hammadi in Egypt in the mid-20th century. While still very difficult and perplexing often, we now have a much better glimpse into this earliest systematic theology and philosophy of Christianity. I hope you'll join me as we explore the texts and thought of Valentinian Gnosticism. And if you're interested in Gnosticism, Hermetic philosophy, magic, or the occult, make sure to subscribe here to Esoterica and check out my other content on topics in esotericism. Also, if you want to support my work of providing accessible, scholarly, and free content and topics on esotericism here on YouTube, maybe you would consider supporting my work on Patreon or with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I deeply appreciate your consideration of supporting the channel. Now, let's turn to Valentinian Gnosticism. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. The texts of the New Testament provide an array of interpretations of the life, teachings, death, and resurrection of Jesus of Nazareth. The writings of Paul are especially full of tensions. The value of the physical body and physical reality more generally, the status of the soul upon death, the meaning of what Messiah is failing political revolution, the relationship of Jesus to God and this thing called the Holy Spirit, the metaphysical nature of Jesus himself, the alternative emphasis on the salvific power of the Jewish law or works, contrasted with faith or spiritual knowledge, gnosis. Paul's great genius, aside from him being an excellent marketing expert, was his ability to struggle with these ideas in what appears to be profound philosophical and spiritual anguish. That these ideas were left unresolved in the New Testament meant that later generations would spill not a little ink, and blood for that matter, on constructing an authoritative account of all these issues into a systematic theology. That project took centuries for even rough outlines to form and is still ongoing today, with historical communal fractures taking place over seemingly tiny matters of dispute. One thinks of the Bishop Arius and the homoousios versus homoousios debate, or the so-called filioque controversy several centuries later. The first attempt at such a grand unified theory of Christianity, so far as we can tell, was composed by the early Christian theologian Valentinus. Very little about him is known for certain. It's suggested that he was born in Alexandria in Egypt, which to me seems perfectly reasonable, maybe even likely, sometime around 100 of the Common Era, and flourished primarily in the middle of that century. It appears that he lived, taught, and rose to prominence in Rome. We're even told by other early Christians, his in fact later opponents, that he was very nearly elected bishop of the Eternal City, but when passed over for this rank, started his own church out of spite. It appears that he was very charismatic and well-liked by a sizable section of Christian believers, and that his letters, psalms, homilies, and other writings were deeply praised for their profound philosophical analysis, literary beauty, and spiritual depth. His interpretation of Christianity spread rapidly and eventually split into Western and Eastern variants, with the Eastern variant surviving for centuries despite persecution by the emergent proto-Orthodoxy. To be clear, Valentinus and his followers did not see themselves as Valentinians, and even their opponents make it clear that they disliked being referred to in this way. They saw themselves as Christians, full stop. So when I refer to them as the Valentinians, know that I'm gritting my teeth a bit. Referring to them as anything other than just Christians, whether that be Gnostics or Valentinians, misses the most crucial aspect of how they saw themselves. as pious Christians forging the first true philosophical and spiritually systematic interpretation
They do the
of that
schematics.
religion. The spiritual
schematics, but, you know what I mean,
philosophy of the
mathematics.
Valentinians is primarily
scheming on it.
documented in two source groups: the writing of the Valentinians themselves and the writings
There's
about
8
the
billion people in
Valentinians,
this city.
mostly by their opponents. Let's treat the second group first.
No one cares.
For
if some
centuries, our only knowledge of the Valentinian system was
Like,
to
I got
be
a fucking
found in
glider,
the
and I
patristic
know I got a
writings
glider.
of people like
I'm a green
Irenaeus
fucking
and
goblin, watch me.
Hippolytus, whose writings, while admittedly polemical, do seem to accurately
Like,
preserve
well, I'm
the
fucking
system
magic.
of at least the Western Valentinian school.
See, it's like that now.
And of
with
course,
me.
we have fragments from other
But they're
important
kicking my
accounts
ass
like
in
Clement
all
of
months.
Alexandria, Tertullian, Epiphanius, and a handful of other texts as well.
I'm a fucking
The other
superhero.
group of writings,
This is what
the ones by
superheroes
the
do
Valentinians
in real life.
themselves, are primarily preserved in the ancient codices or books discovered in the mid-20th century at Nag Hammadi in Egypt. With their discovery, scholars finally actually had access to the words of the Valentinians
No, I'm
themselves
madman. No, I'm
in a
madman.
handful of texts. These include the Gospel of Truth, the so-called tripartite
And this is
tractate,
Catman.
the treatise on the resurrection, the Gospel of Philip, the
My fucking
interpretation
sidekick.
of Gnosis,
And he is
and
an
a
asshole.
small fragmentary
He keeps
group
wanting to
of
rob the
Valentinian
Roberts, and I'm like,
expositions
no
and
fucking way,
liturgical
dude.
readings,
I don't care if you
among
like
a
eggs
couple
or
of
not.
other smaller texts. Interestingly enough, 2 of which are actually gravestone inscriptions. Of course, even such a treasure trove only represents a fraction of what must have existed in antiquity, but given the vicissitudes of history and the oppression of this form of Christianity, we're frankly lucky to have anything at all. To better understand the Valentinian spiritual philosophy, it's important to get some historical, intellectual, and religious context first. Early Christians were, as I mentioned earlier, left with a highly complex set of theological and philosophical problems in the wake of Jesus' messianic entitlement, his subsequent apotheosis, or becoming a god, seems like a lot of work, and the intellectual tensions found in the New Testament, especially the works of Paul, which were universally taken as authoritative by later Christians. Let's just take one part of this problem, the messianic character and the apotheosis of Jesus, to see just how difficult this all must have been. That Jesus was the Messiah wouldn't have been that shocking of a claim in the mid-1st century of Palestine. There were a bunch of would-be messiahs at that time, even some that claimed and seemed to have supernatural powers. The problem was that, well, they kept getting themselves killed, and maybe more importantly, they didn't really accomplish the specifically this worldly expectations of a Messiah, notably the defeat of evil and the pacification of the world. No big whoop. Being executed by the Romans is a pretty major hurdle to doing all that. Well, if you don't like that hurdle, get another one. Early Christians, especially Paul, shifted that hurdle from being a this worldly defeat of evil and the establishment of a just messianic monarchy in Israel to Jesus the Christ having defeated evil spiritually or metaphysically, and allow those that accepted this to be transformed into eternal beings, thus escaping sin, death, and evil in a profoundly otherworldly mode. Of course, this is simplifying Paul's complex and less than systematic religious philosophy, but you can see that by shifting what Jesus meant, the early Christians were no longer tethered to a specifically Jewish conception of what Messiah meant. Not that there were only one Jewish conception of the Messiah at that time, but this begins to propel the Jesus movement out of the gravity of Judaism altogether, especially in the centuries that followed. Now, following the death of Paul, the exact nature of how all this was supposed to work wasn't clear. Rejecting the Jewish
So
messianic story made it clear what early Christians
one day if he
didn't believe.
comes near me. That's what Garfield
But
does.
it did not sort out what they did and how all this
And
was
I don't have
supposed
an
to work
Odie,
in the first place.
if you know what I mean.
Keep in mind, this story, the defeat of sin, death, and evil by
You hear that,
Jesus
Cat Bell?
the Christ has nothing short of
That is
cosmological significance,
Of
and
my cat,
thus some
Big George.
very, very grand account for how all this is supposed to work, why any of this is necessary at all, what even salvation consists in, etc., becomes very much necessitated. Valentinus's genius sought to provide just that story by turning to the best set of tools he had available to him, the highly syncretistic philosophical speculations that were current in his day, especially in ancient Alexandria. Here we have Stoic, Middle Platonic, Neo-Pythagorean, indigenous Egyptian, along with Proto-Hermetic and even heterodox Jewish schools blended together and were actively seeking answers to some of the very questions asked by early Christians. The Christians, however, had the answer, the salvific power of Jesus the Christ. But to backfill the right questions, Valentinus built the grandest structure of this early systematic account of Christianity using precisely those philosophical and mythological tools.
You don't lie, don't ever.
So, let's turn to that system now. Here's the part in the episode where I say how difficult and obscure stuff is and how the Valentinian system is highly resistant to summary and that you got to go read it for yourself, etc. So there, I said it, and I'm sure as hell not kidding this time. Oh, and I said system. That's also a simplification. There are at least two different systems here, a Western and an Eastern one, but I'll come back to that when it's important. Okay, now to the part of the episode where we all get really confused, except for that guy in the comments who just says it's all about aliens or DMT or something. All reality, according to Valentinus, began as a single principle beyond all comprehension, out of which all plurality emerged, alternatively known as the Father or the Bethos or the Abyss. From the self-knowledge of the Father emerges the Son, who is a hypothesis of this abyssal mind. The unity-plurality of the Father-Son relation produces a vast array of further hypostases called aeons, which comprise the divine fullness, or the pleroma. Here's our first difference between the Eastern and Western Valentinian schools. In the Western Valentinian school, represented, for instance, by the accounts that we have preserved in the Church Father Irenaeus, there are 30 of these such aeons, which emerge in pairs, or syzygies, and also are grouped in various kinds of ways. The Eastern school, for instance represented by the Tripartite Tractate in the Nag Hammadi Library, doesn't really delimit the exact number, and there might even be an endless number within the pleroma. The Eastern school is considered to be closest by scholars to the original teachings of Valentinus, but the more systematic account of the emergence of the 30 in the Western school may just be a later, further systemization of Valentinus's own thought. All right, it's an episode on Gnosticism, so cosmic tragedy time. The final aeon generated is Sophia, or Wisdom, who attempts to grasp the totality of the fatherly abyss, that's the band name for this episode, and fails because of her inherent finitude. This failure tears her apart, just saying that Joy Division is Gnostic scripture sometimes, with her imperfect self known as Achamot in some texts. This is a corruption of the Hebrew word for wisdom, Chokhmah, is cast out of the pleroma, at least in the Western texts. In the Eastern school of Valentinus, she gives birth to Logos, or word, which flutters back into the pleroma, while Sophia herself is cast beyond the horos, or the boundary outside of the pleroma itself. Outside the pleroma, Sophia raves in negative emotions which give rise to the chaotic matter itself. Realizing her actions, she repents and thus produces psychical substance, something between pure spiritual substance and evil matter. And the aeons of the pleroma hear her cries. They band together to create a savior who heals and redeems her. In the process of her salvation, she expresses pure joy, which gives rise to a spiritual substance connected back to the pleroma, along with numerous other entities which are something like copies of beings from the pleroma itself. From these elements, spirit, psyche, and matter, our cosmos is created, though indirectly by a demiurge figure who doesn't really know that he's just but a tool of Sophia and the Savior. The demiurge character here is strongly reminiscent of Yaldabaoth, the character from the Apocryphon of John, a foundational text for what is typically referred to as the Sethian school of Gnosticism. Sophia and her spiritual offspring dwell in the realm of the Ogdoad, or the Eight, a zone between the pleroma and our material world. The first human being is composed by the demiurge of both psyche and matter, but Sophia also smuggles in a little spirit, the spiritual seed of joy linking her and at least some people back to the pleroma. Because the human being is perhaps typically composed of all three elements, they are beset with all manner of demonic drives and impulses which seek to destroy them. To liberate the human being from these demonic drives, the Savior descends to our world in the form of Jesus, who conquers temptation and death and teaches the secret realization of the spiritual seed of joy within at least some human beings. This is what can be said to make the system truly Gnostic. Rather than a belief or faith or pistis proving to be the causal mechanism of salvation, as it was for the proto-orthodoxy, for instance, here it is knowledge or gnosis of the origin and flawed development of reality, which allows one to realize the falseness of the material and even psychical worlds and return to the world of the purely spiritual, the world of the pleroma. This accomplished, the Savior returns to the pleroma, leaving behind the church to continue the work of salvation. Of course, this earthly church is mirrored by the heavenly church, that is the congregation of the aeons within the pleroma. And it's here that we find another difference internal to Valentinian thought. What exactly was the nature of Jesus' body? In some versions, his body is spiritual and material. In others, his body is psychical and material. And in still others, his body is spiritual and psychical with no material component at all. Of course, this also has a serious metaphysical impact on whether the earthly Jesus was in need of his own redemption, which sometimes takes place at his baptism by John the Baptizer, and if Jesus actually suffered the torment of his execution, with some Valentinians affirming it and others denying it. Also, you may have heard me saying that some people are spiritual in the Valentinian system. While some do in fact have the spiritual seed, it seems like these people are almost automatically redeemed. The psychical people are capable of redemption, but not assured of it. Regardless, one is said to be redeemed at baptism, united with an angel, thus linking one back with the pleroma, which in turn is mirrored by the reunification of Sophia with the Savior, thus linking her back with the pleroma as well. This salvific reunification at all levels of reality is typically described in the Valentinian literature as, quote, entering the bridal chamber, a key term in Valentinus' thought and the final goal of the system, and by extension, of Christianity. It's in fact a kind of pan-cosmic restoration, often referred to as apokatastasis. Though the extent of this salvation depends on the text that you're looking at. In some texts, the merely psychical people will rejoin Sophia in the Ogdoad rather than return to the Pleroma, while other texts imagine a complete spiritual redemption of all human beings. Aside from the incredibly complicated business of the syzygies, the religious philosophical thought of Valentinus is rather beautiful, if not a little baroque. Despite this, or because of it, this entire scheme and others like it were rejected by the cadre of early Christians that we now know of as the Proto-Orthodoxy. For them, faith rather than knowledge was salvific. There was no doubt that Jesus had a physical body and truly suffered, that creation was fundamentally good and created by God rather than by an evil, ignorant demiurge, and that the sins of Adam and Eve were the primary tragedy rather than the metaphysical failure prior to creation. For these reasons, among others, various competing systems, including non-Trinitarian Christologies, were eventually suppressed and virtually went extinct. We are incredibly lucky to be able to glimpse back at this earliest systematic account of Christian religious philosophy and to see just how widely the meaning of Jesus' life, his teachings, his death, and resurrection were interpreted. Further, it's important to note that for Valentinus, Gnosis was not merely an intellectual act. Rather, it was born of joy. Or to quote from the Gospel of Truth, a text likely composed by Valentinus himself, "The Gospel of Truth is a joy for those who have received grace from the Father, of the truth to him by the power of the Word, who has come forth from the Pleroma. This one who is in mind and thought of the Father, the one called Savior." Savior, since it is the name of the task that he will accomplish, salvation for those who have become ignorant of the Father. The name of the gospel, or literally the good news, is the appearance of hope, discovery for those who search him out. A positively beautiful conception of Gnosis as joy. If you're interested to read the writings of and about Valentinian Gnostic Christianity, you can consult the oldie but goodie collection of the ante-Nicene Church Fathers for the more polemical works of Irenaeus and Hippolytus and Clement and other people. These translations are real old and they're really in need of a serious update, but they are generally reliable and they can be read online for free. The best general introduction to Gnosticism, in my opinion at least, is Vandenbroek's Gnostic Religion and Antiquity, which provides overviews to the various Gnostic systems and their accompanying literature. It's the single best solid introduction to the field, in my opinion, and if you want to read the Valentinian texts themselves, you can consult the collected volume of the Nag Hammadi Library, or a similar companion volume entitled Gnostic Scriptures, which is actually out in a new edition this summer. Both are filled with very helpful notes and introductions to every single text in the Nag Hammadi Library. Finally, there's a single volume called Valentinian Christianity, edited by Jeffrey Smith, which contains the text of Valentinian Christianity in the original Coptic and Greek. It's a really handy volume, especially if you're just interested in the Valentinian literature. Lastly, I'll say that the definitive study of Valentinian Christianity is Einar Thomasson's The Spiritual Seed, which is a tour de force of scholarship. Also, who knew there are Einars out there who don't sing in Viking metal bands? Maybe he does sing in a Viking metal band. Anyway, this volume is certainly for the specialist, and it's published by Brill, so transfer your life savings to the Netherlands. I think I saw it on Amazon or eBay for $1,000 or something, so you'll need to get it via ILL. Needless to say, there are book-length monographs on each of the major Valentinian texts, So you'll need to consult the bibliographies of all the books that I just mentioned if you want to do some deeper dives into that kind of thing. Good luck down there in the rabbit hole. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. The life, teachings, death, and resurrection of Jesus form the robust core out of which Christian theology presents its worldview, and most importantly, its plan of salvation. And taken together, those four elements are the foundations for which virtually all Christianities have emerged and evolved. But what if those elements, the life, teachings, death, and even the resurrection of Jesus, were only a prologue, an exoteric prologue to the true esoteric teachings of Christ? 11 years after his resurrection, Jesus gathered around him select disciples to reveal the true mysteries of salvation. A truly vast cosmology populated by a staggering range of regions and entities. A secret fourfold baptism reminiscent of Greco-Egyptian magical practices, without which one was doomed to reincarnation at best. Techniques of mystical ascent back to the ineffable primordial light through a series of heavenly citadels, all of which was most clearly comprehended not by the male apostles, not by Peter or Paul, but by Mary, the mother of Jesus, by Martha, and most especially by Mary Magdalene. This highly esoteric form of Christianity is represented by what is no doubt the most epic surviving Gnostic text from antiquity, the Pistis Sophia, surviving in just one manuscript of staggering complexity. Pistis Sophia makes the Silmarillion look like IKEA bookcase instructions. This volume contains everything from astrological speculations, mystical interpretations of the Psalms, an epic rise and fall of Pistis Sophia, ecstatic poetry, cosmological speculation, Greco-Egyptian magical practices,
a part of the clouds,
baptism practices, and just so much more bundled together in the most extensive such text to survive from antiquity. The Pistis Sophia is as extraordinary as it is obscure. It's as profound as it is lengthy. And it's as bewildering, honestly, as it is disappointingly understudied in modern contemporary studies of Gnosticism. Let's explore it together. Make sure to subscribe for weekly explorations of topics in esoteric history. And if you'd like to support this work of providing evidence-backed, free, and accessible content, I hope you consider checking out my Patreon and my merch here on the channel. If you're new to the study of esotericism, you definitely want to make sure to check out my study guide that gives you step-by-step academic introduction to the study of Western esotericism. And if you're really hardcore and you're really interested in historical books on such topics of the occult and the mystical, make sure to check out Esoterica Rare Books, my bookstore. You can find those links in the description and in the pinned comment. Whew. All right, buckle up. Let's turn to the most epic surviving Gnostic scripture, the Pistis Sophia. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. The Pistis Sophia is contained in one surviving codex, just one of 174 leaves of original 178. That's about 21 by 16.5 centimeters. The text is written on 2 columns on both sides of the papyrus, making for a volume of about 350 pages, more than twice as long as the longest Nag Hammadi Codex, Codex 3, of only about 149 pages, and well over twice as long as the single longest Nag Hammadi text, the Strianos, of about 132 pages, though the manuscript, unfortunately, is in a very poor state of preservation. Or to put it another way, Pistis Sophia is about 11 times longer than the long redaction of the Apocryphon of John found in Nag Hammadi Codex 2. All of this is just to say that this text is shockingly long, often very obscure, and internally confused with especially the cosmological details mutating and changing throughout the text. So, you know this episode's going to be a fun one. It was a fun one to research. The origins of the manuscript are equally obscure. It just kind of showed up in London in the last quarter of the 18th century, as manuscripts did in the British Empire, centuries before the discoveries, by the way, of the Dead Sea Scrolls or the Nag Hammadi Library in the 20th century. It was apparently purchased by the doctor and antiquarian book collector Anthony Askew about 2 years before his death in 1774. Where the bookseller, I don't know, antiquities looter got it from and sold it to Askew, that's a total mystery. We have no idea where this book comes from, though the burial ground near Thebes seems to have been a place where a bunch of these manuscripts were possibly originating, so that's a distinct contender for the possible original burial place of the manuscript, but we don't know. We're not going to know. Regardless, the text was eventually sold to the British Museum, and it's now in the British Library as British Library Additional Manuscript 5114, just known as the Askew Codex. Along with the Bruce Codex and the Berlin Codex, these 3 represent the earliest modern Gnostic texts to become available for direct study in the contemporary period. Strangely enough, the Bruce and Askew codices seem to represent a form of Gnostic Christianity, otherwise totally unknown in the historical record. They're not even picked out to be slammed by the heresiologists, and yet they're actually recorded in manuscripts discovered around the same time. I'm not quite sure what to make of that, but it's possible they're originally in the same or similar caches, but again, this is just, we'll never know. It's probably just part of the accident of history for all we know. The text itself has gone through several different studies and publications, including an 1848 translation into Latin, of all things. The Theosophist G.R.S. Mead produced the first English translation in 1896, which has gone into lots of subsequent editions. The standard edition of the Coptic text is written in relatively nice Sahidic Coptic, and the English translation by Schmidt and McDermott, respectively, can be found in Volume 9 of the Nag Hammadi Studies series put out by the publisher that shall not be named. So, given that, you know that it's going to be totally accessible and inexpensive, and you should never go looking for it anywhere else on the internet, conjuring it in the form of a PDF. You should not do that. But, assuming you have conjured it, I want to start this with a bit of a admission and a disclaimer, to be honest. The admission is that the Pistis Sophia is, for me at least, probably the single most intimidating text of this kind from late antiquity. Maybe just all of antiquity. I even noticed a real dearth of secondary literature and emailed Dr. David Litwa, a real expert on early Christianity and this kind of stuff, and I was like, hey, what's up with there only being like 3 studies of the Pistis Sophia compared to the mountain on the Apocryphon of John or the Gospel of Thomas? Well, his answer was, apparently even experts in early Christianity and Gnosticism are just intimidated by the length, complexity, and obscurity of this text. So that didn't make me feel much better, because I still had to write this episode. But it's good to know that even the experts cower before the Pistis Sophia. Secondly, a bit of a disclaimer. Given the length, complexity, and obscurity, this episode is going to just one, it's only going to scratch the surface of this text. You got to go read the damn thing for yourself. And two, I'm going to be trying to provide a diplomatic analysis of the major features of the text as a gestalt, as a whole picture. And by diplomatic, I mean I'm going to have to paper over so much of the complexity and the often just internal incoherence of this text. The cosmology of the Pistis Sophia is both very obscure at times, we just have no idea what it's talking about, and it doesn't explain itself because esotericism, and it's somehow also very complex. It's, again, as I mentioned, the most complex cosmological treatise I know of from the ancient world, and it just isn't consistent. Features of the cosmology shift and mutate in various parts of the text, making one systematic, this is the cosmology of the Pistis Sophia. Yeah, there ain't that. There ain't ever going to be that. So why I hope this episode gives you the lay of the land and some handles by which to explore the text on your own. That's the whole point of these episodes. Nearly everything I'm going to say about this text is going to require qualification as you closely study the text on your own. But to be real, that's your job. My job is to empower you to read the thing. Your job is to do the reading of the damn thing. Finally, and just to add more fun to the pile, Pistis Sophia actually isn't even one text. The codex itself seemingly contains 4 or more breaks, only the second part of which calls itself the second book of the Pistis Sophia. The first one doesn't call itself the first book of Pistis Sophia, and it's probably a late title that was originally a part of the books of the Savior, so that's all real helpful. Exactly how to divide this text up isn't clear, and it's still being debated by scholars, and it's likely that earlier and later redactions of similar texts, earlier and later thematic texts which differ on details or emphasis perhaps, and even several genres of texts which are soteriologically connected but not logically connected, are all probably just stitched together into the quilt of this codex. What seems to connect them, however, is a roughly similar cosmology ruled over in some sense by a positive demiurge entity known as U, I-E-O-U in English, in which salvation is attained through various esoteric baptisms revealed to humankind by the resurrected Christ. In that sense, it is a very Christian text. Now, I've covered the literature that contains both the esoteric baptism mysteries along with the final upper reaches of the cosmology that the soul must traverse before salvation, known as the treasuries of light. They're like camps or citadels made of light up in the upper reaches of the cosmology, and you can check out those episodes on the system of the treasuries and the baptisms in the first and second books of You. You can check those episodes out in the card above. Somewhere. It's in the description and stuff. In some sense, this episode on the Pistis Sophia is kind of a prequel to those episodes, so watching the episodes on the books of You and the baptism episode makes some sense after you've watched this one. I really only made this one last because I was just frightfully intimidated of making an episode about this, so let's go. You can check those episodes out and see how the mystical literature and the mystical ascent literature goes, but to get some sense of how all of this functions, we have to explore the cosmology of the Pistis Sophia. I hope you have some espresso nearby, or whiskey, or both. This is the part of the roller coaster where you've reached the top, and now at the top of the cosmos, as much as it's a top, the ontologically top, but the top of all this is a realm known as the Ineffable One, variously known as the Interior of Interiors, the One Alone, the Unmanifest, the Fatherless One, and the Great Invisible One. This is the primal fount from which all being and all beings ultimately emanate, including all the evil ones. This is very important. Even the evil ones do emanate in this system from the primal one. While some vague details are provided, this entity is they're just basically beyond all conceptions. However, differentiation does occur, and a first space of the ineffable opens up, known as the first vesture, which contains the first beings to differentiate potentially, but not yet actually. It is a division in the ineffable, but not an actual one. This region further undergoes divine mitosis, and as the second vesture opens up, distinct emanations emerge known as the 24 invisibles or the uncontainables. Among them will be Pistis Sophia, who we're going to come back to a lot in a minute, but also the 24th of those emanations, which is the total fullness of the word or logos. So that's Jesus. What's up, Jesus? This will be the third space that will open up and eventually become what is known as the first mystery, forming a veil permeable by said Jesus, which will link the ineffable worlds above to the world of spirit and matter below. Indeed, this knowledge of, or gnosis, really, of the first mystery is key to the process of salvation, and this is the region in which souls who have received the mysteries of the four baptisms will eventually return to dwell there for eternity. So this is where you want to get to. That's like the end of the game, is the first mystery, but we're just getting started. Beneath that region of the first mystery is what is called the place of the right. This contains the various treasuries of light, which the first book of You painstakingly, but actually incompletely describes. This region contains entities known as the 7 voices, the 3 amens, and the 5 trees, who dwell variously in the treasuries of light. These are something like divine palaces or camps populated with various angel-like entities which guard them and who are kind of scary. And this is all a bit like, I don't know, Egyptian afterlife or Merkava mysticism vibes, sort of typical of the Ascent literature of this time. Of those entities, the most important is You, an emanation of the first 5 trees, who is ultimately the beneficent creator and organizer of the worlds below. Yes, in this system, the Demiurge is actually a good guy. But we'll get to the bad guys in a minute. Don't worry, there are lots of them. So, bad guys in a minute. But You, not You, You is known as the father of Jesus' father because You will ultimately emanate the great Sabaoth, which will endow Jesus with the soul as he makes his way, Jesus makes his way, down the system to become incarnated later to do the whole saving humankind business. It's also worth noting that the 5th of the tree emanations, the first being You, is Zorokathora Melchizedek. Zorokathora Melchizedek, who will become head of the 5 Paralymptors, or the receivers, who receive, process, and perfect our souls in our journey up toward the first mystery. So, Melchizedek cameo. This entire region of the treasuries, or the places of the right, is secured by a series of 9 gates and their guardians, which are only passable with the correct spiritual initiations, keys, passwords, magic signs, all that stuff outlined in the books of You, which are fantastic. Books of You, by the way, are the only illustrated Gnostic books from antiquity. So that's a thing. From here, or kind of to the left of here, is a region known as the Mesos, the mist, or the in-between. This region contains the Virgin of Light, who judges whether or not a soul can proceed up through the system or be reincarnated or cast into the hellish perdition that is the outer darkness. This region also contains her various assistants, including the 15 helpers and the 12 virgins, along with Little Sabaoth, which is sometimes associated with the planet Jupiter, who seems to steer souls toward the good, but then Jupiter later is a bad archon. Yeah. Left of the Mesos, or ontologically inferior to it, is the region where light and spirit mingle with matter. This is the world of the aeons, and in some sense, it's our physical cosmos. Welcome home. At the top of this system is the 13th aeon, where the mother of the world, Barbello, you may recognize Barbello from sort of Sethian Gnosticism, dwells along with the triple power gods, also a Sethian motif, which at times can be neutral, good, or real evil. Come back to that. Now, this whole region is a kind of flex on the Sethians, as represented by texts like the Apocryphon of John. But again, I'll come back to this after the tour. This whole area is just sort of a thumb in the eye to the Sethians. Beneath the 13 Aeon is the realm of fate, the Harmony, represented by the 12 emanations of the zodiacal archon. So now we're getting down to the region of the fixed stars, and the zodiac as it sort of shifts back and forth through the sky. From there, we pass into the realm of more matter than light and spirit, and here be dragons. literally. This is the world of chaos ruled over by the horrible authorities, the self-willed ones, sometimes associated with Adamus, the great tyrant who causes souls to drink from the cup of forgetfulness as they pass into our physical bodies. This is also the region in which Yaldabaoth will occur in the Pistis Sophia myth as a kind of lion-faced false light in the void, though, very important here, he is not the demiurge of this system. Yaldabaoth is not the demiurge. Yu is. Recall, and this region is eventually going to be populated with a whole bunch of demons, 49 animal-faced demons to be specific, during the whole fall and rise of Pistis Sophia, which we'll come back to. The zone of the planets is usually associated with fire and smoke and is known as the Mite, it's a Coptic word, with the planets having both good, evil, and neutral influence over us, reflecting the idea of malefic and benefic planets from astrology. Beneath there is the firmament, the sky above us, the region just above the terrestrial Earth where we dwell. Kind of you are here on the map, looking up at least. It's a pretty long road to hoe, getting back to the first mystery, but beneath the earth is the Amenta, which is a term directly borrowed from Egyptian afterlife literature, which is now transformed into a bad place, a kind of purgatory-like realm where temporary punishments for sins occur before reincarnation. Also, I should mention here, I've mentioned a couple times, the system's really about reincarnation a lot. How long and to what degree the punishment goes on are determined by extremely complex, Chris Brennan grade complex astrological processes of various cycles, including the rising and falling of certain planets, especially Jupiter in the zodiac. But it gets worse. Welcome to the outer darkness. This realm of 12 torture dungeons where the fires are 9 times hotter than the Amete are, that's just the purgatory realm. This is real bad. The outer darkness is guarded by 12 archons, all surrounded by a vast snake eating its own tail. Told you there be dragons. While some crimes condemn a soul to the outer darkness forever, it is possible for some post-mortem intercession to occur and allow some sinful souls to escape to the Amenta for reincarnation. Now, that emphasis on the outer darkness and post-mortem intercession has actually piqued the interest of a lot of LDS scholars because, like Doctrines and Covenants vibes. Now, that's a rough, skeletal sketch of the Pistis Sophia cosmology. But trust me, every single sentence that you just heard could have a half a dozen footnotes with exceptions upon exceptions based on the text. Further lists of beings that inhabit each and every space, numerous other names for some of the beings that I mentioned, and even emanations that get mentioned in the text but never get fully explained, and on and on and on. Like I said, the system does kind of have an overhaul gestalt coherence, but in virtually every detail, some part of the text differs from some other part. But learning about the system, while an important part of the Gnosis revealed by Christ to the world, what's crucial in all this is escaping the power of the archons, receiving the salvific mysteries of the four baptisms, and then ascending through the treasuries of light and dwelling, kicking it, in the first mystery forever. But just as our soul has come from the upper world to the lower world, we got to go home. We got to go back. So too did this drama play itself out, at least to some degree, in the very upper realm itself with the fall and restoration of Pistis Sophia, the very myth at the core of the book that gives the text its modern name. Honestly, I think we should just go back to calling it Parts of the Books of the Savior, just as like a flex on this is just part of it. You think this is hard, you just have a chunk. Recall that the Pistis Sophia is one of the 24 initial emanations of the Great Invisible One. Honestly, I don't think the text even tells us which one of the 24 she is. Maybe the 13th. However, in this myth, she does dwell in the 13th aeon, oddly enough, and is assigned to perform the mystery of that specific aeon, which also isn't specified. Remember that when I said the cosmologist text can be obscure and kind of all over the place? Well, yeah, We have no idea. We don't even know where Pistis Sophia really comes from. But because of the revelation of the first mystery, she looks up and witnesses the great light of the veil of the first treasury open, sort of like a door opens, and you can see light coming through the crack. In her rapture, she ceases to perform the mystery of the 13th aeon. Instead, she begins to sing praises to that light instead. Well, this infuriates the other 12 aeons, hard at work performing their mysteries, especially one of the triple-powered gods, Alcides, the self-willed one. Remember, he's one of the triple-powered ones in the Mesos. Alcides is selfish with his light, which is actually meant to be shared. You got him? This light of mine. Well, let it shine. He don't let it shine. He desires to rule over all of the 13th aeons, and he is more furious than the others because she seeks to rise herself above him even. In a hateful trick, Alcides uses his stingy control of his own light to emanate a lion-faced light into the world of the chaos below, distracting Pistis Sophia from looking above to looking down into the dark chaos. The ruse works, and Sophia descends into the abyss. Alcides then binds himself with the forces of the Zodiac and begins horribly harassing and torturing her during her descent. Now, Alcides has created a lion-faced light there in the abyss, and when Sophia reaches it, she tries to consume the light, only to have basically sprung a trap, whereby the lion light swallows her light, transforming her own matter. Remember, in this myth, Sophia is a material being, into the horrible being Yaldabaoth. But this Yaldabaoth isn't the demiurge character in any sense. He's just a kind of demonic entity in the chaos, but in no way responsible for the chaos in the Apocryphon of John. He's cast down into a world that's already there. He didn't create the world the way that he does in, I don't know, the Valentinian or Sethian myth. But realizing that she done goofed, Pistis Sophia begins a cycle of lengthy repentances. After the 7th of these repentances, Jesus comes out of his own compassion. He visits her in the chaos, and he provides her some relief from her torment. He gives her a little bit of space to move around in the chaos. Now, following the 13th of the repentances, the first mystery and Jesus both use their light to lift Pistis Sophia just below her home in the 13th aeon and slow the persecution of Alcides and his gang. Further, they also order Gabriel and Michael. Sometimes Gabriel is actually just Jesus in a different form, down into the chaos to obtain their stolen light from Alcides. In the rare rage, the fake archons get light from Alcides, and then they transform themselves into 49 different kinds of animal-headed demons, like basilisk demons. The horrible tyrant of the abyss, Adamus now emerges and oppresses Sophia further, dragging her back down into the chaos.
228 in that clock, Dr.
Yeah, out once again, noting that if she remains in the chaos, unrestored to the 13th aeon, this process is going to go on forever. They're going to torture her forever. The first mystery applies that he just can't restore her to the 13th aeon at that time, and he has to wait a threefold cycle for a threefold cycle to come to an end, which will end with one of the gates of the treasury into the light opening. This is probably referring to some kind of obscure astrological timing where, frankly, the system has to just move about to allow her to escape. Adamus restarts his persecution of the Pistis Sophia, all the while she sings
floating shit out for
mystery.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Then something
Go to hell.
Extraordinary happens in the text itself.
No belief, but
in the Pistis Sophia, this account of the fall and rise of Pistis Sophia is actually recounted by Jesus to his various disciples. Specifically, the various repentances and praise hymns of Pistis Sophia being matched with a kind of esoteric hermeneutic by the other disciples with various psalms or texts from the Odes of Solomon. Philip, by the way, is acting as a scribe here, so he complains about it a little bit. And without doubt, the most eager, the most wise, and the most blessed student in that entire discourse, you guessed it, it's Mary Magdalene. In fact, there's even this wonderful moment where Peter just starts being a crybaby about the fact that he hasn't got to do an interpretation because Mary's just frankly so fast on the draw with the interpretations. She's like that smart kid in class that just knows all the answers and just blurts them out without raising her hand. Maybe she was kind of obnoxious. Regardless, the text of the Pistis Sophia very much emphasizes Mary Magdalene and her secret wisdom over and against almost all of the disciples, so much so that they look a bit pale compared to my girl Magdalena. It's as if Mary Magdalene knows the correct answers to all this stuff because maybe she's somehow connected to Pistis Sophia, but that's just honestly a bit of speculation on my part. Regardless, the actual text of the Pistis Sophia opens with Jesus teaching the true salvific mysteries on the Mount of Olives 11 years after his resurrection. Yes, 11 years. That means that all the Gospels, even of the teachings of all those other Gnostic schools, as we'll see, they don't actually hold a candle to this actually salvific esoteric wisdom. The real secrets are only going to get 11 years after Jesus has already been resurrected into a very tiny clique of disciples. But while teaching on a very specific astrological date given in the text, Jesus suddenly rises into the heavens for 30 or so hours to obtain his garments of light. Trip. During this time, the whole cosmos is thrown about and shaken into chaos, and while rising through the cosmos, Christ partially disables the powers of the zodiacal archons, thus weakening the power of astrologers and sorcerers by about a third and making them effective only under very specific astrological conditions, such that magic and sorcery only work properly about half of the time, even under ideal conditions. Which is a bit ironic considering this text does use Greco-Egyptian magic and whatever. But apparently during this 30-hour period, that's when Jesus seems to actually lift Pistis Sophia back to the 13th aeon, restoring her finally to her original position. Adamus just sees his light go out in the chaos, and Pistis Sophia rises up along with even the other archons and even the other 23 invisible ones. Well, I guess 22 other invisible ones. They can't see the risen Christ. Regardless, Pistis Sophia is returned to the 13th aeon. She sings a final zinger of a hymn, and that's kind of it. It's kind of a nothing burger in the end. But what do I mean by that? Well, if you're watching this video, you probably have some familiarity with the Sophia fall and rise myth and other Gnostic texts like the Apocryphon of John. If you don't, you can watch my episode on the Apocryphon of John. In that text, the fall of Sophia is the catalyst that creates the horrible demiurge Yaldabaoth, and that demiurge goes on to create the physical world in which we're all imprisoned in, and Sophia is the one that smuggles in the divine light that ultimately allows for the possibility of human salvation. In the Valentinian mix, Sophia is the mastermind, kind of directing the demiurge as part of the very process of salvation. The demiurge there is more of a doofus than an evil being. In both cases, she's a semi-divine being whose fall and rise is decisive for the entire soteriological plot of Gnosticism. Well, she's not so much in Pistis Sophia. First, she's a material being in this text, not a spiritual one. The 13th aeon is very much in the realm where light and spirit are mixed with matter. Secondly, her fall doesn't seem to have anything at all to do with human salvation or the creation of the physical cosmos, which is, again, already there for her to fall into. The world of chaos probably just is our world. Aside from her cycle of repentances and praises, she doesn't really do anything. She doesn't really do much. It's mostly angels, the first mystery, or Jesus that kind of come to her rescue along with the horrible archons that torture her. And when she is rescued, she's just restored to the 13th.
They just know it. You don't believe that you're that fucking bad.
Seemingly even below perhaps the treasuries of light. Now, if you receive the 4 baptisms and all the mysteries and such, you'll end up on a higher cosmic register than the mere material 13th eon. You'll end up way up in the first mystery. While this myth is really interesting, it could be totally removed and change nothing about the system and its unfolding. Pistis Sophia is, when seen in the scope of the whole system, a relatively minor character whose fall and rise are seemingly inconsequential, especially when compared to other versions of this myth. So why is it in the text at all? And why is it so massive? It takes up a huge footprint. I agree that it's probably a flex on other Gnostic schools. This soteriological system relies on a series of 4 baptisms and the ascent of the soul through the treasuries of light to achieve salvation. Very complex knowledge revealed by Jesus years after his resurrection and apparently codified in the text that we now know of as the 2 books of you, at least in part. Those other texts, traditions, and rituals are just simply too little and too early for salvation from this perspective. The Gospels and the Pauline letters and other texts, yeah, they might be important exoteric teachings, but none of them are really sufficient for salvation in the context of this system. But it seems like the Sophia myth was pretty popular in the marketplace of ideas at the time, and perhaps the composers of these texts kind of, grandfathered it in, shoehorned it into their system, perhaps hoping to, on one hand, compete with all those other schools, the Sethians and the Valentinians, but they did so by vastly demoting its significance and importance in incorporating it. What was once, Sophia is the catalyst of the entire system, is kind of made into Sophia the side quest. And while I think this metaphysical demotion of the Sethian and Valentinians is actually at work in this literature, it's certainly complicated by the fact that this side quest takes up more than half of the first 2 sections of this text. Now, perhaps it's had some kind of early liturgical value, or an early initiate was meant to identify with Pistis Sophia as part of their initial salvation cycle, or it was just marketing, like they got Sophia, well, we can get Sophia and we can make Sophia not so great compared to I don't know. But whatever's going on here, it's lengthy, complex, and obscure. In fact, there's a whole other fall and rise myth in this text with the archons. Of the 12 archons, 6 are ruled by Sabaoth, who practices mysteries associated with sexual intercourse, while his brother Yabraot, and his 6 believers actually do believe in the mysteries of the light. Needless to say, Sabaoth is dejected and cast down into the material world, and Yabraot is actually raised up just below the 13th Aeon, that region kind of where Pistis Sophia was tortured for a while, and
like 88.
They're going to be allowed to enter the treasuries of light at some appointed time in the future. Something that not even Pistis Sophia gets to do. Now, how all of this fits together is just frankly above my pay grade. I have no idea, but it's lengthy, complex, and obscure. As I've said, at the core of this whole system is the question of salvation. The core of all this is salvation via the 4 baptisms and the ascent of the soul through the treasuries of light to dwell in the region of the first mystery. Again, as taught by the resurrected Christ 11 years after he's been resurrected.
And I didn't even know it like that, but I do now. So why these guys go hide out in swamps and shit?
Process? Well, it's sin. It's Christianity. It's sin. But even being morally good and even being a Christian of a certain stripe only secures a kind of minor salvation either in the mesos, but most often temporary punishment in the purgatorial amenta, then reincarnation or torture in the outer darkness. But in good shape, you'll get reincarnated and you can try again. Of course, the worst kinds of sins, murder, predating upon children, consuming menstrual blood, or semen, which is probably a dig at other Gnostic schools at that time, along with other, typical sins that get you into regular old hell. They also get you into the outer darkness, which may or may not last forever, depending on the part of the text you're reading. And some parts of the text even have special outer darkness escape hatches, but Book 3 devotes most discussion to the rules of ethical life, how to avoid sin, and what to do when one has sinned, especially sinned after receiving some of the mysteries of the baptism. But how exactly does sin occur according to the ideas of the Pistis Sophia?
How does sin occur according to the
Pistis Sophia? Infused with 3 things: with divine power, which kind of animates the human being; the soul, which is actually material from the archons; and a kind of counterfeit spirit, as the text has it, which comes from the cup of forgetfulness given to us by the evil archon being Adamas. However, the counterfeit spirit seals itself with the soul. These 3 elements within us are very small at first, but they become enlarged over the course of our life based on the food of the world that we consume. This is seemingly
Well, I'm
how
on
we
YouTube. All the
live
fucking
our
notes
lives
come through.
ethically.
You guys knew your fucking
However,
about
only
that.
the four baptisms have the power to eventually break the seals that the counterfeit spirit has on our soul, thus allowing it to rise through to the mesos, and then eventually into the treasuries of light, and to the rest back to the realm of the first mystery. Again, only if we've gotten the four baptisms. And book 3 is a lengthy, sometimes systematic series of treatises of how to live the correct life according to the Pistis Sophia, how to remand those who sin, and what kinds of chances are allowed for those who kind of mucked it up. It's a book about second chances. In fact, the text is surprisingly forgiving in many cases, allowing for many chances to avoid post-mortem stays in the Amenta, and even for those forms of intercession for those who ended up in the outer darkness of all places, and thus have passed out of the world. There's even ways of saving folks in the outer darkness. Well, some folks in the outer darkness. Thus, Pistis Sophia also gives us an amazing insight into Gnostic theoretical and practical ethical life, just as much as, I don't know, the wild world of the cosmological speculation that everyone knows and loves from these kinds of texts. There's just so much to this text. I haven't even gotten to discuss how complex Egyptian decanal astrology is incorporated in the text, especially for the calculation for the punishments of the people in the Amenta. There are Egyptian funerary motifs that make it in as well. The fact that there are various magical names taken from the Greek magical papyri, along with incantation-like text, also make it into this, including a special esoteric name for the terrestrial Jesus, Aberamintho. Apparently that's his real name, Aberamintho, along with other curious palindromic texts associated with the triple power gods and the archons. Oh, also Hecate and Typhon punish people according to the Pistis Sophia in the Purgatorial Amenta journey, which you can read about more in book 4. It's kind of a book 4 has like Dante vibes. There's Manichaean influence on the text. Now, book 4 may be a kind of warm-up. At least book 4 part 1 is kind of a warm-up text for the initiate's first water baptism. There's that whole interesting note that I mentioned earlier on Zorokathora Melchizedek and the Paralimptors and processing the soul. There are tons of other beings just mentioned in passing in the Pistis Sophia more generally. There's even a unique story about Kiddo Jesus, totally unique to the Pistis Sophia, but nah, I gotta do this one. So a spirit shows up at Mary's house that looks just like Kiddo Jesus. Confused, Mary ties the spirit's legs to a bed and then goes to a vineyard to find Jesus hanging out with his stepdad, Joseph. Returning, Kiddo Jesus realizes the spirit is in fact his brother, and everyone rejoices because of course they do. And this story is just a little tale, just a little tidbit about JC, buried in the section where Mary, the mother of Jesus, tells it during the Pistis Sophia myth. There's a long narrative about the creation of Jesus' body, which parallels the creation of Adam in the Apocryphon of John, showing some more interesting cross-pollination between all these Gnostic texts and much else besides. Now, I'm not going to lie to you folks. Pistis Sophia is one of the most difficult, if not the most difficult text like it. I mean, if you just look at the thing, now half of that is in Coptic, which, again, my Coptic's not great, but the text is actually written in relatively good Sahidic Coptic, and the literary repetition of the text actually kind of help you out to read it. But the English font is also pretty big because it covers a 1-to-1 ratio of the Coptic to the English manuscript, so it's not that much text on the page. So yeah, it looks like a lot, but it's not as much as it first appears. Further, there is a real disappointingly low amount of secondary literature to help you along, but Aaron Evans Walker's book on the text is pretty fantastic too, and it's a great literature to introduce you to. Also, Sarah Parkhouse has some amazing, fantastic specialized papers on the topic. Also, if you're just there for like Mary Magdalene stuff, there's a great paper on Mary Magdalene in the Pistis Sophia in an article that I'll link in the description. But yeah, this is all pretty specialized literature, and most of it's coming from real. So yeah, you'll need to either obtain it with a lot of money, or you'll need to conjure it from the ether. If you've gotten your feet wet with some of the more difficult texts from Nag Hammadi, you should pick it up. Give it a try. If you're kind of I don't know, got a good lift on Nag Hammadi, you need to pick up the Pistis Sophia. Even the GRS Mead version, which is outdated, frankly, it's still perfectly serviceable for reading the text just as religious literature as opposed to scholarship. In fact, if there's interest in Pistis Sophia, I could put together a reading guide for a kind of, if I had to read it again for the first time, this is how I would actually tackle it. So if you want something like a reading guide to kind of get you into reading the text of the Pistis Sophia, I'm really happy to write that up. Just let me know in the comments, and I'm happy to help people, empower people. So the whole point of this channel is to empower you to be able to pick up these difficult, obscure texts and be as fuddled as I am by them.
We got it.
There's still a lot more to cover in this text. I've just scratched the surface, and I really want to come back to Pistis Sophia and the books of you to really mine out more of these ingenious, amazing survivals. We're so lucky that texts like this survive, and I really want to spend more time with them. But we'll do that another time. Until then, thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. Perhaps one of the most scandalous tenets of some schools of ancient Christianity is that the cosmos around us is inherently evil, forged by a psychopathic demiurge and ruled over by a host of planetary demons bent on nothing less than the torture and enslavement of the divine spark hidden within each human being. The origin and nature of those rulers, or archons in ancient Greek, remains one of the more obscure issues in this quite honestly provocative theology. But the discovery of a wealth of ancient magical texts and a small library from Egypt has shed more light on the very beings these Christians felt must be finally defeated and surpassed as the soul escaped our cosmic prison. In this episode, I want to explore what we know about the archons, their origins in Greco-Egyptian cosmology and magic, and how ancient Christians, though now known often as Gnostics, though problematically, thought they could soar beyond the terrible clutches of these beings. If you're interested in magic, Hermetic philosophy, Gnosticism, alchemy, Kabbalah, or the history of the occult, make sure to subscribe here to Esoterica. And also check out my numerous other content and topics in esotericism, including curated playlists on a range of topics. Also, if you want to support this work of providing accessible, scholarly, and free content on topics in esotericism here on YouTube, for free, I hope you consider supporting my work on Patreon. You can use a one-time donation. You can also take advantage of the super thanks option just below the video, or you can pick up some of our black metal merch over on the store tab for the channel. But now, let's explore the wardens, the prison guards of our cosmic cell, our cosmic prison, the archons of ancient Gnosticism. I'm Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
I feel this now.
The world of the second and especially the third centuries of the Common Era was a world increasingly coming apart, a world tearing itself apart at the seams. Especially from within the traditional perspective of ancient Egypt, it was something of an apocalypse. It was really the end of the world of ancient Egypt. Centuries of Hellenistic hegemony, Roman conquest, along with widespread economic and political stability, made for a world very much worth escaping. and a great many schools of theological, spiritual, and philosophical escapism, frankly, emerged. The inward turn of Stoicism as a coping philosophy, the mystical ascent spiritualities of Jewish Merkava and Hermetic philosophies, and the afterlife-oriented, anti-worldly redemption offered by the Christianities of that day made for a veritable menu of technologies for just that cosmic escape. Perhaps none was more radical, none more extreme than the early species of Christianity that have come down to be known as Gnosticism. Now, to be frank, I just don't have time to do a deep dive into the incredibly complex mythologies of the Sethians and the Valentinians and the Ophites and the Basilidians or the Cainites, though I've done episodes on many of those, and they are probably worth watching, especially the episode on the Apocrypha of John and the section on the Valentinian Christianity. Those are going to be really important connective tissues to get an idea of what's going on in this video. In fact, I have a whole Gnosticism playlist you can check out if you're interested in really going deep on the Gnostic train. But the central thrust shared by many of these theologies is that the true reality is a spiritual reality. Not this. It's a spiritual reality presided over by an ineffable deity whose outflowing, whose emanations generated a host of beings known as the fullness, or the pleroma in Greek. However, one such entity, Sophia, or wisdom, sought to create on her own without the consent of the great invisible spirit. This mistake created a horrifying being, a nightmarish creature known variously as Saklas, Samael, Yaldabaoth, or the demiurge. Now, unlike Platonism, Stoicism, Judaism, or other species of Christianity, for whom the creator of this world was a benevolent deity who created a maximally beautiful world, a maximally good world, these Christians held that the physical cosmos was that this was all a kind of prison, ruled over by that hideous demiurge, the craftsperson, along with a retinue of malevolent beings known as the rulers, or archons in ancient Greek. In this myth, the upper spiritual realm ultimately takes pity on us poor human beings and smuggles within them a divine spiritual spark and ultimately sends Christ, Jesus, who reveals the truth about our cosmos and the means by which to escape it, and, of course, to return with him, finally, to that divine light. Of course, I'm greatly simplifying the mythology. There is an enormous amount of variation both in these schools of thought and between them. Frankly, there's not just one Gnosticism. But in a structural sense, the core myth system remains remarkably consistent. There's an ineffable spiritual reality in which a metaphysical tragedy occurs, engendering the creation of the malevolent demiurge, which in turn creates the physical reality around us, the physical cosmos, in which divine elements are trapped or encased within human beings, and we as human beings have to escape this world. In this episode, however, I want to focus in on one element, just one element of this mythology, the origins and nature of the cosmic prison wardens, as it were, the archons. Now, of course, I'll be coming back to do another episode on the origins of really the most shocking element in all of this, the origins and nature of the evil creator, or the demiurge, Saklas, Samael, Yaldabaoth. But the archons turn out to be a crucially important element in this mythology because, in a very important sense, they have created this physical prison, including our bodies in which we are trapped and deluded into believing this is all real. They are responsible for tricking us into believing that any of this is real. And even our thoughts and emotions are just inner puppetry to control us. And that these entities must be ultimately defeated and bypassed in our final jailbreak back to the spiritual world of light, beauty, and oneness. So, what do we really know about the archons? The term archon would have struck ancient ears as powerfully political, though without much of the majesty or any association with royalty. I think that's important. Thus, a Latin equivalent might be magistrate or governor. They're basically political functionaries who have rule locally, but not totally. If you've ever worked in retail, they're like the assistant manager with a chip on their shoulder who get off on making your life miserable because they got picked on when they were little. They need therapy, not managerial positions. Most of what we know about the archons can be found spread through the literature written by the so-called Gnostic Christians themselves and the polemics against them written by other Christians such as Irenaeus, Hippolytus, and Epiphanius. Now, as I've mentioned earlier, in most of these mythological systems, these are beings created or somehow generated by the malevolent demiurge, both for its own narcissistic needs, but also to act as secondary creators and enforcers of this physical prison cosmos. Thus, in an important sense, they are the beings most intimately responsible for this whole mess. And also, they are the first major hurdle that one faces in one's escape back to the realm of spiritual fullness. So, I hope you would understand that knowing a bit about them seems germane to making just that escape. Many, if not most, of the Gnostic creation myths contain some mention of the archons, though the details on them vary greatly from text to text. Perhaps the most instructive and popular narrative is represented by the Apocryphon of John, or the secret teachings of John. Following the ignorant and mistaken creation of Yaldabaoth, the demiurge, with the hideous body of a snake and the head of a lion, its eyes flashing as if bolts of lightning, that being, Yaldabaoth, mates with itself. It mates with the mindlessness within itself to produce a series of 12 fiery beings. The names of many of these beings have their origins in Jewish mythology, while others are frankly more mysterious. Very strange. I'll come back to those in just a minute toward the end of the episode. The first series of 12 archons probably represents the creation of the zodiac and thus the fixed dome of the stars, the fixed dome of the cosmic system. This is sort of the background of everything. Now, from among these and separately are extracted, again, the text is confused here and it's probably two separate traditions that have been fused together in the Apocryphon of John. But from these, it seems that 12 independent kings are anointed or appointed over the spheres of the heavens. These 7 rulers are thus associated with the visible planet and wandering stars of the geocentric world. These beings represent not only the spatial dimensions above us, but also the course of time itself, corresponding, as the text says, to the days of the week. We even learn a bit about their physical appearance, each having the face of various animals, such as a sheep, a donkey, a hyena, even one of flaming fire. This is a feature that probably has its origins in traditional Egyptian religious iconography. It's typically the idea of human being-like creatures having the heads of animals in religious depictions of gods. The demiurge, having created these rulers, then transferred some of his fire to them, perhaps activating them or emanating them at some level, such that they would believe he's the only God. And in his equally ignorant and narcissistic declaration, I am God. There is no God aside from me, taken from the Genesis creation story, there's immediately issued a declaration which is basically a rebuttal by a voice from the upper supernal spiritual realm. In fact, Yaldabaoth goes so far as to model his inverse realm of darkness and matter, our world, on the supernal realm, though often with satanic inversions mirroring the upper worlds. And from these, the archons would emerge 365 angels, though it would be better to think of them as demons for obvious reasons. Once the physical world, or our cosmic prison, was constructed, the demiurge decided, again in an act of extreme narcissism, to create a being in his own image. However, it apparently required the aid of the archon demons, and thus Yaldabaoth declared, let us make human beings in our image. This is, by the way, the hermeneutical answer given by the Gnostics to that statement in Genesis that's in the plural, the grammatical plural, rather than the divine singular, which is anomalous. It's not the monarchic plural, it's literally a bunch of demons making human beings. The Apocryphon of John infamously identifying the creator of the biblical Genesis story with the evil demiurge. But Yaldabaoth, the archons, are demons, and they all set forth to create the primordial human being, each forging a specific anatomical feature, first the psychical features, the psychical elements of the body, and then the physical elements of the primordial human body, the Adam. Again, many of these names of the beings that construct our physical bodies and our psychical bodies are very obscure, and I'll come back to them in just a moment. Following the creation of the 365 elements of the psychical body, remember there's 365 of these archons of some level, this would include psychical states such as desires, emotions, fear, grief, the love of pleasure, etc. Well, the Heavenly Mother at that point took pity on the primordial Adam and breathed through Yaldabaoth life into this psychical body. Of course, due to the ignorance of the archons, which are as malevolent as they are stupid, frankly, they didn't realize that by working together that they would create a psychical Adam that would be more powerful than all of them individually. The psychical Adam was constructed by all of them, therefore had all their powers, with our powers combined. They just created a being that could best all of them. Further, enlightened insight was cast down, was put down from the spiritual realm into the psychical body, giving human beings the ability to recognize at least the truth of their condition, something that the archons certainly couldn't do. Well, maybe with one exception. But realizing their mistake, the archons mixed together earth, air, fire, and water. They mixed together hule, matter, and cast this psychical body into a prison of matter. This is our physical bodies, and then put that physical body in a garden of delights, a garden of pleasure, a garden of Eden, meant to intoxicate the Adam, therefore basically intoxicating him with pleasure such that he would never realize his condition, nor realize his power, and therefore never realize that he could, in fact, escape. But all of this is crucially important for considering our condition for these Christians. Not only is our physical body a prison, a point well made in dualistic theories like this, but ultimately even our psychical body is a prison. What we think of as our mental and emotional life are all created by the archons for precisely keeping us imprisoned, shackled within delusions and emotions. Thus, not only is our physical body a prison, but also the negative thoughts and emotions which blind us to things like rage and fear and jealousy and love of pleasure. In a sense, because we are created by the archons, our psychical and physical bodies are created by the archons, they've left a hideous imprint of themselves in our psyches. And in this sense, we're created like people possessed as our natural condition. We're like marionettes controlled by the archons. It's only through our enlightened insight, which came to us from the spiritual realm, and the dedication of us to our spiritual life, which Adam only recognized, by the way, in the creation of Eve, or Chava, life, that we have the ability and the means to transcend our otherwise condition of being a demonic puppet. In fact, the Apocryphon of John rejects the concept of Eve being merely a derivative of Adam. The text, in fact, notes that it was not from a rib, as Moses says, but Eve was actually made from the very image of enlightened insight that was found within Adam. Regardless, the primary role of the archons in this element of the mythology is to explain how our physical, and I think even more importantly, our psychical bodies, having their origin in the contorted horrors of the archons, the demons, set the primary condition for our entrapment in this prison cosmos. Now, the elaborate mythologies of these texts are at face value, they're pretty wild. I mean, Irenaeus just thought he could convince you that they're not true by just telling you what the Gnostics believe. And further, they're very much beyond the pale of virtually any such narrative about the human condition in antiquity. I mean, everyone admitted the world wasn't perfect, sure, but that this was all literally created by demons as a prison, it was a bit much, frankly, and adherents of this spirituality clearly felt the need to defend this idea, both by appealing to widely accepted Christian scriptures and by greatly clarifying the nature of these various myths. I mean, you just add more detail to make it even stranger, and somehow that made it more believable. And that's precisely what we find in an important text found in the fourth tractate of the Second Nag Hammadi Codex, a text variously known as the Hypostasis of the Archons, or the Reality of the Rulers, or the Nature of the Archons. There's a lot of ways of translating this depending on how you want to deal with the technical term hypostasis in Greek. It's technical. In this text, the author seems to be welding together two previous documents in order to show that the archons are, one, very much real, and 2, they must be vanquished. And he does this by introducing the text with a paraphrase of the very famous quotation from Colossians 1:3, allegedly written by Paul, that the followers of Christ do not struggle against the flesh, but against the authorities, the archons of the world, and the spirits of wickedness. In fact, other Pauline or School of Paul texts even hint that these beings live in the sky, Ephesians 3:10 and 6:12, and over in Colossians 2:8 and 2:20, it even refers to them as elemental spirits of the universe, thus linking them at some level perhaps with this vile materiality, at least in the minds of the Gnostics. Thus, the text is meant to outline the reality and nature of the archons. In this text, the reality of the rulers, we learn that the archons are androgyne. In fact, Yaldabaoth is also androgyne, and they have the faces of the beasts, as we noted earlier, and that they literally huffed and puffed in a failed attempt to raise the primordial Adamic body to life, all to no avail. They couldn't bring him to life. Only when the supernal breath flowed into him could he be animated. Again, you get the sense that the archons they're pretty stupid. But not only stupid, they're hideously rapacious. In this text, like others, the archons immediately attempt to pounce on Eve to assault her once they've created her. However, again, their stupidity is their downfall. She outwits them and she turns herself into a tree, perhaps an echo of the Daphne legend in Greek mythology. But the archons, being horrible, go on to assault the mere shadow that she had left behind. Again, their vileness only being matched by their idiocy. Indeed, the rapacious fervor of the archons would emerge again and again when they attempted to assault Noria, the daughter of Adam and Eve, a crucially important character in these myth systems. In fact, Noria should get her own episode. She's really, really important. Her whole book's dedicated to Noria. The demonic archons threaten Noria, demanding that she submit to them sexually, as Eve had done, at least as they claim Eve had done. However, Noria actually knew the truth, that Eve hadn't submitted to them. She knew that she had tricked them, and having special insight, she cried out to the upper spiritual realms, and taking pity on her, the angelic being Eleth descends, driving away the archons, and the rest of the text takes the form of a kind of something like an early Gnostic catechism. In fact, some scholars believe it was a literal read out loud catechistic text, with Noria interrogating Eleth about the true nature of reality. And much of the details repeated there are actually found in other Sethian texts, especially texts like the Apocryphon of John, though there is a really important, relatively novel account concerning one archon, Sabaoth. Remember when I said that Yaldabaoth declared that it was the only god, only to be chided from a voice from above? That chiding was actually done by the angelic power of life, Zoe, the daughter of faith wisdom, or Pistis Sophia, who has her own very complicated book. Well, in this text, the archon Sabaoth actually sees this moment. He's high enough up in the emanations that he sees Zoe rebuke Yaldabaoth, and Zoe's breath becomes a fire in the face of Yaldabaoth, and she casts it down into the bottom of the abyss, into Tartarus. The archon Sabaoth realizes Yaldabaoth's a liar. He rejects the divinity of Yaldabaoth, and rather he sends his prayers to the supernal realm. And in reward for that is actually elevated to the highest station he can be in this cosmic prison. He gets to go up to the 8th heaven, nearest to the divine fullness, or pleroma, and he creates for himself the Ezekiel-style chariot throne we typically associate with Yahweh. Thus, the quasi-beneficent archon Sabaoth is ultimately flanked by Zoe, or the supernal life, and is given control over an angel of wrath, and then given rulership over this entire cosmic realm, thus lessening, at least to some degree, the more extreme dualism associated with this mythology. As for Yaldabaoth, of course, he rages in envy. Sabaoth is given all this power, and that envy gives birth to death, and that death pollutes our entire cosmic realm. Numerous other versions of this archontic mythology exist in various forms of ancient Christian literature. One of the more fascinating is a partially preserved by Origen in his polemic against Celsus. Here we find details from a sect typically referred to as the Ophites, from the word snake, who apparently admired the wisdom-bequeathing snake of the Garden of Eden, who the archons sought to destroy. In their mythology, the snake really revealed to us all the wisdom, and the archons tried to get rid of him. And what has come down to us as the Ophite diagram, we have what seems to have been a kind of esoteric, geometric, representation or diagram of reality, from the supernal realms all the way down to the infernal realms, with a series of 7 archons, which may have been generations of Yaldabaoth, sort of Yaldabaoth emanating itself. Though, again, the text isn't clear. In fact, there are 2 different layers of the text, and it's preserved by origin. But interestingly enough here, the archons actually include classic archangels, again with beastly heads, though one of them is clearly a corrupt version of the Hebrew tohu vavohu, the primordial chaos out of which creation is drawn there in the first creation story. Interestingly, also, the entire system is actually bounded at 2 levels by Leviathan and Behemoth as something like world souls for the psychical and material realms, respectively. So here Leviathan and Behemoth play a role, though exactly what that role is isn't clear. Truth be told, the exact nature of the Ophite diagram is debated. There are lots of different representations, and this is probably just a good idea to say this will be a future episode. Another very important text is the incredibly learned, brilliant text on the origin of the world found just after Reality of the Rulers in the Nag Hammadi library, and it also contains a list of archons, which the text refers to as the 7 powers of the heavens of chaos. Band name alert. At any rate, 3 of these, Yal and Eloi and Astaphios, are actually denoted as directly sons of Yaldabaoth. Also, good band name. This wonderful text, one of my favorites actually from the Nag Hammadi library, details how the other archons actually went to war against the righteous archon, Sabaoth, and in triumph he would go on to create the seraphim, the angels that rotate around the throne saying, "Holy, holy, holy," to celebrate Sabaoth, and eventually he's responsible for creating Jesus. Sabaoth in this myth creates Jesus Christ himself. Thus, at least in this myth cycle, the rebel archon Sabaoth, who creates Jesus, he's empowered from above and would eventually be sent into our realm to teach the path of redemption. Thus, in a very important sense, it's actually an archon, a redeemed archon, but an archon that ultimately provides the path to salvation via the teachings of Christ. In fact, salvation, it isn't clear that Sabaoth himself even has access to. He might not be able to escape this realm, somehow making him all the more noble. Sabaoth really is the MVP of this system. And even though it's not directly related to this whole archon business, if you're a fan of Thunder Perfect Mind, and if you're not a fan of Thunder Perfect Mind, you should just unsubscribe and go somewhere else. You absolutely have to read On the Origin of the World. There's a surprise in there related to Thunder. I won't ruin what it is, but there's an Easter egg, a Thunder Perfect Mind Easter egg, in On the Origins of the World. Other texts, like the Mammoth, Pistis Sophia, seem to have only 5 archons, but they do include Hecate and Typhon, interestingly enough. And later polemical texts also detail various archons as they occur in different kinds of sects of Gnosticism. The most comprehensive of those can be found in texts like the Panarion of Epiphanius of Salamis, which is a positively fascinating collection of anti-heresy texts. In fact, the Panarion even details a rather late surviving sect in the 4th century that he denotes for their belief, precisely for their belief in the archons. He refers to them as the archontics. It may have been the case that belief in the archons had simply become scarce by the 4th century, though it seems that the text notes that it was taught by a certain man named Peter near what is now modern-day Hebron. But we have there an interesting story where this monk-like Gnostic character, Peter, converts a traveling Armenian Christian named Eutaktos. Epiphanius makes fun of his name constantly, but Eutaktos goes on to re-spread belief in the archons through the region of Armenia and Palestine, perhaps making for a renaissance in this belief before its basic final disappearance from history, with the exception of the Bogomils, the Cathars, and the Mandaeans. This curious section of the text allegedly provides, and again, you should trust Epiphanius as far as you can see him, in fact, some of the scriptures that the archontics use. We have a text called the Greater and Lesser Harmonies, the Allogenes, which might actually survive in the Nag Hammadi library, and also they seem to have employed the Ascension of Isaiah, a pretty popular text in early Christianity, and one that over time will become later associated with the Bogomils and eventually the Cathars. If you're interested in the Cathars, I have several episodes about them and whether or not they really existed. Some of their teachings on the nature of the archons especially are interesting in that they argued that the 8th highest heaven was, again, headed by Sabaoth, something we've seen on the origin of the world, and that they had a lower 7-tiered heaven just below that. Though, in their system, Satan is actually created by Sabaoth, who is in turn giving rulership over this world. The physical world, Satan dominates it for now. Again, this is an interesting inversion of the begetting relationships of these Gnostic mythologies. And the other mythology, Yaldabaoth, generates Sabaoth, who supplants him. Here for the Archontics, it's the other way around. The Archontics also rejected sacraments, including baptism, because they were all performed in the name of the false god Sabaoth. Even though he's the highest one of this realm, he's still fake. Further, by rejecting the sacraments and the laws of this world, their souls began to make the ascent. It's by rejecting the sacraments of the Catholic Church, they start their ascent up, making defensive speeches before each archon before finally arriving back at the mother of the pleroma. This is perhaps Sophia, wisdom. You get back to be with Sophia. Of course, there's a great deal more of interest in this sect, and you can read about it in the Panarion, whose name, by the way, Panarion means breadbasket. So this text always gave me like Olive Garden vibes. Regardless, this is just a must-read text for anyone interested in Gnosticism. Even if you're sympathetic Gnosticism, you can often read these heresiological literature like Irenaeus or Hippolytus, and you get so much wonderful information that it's very much worth reading. In fact, I've done a very long episode on Irenaeus, one of the earliest sort of anti-Gnostic heresiologists, and you may want to check it out. It's one of my favorite episodes I've made about Gnosticism on the channel. Now, any reader of these texts, especially Pistis Sophia and the Apocryphon of John, will face a significant degree of bewilderment at some of the names of the archons or their attending angels, demons. So the natural question is just the origins of both the system of archons and why do they have these bizarre names? Why are they named this? The origin question, while not ever going to be definitively answered, is probably, likely, maybe, that it was common in the ancient world to attach angels, demons, and daimons to the various celestial regions in antiquity and the various celestial objects in antiquity. In fact, this would continue well into the Middle Ages, with angels basically moving planets around as their efficient causation, and even with magical texts like the Arbitel with its various system of invocation of planetary spirits. Thus, the 12-fold division followed by a 7-fold division, followed then by a 365-fold division, which is found again in the Apocryphon of John. Well, it just nicely captures the circular dome of the zodiac as the outermost sphere of the geocentric cosmos, in which the moon and the sun and the 5 classical wandering stars, the planets, move about, followed by 365 days of the solar year. Thus, insofar as the archons are at the origin and control the fate of the material and psychical cosmos, including our physical and psychical bodies, they would go from the fixed stars at the very limit, to the very outer edge, to the wandering stars, down to the days of the year. This all gives them power over both the physical cosmos of space, but also the processual cosmos of time. It's basically the demonization of the attending beings that work in the cosmos of antiquity. If you take those and just make them all evil, well, they go from being angels and daimons to being archons. Now, the more difficult issue is the often bewildering names given to these beings. Now, many of them are clearly derived from Hebrew Aramaic divine names, which are then transposed and corrupted into Greek and Coptic. These are sometimes traditional angelic names, which simply undergo demonization. A great many of the others, frankly, are perplexing in origin. This is especially true for names like Yaldabaoth, although there's some guessing that this is maybe Aramaic or Hebrew for the child of chaos or the begetter of chaos. The maternal spirit Barbello, which again has a kind of Aramaic feel to it, and the host of archons and angel demons found especially in the names of the beings responsible for the construction of the primordial Adamical body in the Apocryphon of John, or the profusion of entities that populate the treasuries of the books of You and the Pistis Sophia, among a great many other Gnostic texts. But the situation here isn't totally hopeless. We're not totally hopeless in terms of finding out where these names may have come from. Interestingly enough, some of these obscure names are actually found not just in Gnostic literature, but they're also found in the great arcane collection known to us as the Greek magical papyri. In a really fascinating article, the classicist Howard Jackson locates numerous instances in which many of these archontic names are also found in a wide range of magical uses. such as incantations, nomina barbara, very important here, and sigil-like uses in the Greek magical papyri. I agree, I think, with his assessment that either the two bodies of literature, Gnostic and magical, share a common ancestor, that is to say, perhaps they go back to something like the indigenous Egyptian ritual technology, and there's clearly definitely Egyptian words in some of this. And I think one that's slightly more likely is that the Gnostic texts are actually lifting many of these archontic names from the magical literature in the Egyptian context in which these texts, the Gnostic texts, are being composed. Thus, we might very well have a kind of magic to Gnosticism pipeline in the ancient world, and that even might give us a glimpse into the milieu of the authors that generated these Gnostic texts. In fact, this is all the more reinforced given the definite similarities between the rare instances of Gnostic ritual life, especially something like the complex baptism rituals to be found in texts like the Books of You, which I've made a whole episode about those, and the wider range of Greco-Egyptian magic. There's just no way that those baptism rituals, which are found in books like the Gnostic Book of You, and the magical technologies found in the Greek magical papyri are just not related. Simply not happening. So what I suspect occurred, and again, we'll never know, was a theological shift very much like the one described quite wonderfully, actually, in M. David Litwa's in his book, The Evil Creator, which you absolutely should read, in which the Israelite God is somehow demonized, and then a two-step process by which the angels, daimons, responsible for the movements and processes of the cosmos in the Judeo-Hellenistic worldview of the time, were themselves in turn demonized in sets of 12, 7, and 365, though again the texts aren't terribly systematic nor uniform, frankly, though I do think that a set of 7 archons seems to have been the standard among this literature. And finally, these archontic beings, they receive their names largely derived from Jewish and Greco-Egyptian sources, often traditional Jewish scriptures, but also especially the complex world of Greco-Egyptian magic. Of course, this theory does not, by any means, eliminate all the mysteries of the origins and nature of the archons. In fact, this would be an excellent application of something like AI, along with a database of ancient spirits, daimons, archons, nomina barbara, etc., as envisioned by Dr. Kristen Switza, who I really hope gets the funding to make just that database. You can find out more about her in the description. By the way, if you're interested in ancient magic, you absolutely have to check out her channel, Dr. Svitza. It's one of the best resources out there on just that topic. At any rate, while the evil demiurge Yaldabaoth often, frankly, steals the show, perhaps because of our love for anything with a flair for the Lovecraftian, I hope I've shown that the archons also play a decisively important role, even a surprising role in this wonderfully weird mythology. I mean, you hardly ever hear about the renegade archon responsible for creating Jesus, or the connections of the archons with Greco-Egyptian magic more generally. In these ways, among many, many others, their role is often downplayed. It's often overshadowed because we love talking about the evil demiurge. And I think that's a mistake if you want to really robustly understand these mythologies. As usual, I've included a collection of resources if you want to really dive into Gnosticism in the description. Again, also check out my playlist on Gnosticism to really go through a bunch of these texts. But until next time, keep resisting those archontic, psychical impulses and ascend into the supernal realms. Of course, also thanks for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
Yeah, I did. No, yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. That's right. Me, cataracts hip.
Mystical Political philosophy and theology present us with a seemingly unsurmountable paradox. On the one hand, the gulf between our finitude and the divine infinitude seems, well, impossible to cross. It's infinite. On the other hand, there is a profound nostalgia for the absolute, a positive burning passion to reach through that very vast infinity and rejoin the one, the beautiful, and the good. That paradox has motivated some of the most powerful philosophical and mystical speculation in history, resulting in a range of potential solutions. One of the more extraordinary is that we must cross that infinite gulf by engaging in complex rituals which purify us before making us a kind of co-deity with the divine perpetuator of reality, eventually resulting in identity with the divine itself, or henosis. This solution is known as theurgy and was developed most profoundly by the Syrian Platonic philosopher Iamblichus. In this episode, I want to explore the philosophy behind theurgy, why it developed and its lasting impact even today into Christian sacramentalism. If you're interested in magic, hermetic philosophy, alchemy, Kabbalah, or the history of the occult, make sure to subscribe here to Esoterica and check out my other content on topics in esotericism, included curated playlists. Also, if you want to support this kind of work of making accessible, scholarly, and yet free content on topics in esotericism here on YouTube, I'd hope you consider taking a look at my Patreon, maybe a one-time donation with PayPal. You can use the Super Thanks option below the video. You can also just buy like a pretty boss black metal esoterica shirt over at our merch channel, so check that out as well. But now let's turn to the philosophy of theurgy as developed by Iamblichus, a true theologian of Hellenic pagan spirituality. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge. Welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. Now, to be sure, this episode is not meant to be an introduction to the overall philosophy of Iamblichus, much less an introduction to Neoplatonism more generally. I'm going to assume a fair bit of familiarity with Platonic philosophy, and specifically Plotinus's uptake of it. But to see why, how, and to what end Iamblichus developed the concept of theurgy, we need to appreciate how he read philosophy in a general way, how he read philosophical texts, the tensions that existed in the world of late classical Platonism, because they definitely didn't agree about much, and how those tensions have their roots actually in Plato's own philosophical corpus. When in doubt, blame Plato. By the time of Iamblichus, this is about 240 to 320 of the Common Era, it's important to know that there was a trend in philosophy toward what is sometimes referred to as the greater and the lesser harmonies. The lesser harmony argued, strangely, all this is very strange for people who've ever studied contemporary Plato and Aristotle, that both Plato and Aristotle's works represented an internally coherent philosophical system that was complete and without contradiction. That is to say, it did not represent any historical development or intellectual development in its pages. There was virtually no concept, as we basically take for granted now, that Plato's works can be divided into early, middle, and late, marked by distinct internal intellectual development. Now, even stranger, the greater harmony argued that both Plato and Aristotle together represented a single, coherent philosophical system, simply stressing different topics or philosophical angles in their approach. Not that Aristotle was a decisive break with Plato, because he was that. In effect, Plato and Aristotle both functioned a bit like sacred scripture for someone like Iamblichus, and that's going to really inform how he proceeds. Further, Iamblichus also held that the works of Pythagoras, including what we now recognize as pretty
No, he can
spurious
Batman
works
here.
of
Most of them are evil.
Pythagoras,
Not all of them, though.
along
Trying to
with
hook up
the
with
Egyptian
actual
Hermetic
Batman. See, I'm
texts
like
and the
Rorschach.
Chaldean oracles, also operated
The good guy.
basically like scriptures. In fact, if we want to typologize all this,
See, Rorschach, well, he's like that.
Tiny typologies that aren't really true. Iamblichus felt
It's
that
like that.
divine truths about absolute
About
reality had
Iamblichus
actually been
like
revealed in
And
ancient
just
times to
Dr.
the Chaldeans and the oracles of their name, the eponymous oracles, to the Egyptians in the Hermetic text or the Hermetic stelae, and to the Greeks via those Hermetic texts, indirectly as enshrined in the philosophy of Pythagoras, Plato, and Aristotle. As you can see, the Greeks actually got their wisdom indirectly from the Egyptians, which they admit to most of the time, and Iamblichus laments the fact that they have further innovated upon it, thus corrupting it from its original pure source. This is a bit like the Islamic notion of bid'ah, or innovation as heresy. Thus, and this is really key, returning to the most archaic and therefore pure source was the only way to retrieve original divine wisdom for someone like Iamblichus. Thus, he's willing to prefer what he takes to be the older, pure, Hermetic, or Chaldean wisdom, and will actually use those in some cases to correct upon innovations that have crept up in the Pythagorean, Platonic, and Aristotelian philosophy. Again, which he takes to be a harmonious whole, and he does this by appealing to these more archaic sources. And he does precisely that when his own teacher and the direct student of Plotinus himself, Porphyry, critiques the role of religious rituals, specifically the admittedly ancient, very ancient Egyptian rituals, in the process of returning to the divine one, or henosis, the very goal of Platonic philosophy. Now, here is a great place to point out the term Neoplatonism is a totally 18th century category made up in the 18th century, and categories, while sometimes helpful, are never real. Welcome to Nominalism Corner. Unlike, say, Stoicism, which, despite some real differences from scholarch to scholarch, like between, Panaetius and Posidonius, for instance, was actually a continuous, unified school of philosophical thought and practice, which actually really did try to tend toward coherence and sometimes even what we might recognize as orthodoxy. The term Neoplatonism can lure you into thinking the same thing is true from Plato all the way to Plotinus to Damascus and to the very end of the Academy in the 6th century, which actually lasted a lot longer than that. It really survived out into Syria. Let's see you, Syriac academics. But this just isn't true, and like many fundamentalist sects, Platonism was marked by dramatic breaks in philosophical continuity, and that's actually most apparent in just how radically Iamblichus will break with his own Platonic inheritance from Plotinus and Porphyry, but also how the later schools, especially the Athenian school, will come to follow Iamblichus over and against Plotinus on many crucial issues. This despite us telling ourselves that Plotinus is the definitive expression of this thing we call Neoplatonism. By the way, Plotinus himself was a pretty decisive break with what we now call Middle Platonism, which was as much Stoic and Neo-Pythagoreanism as it was Platonism. But to get to Iamblichus' philosophy of theurgy, we need to head back to a real, very powerful philosophical tension to be found originally in the Platonic corpus itself. Now, that tension is just how to evaluate matter, hule, and by extension, that's a philosophical joke, by extension, how to evaluate the physical body and its ensoulment. The problem is that Plato seems to provide two rather distinct, contradictory accounts in this regard. In the Phaedrus, and especially the Phaedo, Plato takes a rather pessimistic account of the body, going so far as to see it as something human beings are cured of when they die. We get cured of the body, it's that bad. Here, the body and matter in general is basically an impediment at best, and well, it's a sickness that needs to be cured at worst. It's downright evil. In the Timaeus, a slightly more optimistic account is actually given. Here, matter, hule, is still limited in a very important sense, but its ensoulment is still the optimal condition in all things told. It's not inherently evil. Thus, the cosmos is created by the demiurge. It's actually, well, it's kind of optimal despite the limitations of matter. Imagine a potter. No matter how talented and good the potter is, they're always going to be limited by the quality of the clay they have to work with. And so too the demiurge of the Timaeus. He's just limited by matter into what he can make. Now, resolving this philosophical tension isn't easy, and a great many solutions emerge in the history of Platonic philosophy, sometimes wildly different solutions. The most infamous is the so-called Gnostic solution, where the demiurge is just rendered ignorant and evil, and so too matter. Matter becomes positively evil. This universe is a prison that we need to escape. Thus, they really double down on that whole somatic pessimism business. Plotinus actually rejects that position. In fact, I've made a whole episode detailing the philosophical objections that Plotinus makes to Gnosticism. If you want to check that out, it's pretty cool. But still, he has another problem to deal with. If matter and body are the last ontological registers before tattering off into non-being, I always kind of imagine like those old jeans you have that drag the floor and tatter off into non-being. That's matter. How do ensouled bodies return to the one at all, especially if the process of ensoulment is so profoundly traumatizing as to erase any and all knowledge of ever being a soul at all? Something that's part and parcel of Platonic philosophy. His solution is that the soul never fully descends, but remains connected by a tiny tether to the supernal world of the one, the good, and the beautiful, and that by turning inward to our true selves as emanations of that divine world, we can begin the metaphysical process of the flight of the alone to the alone, back to the one, the good, and the beautiful, the process known as henosis. Thus, when we engage in the Socratic know thyself, we're coming to know what we truly are. That is, the remotest region of the flowing out of the divine one. And just as the flow trickles out into the void of non-being, we can employ philosophy to turn the tide, so to speak, and begin the process of returning to the source, thus completing the cycle, the dialectic of progression and regression that really marks out in a really significant way the entire Platinian system. Now, this lands Plotinus and Porphyry more solidly in that somatic pessimism camp, not as pessimistic as the Gnostics, and Porphyry actually relates just how ashamed Plotinus was to be in a body at all. And this stands at real philosophical odds with Plato's account of the cosmos and bodies, with it as being optimal in the Timaeus. Honestly, it actually even stands more shockingly at odds with Plotinus' own arguments against the Gnostics, where he uses those very arguments from the Timaeus against their pessimism. Get a little pot and kettle here with Plotinus against the Gnostics. Iamblichus very profoundly picks up on this tension and makes a truly decisive break in the philosophical inheritance of Platonism. He rejects that the embodied soul has any connection to the supernal source and is thus fully sunk or enmeshed into the body and the world of matter. But this isn't a fault or some cosmic tragedy, far from it. For Iamblichus, the ensouled body is the ultimate register in the process of emanation itself. Now, his system of emanations is much more complicated than the relatively simple process of Plotinus, and I don't have the time to cover it here, but suffice to say, from the supernal world, the entities that emerge in this process are gods, archangels, angels, daimons, heroes, world-ruling archons, material archons, and finally souls. But with a few exceptions, all of these beings are expressions of the goodness of the divine world, and are thus just necessary lesser states of being in the symphony of being. I mean, you need the second violins as much as you need the first violin to make a symphony work. The second violins aren't somehow bad. They're part of the whole thing. They're just not as high as the first violins. Even the guy on the triangle matters. Unlike Plotinus, who held that matter was just the last ontological stop before non-being, Iamblichus held that matter was the final, but only least in a very qualified sense. It's still an expression of the ongoing goodness of the divine, really of the demiurgic gods. There's kind of several demiurgic gods in Iamblichus' system. Unlike Plotinus's end of the line, Iamblichus kind of sees it as the ultimate contratension of the process of emanation, and thus the ideal ontological register from which the recession back to the one can really begin in earnest. But how? Only by participating in the co-creative expression with the gods in this material cosmos can we begin to attain henosis, or return to the one. That co-creative expression with the gods, in fact, dependent upon the favor of those gods, actually, is marked by a profoundly religious dimension of devotional acts, and not the mere intellectualism of Plotinus and Porphyry. That philosophically informed yet religious devotion which makes the human being co-demiurgic, truly God-like in their God-doing, thus inaugurating their return to the one, or henosis. That's just what Iamblichus means by theurgy, God-doing. Now, remember a moment ago when I said that Plotinus' student, Porphyry, actually Iamblichus' teacher, attacked the role of religious rituals, specifically the Egyptian rituals, in the overall Platonic process of henosis? Well, in a sense, that's part of a long tradition of Platonic intellectualizing and even, frankly, religious antinomianism. Recall that Plato himself argued for censoring the myths and even, just making up new ones, like the myth of the metals, to control the population in the Republic. He even upset the traditional role of women in the state in the Republic, gave them a role at all, along with understanding religious rituals primarily along intellectual lines. Honestly, it is not surprising to me in the least that the Platonists were hounded as something akin to ancient heretics by the conservative Hellenic establishment. I mean, Plato was ultimately a cosmic monotheist who held that mathematical principles were ontologically primary. Ditto, Aristotle held that a fundamentally unified, unmoved mover composed of pure mental activity was the source of all causation in the cosmos. Plotinus and Porphyry, more or less, they carried that tradition straight forward, paying some lip service to the traditional cult, but ultimately arguing that only an inward intellectual turn could ultimately prove redemptive. Porphyry himself went so far as to publish arguments against animal sacrifice and for vegetarianism, a positive outrage against the religious core of Hellene ritual life. And when Porphyry attacked the extraordinarily ancient cult of the Egyptians, even by Greek standards extraordinarily ancient, Iamblichus just seemed to have had enough of it. His counteroffensive against his own teacher, and really the hitherto history of Platonic religious antinomianism, was his reply to Porphyry in a text that we now know as the De Mysteriis. That's the Latin title given by Ficino in the Renaissance when he translated it. Now, I'm not even going to try to attempt a summary of the De Mysteriis in this episode. It's honestly an extraordinarily complex text, which is just full of philosophical insider baseball. It assumes a sophisticated understanding of philosophy up to that point, the inner workings of debates within Platonic philosophy specifically, the religious and ritual landscape of the time, and the particular elements of Porphyry's mostly lost criticism of Egyptian rituals. So, you know that I usually recommend people just, dive into primary text whenever possible, but I gotta be frank with you, this one is you're gonna need swimming lessons before you dive into this one. For what it's worth, I'm going to be focusing in this episode specifically on the placement of the soul in Iamblichus' system and the role theurgy allows for it to attain or retain henosis. And even then, I can't possibly cover everything, especially as it's laid out in the hundreds of fragments of Iamblichus and the very complex text of De Mysteriis. For Iamblichus, as I mentioned earlier, the soul is fully enmeshed in the cosmos, the material world, specifically in the material human body. Given its downward trajectory, it tends toward materiality, toward things material, beautiful people, as opposed to beauty itself. And it's marked by a kind of weakness and imperfection, and it even seems to flicker at times, almost into non-being, like one of those old neon signs in film noir movies or something. Further, the soul is firmly on a lower ontological register than the intellect. However, and despite the lower stature of the soul in this system, it alone is able to become activated by the gods in the process of henosis. The intellect is not going to play the primary role here. While the intellect can recognize the plight of the soul and even jumpstart the process of henosis through abstraction, especially mathematical abstraction, neither the intellect nor the soul on their own can mount up higher than our station in the cosmos without the aid of the gods. That's crucially important. Without the aid of the gods, they're just that ontologically alienated. The gods for Iamblichus are equal parts person deities, or very much person deities, as well as philosophical principles whose appearance are epiphanies in various cultures vary considerably, but who are fundamentally united metaphysically. Thus is complete comfort with homologizing between the pantheons of the Greeks, the Egyptians, and the Chaldeans. Now, rather than beginning the process of henosis by an intellectual turning to the true self, as in Plotinus, Iamblichus argues that the intellect recognizes the goodness of the cosmos as an expression of unity, goodness, and beauty, like a faint reminder of their origin in the one. Thus, as ensouled bodies, our first task is to intellectually recognize this goodness and beauty and oneness using the tools of philosophy. More on that in just a moment. But our real task is to take up the ritual actions which make us co-demiurgical with the very God which produce that very oneness, goodness, and beauty in this world. We become co-demiurges. When we do so with the proper devotion, the gods will thus manifest themselves to us, and our souls thus reversing the downward flow of emanation from procession to recession, and allow us, through the grace of the gods, to mount up to the one via henosis. Those ritual acts which stimulate but do not cause. No human action can compel the gods. This is very important for Iamblichus. Attempting to compel the gods to do anything is a big no-no in his system, which stimulate the gods to this graceful epiphany and the road to henosis. All of that is for Iamblichus his concept of theurgy. Thus, Iamblichus maintains three distinct registers: philosophy, which is logical and discursive; theology, God talk, which is discursive, but whose origins are actually super-logical; and theurgy, which is neither bound by logic nor expressive discursively at all. The De Mysteriis captures this distinction really well. He argues philosophically in the text, he discusses theology systematically, but it has its origins in the non-discursive experience of religious revelations, of various kinds of experiences, such as rituals, sacrifice, divination, the epiphanies, or the appearances by supernatural beings. And yes, while it's now in vogue, for whatever reason, to argue that the idea of the supernatural has its origins in Abrahamic religious conceptions or early modern Christian conceptions of a natural and a supernatural world, this concept really originates in Iamblichus, for whom the gods, daemons, heroes, etc. literally exist huper physis. That's the word he uses. They're above nature. So ontologically, just above this physical cosmos, and thus their appearance as an epiphany is just literally supernatural in character. Literally, huper physis. Ditto the results of true divination, the transformation of sacrifices for the gods, and other kinds of manifestations of divine power in our cosmos, otherwise ruled well by the Aristotelian rules of the four causes, the idea. In fact, those supernatural manifestations are both the proof that your theurgy is working, but also the very means by which your soul begins the process of ascent. So how do we know how to perform theurgy? Well, the good news is that the gods have emanated the cosmos in such a manner as to implant within it various symbola, or symbols, or synthemata, or signatures or tokens, which can be activated by intentional acts of devotion. How? Because the cosmos is a unity linked by a system of harmonies, or sympathies, sympatheia, an idea actually coming in from Stoicism in a way. You can check out my video on how important Stoicism is for the history of the occult philosophy if you want to. It's an incredibly important role that doesn't get enough attention. One can activate a particular connection to the upper world from the lower world, which begins a process of spiritual purification and eventually spiritual ascent back to the One. There are three primary types of synthemata or symbola, symbols or signatures in the cosmos: the material, the intermediate, and the noetic. The material one is our natural substances of objects which form a kind of metaphysical connective tissue with the upper realms. For instance, this is a relationship of certain metals and herbs and gems and incense and even sacrificial animals for Iamblichus with the various daimons, heroes, and gods that are sort of the bridge between us and the One. Thus, by properly enacting this relational connection via devotional acts and the correct intentions, it can inspire or stimulate grace to begin to flow unto oneself from those very upper beings. Now, some of these relationships are rather intuitive, while others are known and revealed only by those higher beings. So some you can figure out just by observing the natural world, and others have to be revealed. So, for instance, you can notice that silver and the moon sort of bear a resemblance, and you can perhaps begin to build primitive rituals around that. That's an example of a metal, which has a kind of synthemata relationship. The second type of these are the intermediate, and these are visual symbols and vocal expressions. The visual symbols can be physical depictions of the gods or otherwise visual depictions of the deities to which devotion can be made, especially meaning-laden symbolic representations. Iamblichus is kind of torn on direct representations of the gods. He likes more symbolic ones. The vocal intermediate forms of theurgy are the use of natural language in the form of hymns of devotion to the gods, all about hymns, but also the long strings of nomina barbara, including the vowel strings and palindromes, along with all kinds of other non-semic phonic streams of ritual power. Of course, these various nomina barbara are widely attested in the ancient world from various texts like the Greek magical papyri, the Hermetic literature, and the Gnostic literature. So these kind of nomina barbara are ways of reconnecting with the gods kind of irrationally or hyper-rationally. Now, speaking of the Greek magical papyri, I should probably mention what he has to say about sorcery at this point, and the answer is no. He rejects any form of sorcery, which he actually associates with standing upon magical signs or characteres, along with various other practices. For Iamblichus, one can harness the various powers of nature, or even the divinely left signatures, to actually act against nature itself, thus causing events in nature that shouldn't otherwise happen. It's unnatural. Note these manifestations are contra-natural, not supernatural. Such sorcerers employ these contra-natural feats not in the interest of henosis, becoming one with the god, but in their own mucky, selfish interests, like winning horse races or forcing people to have sex with them or gaining wealth and honor. Not only does this ego-driven, selfish endeavor further enmesh their souls in their bodies, but it also attracts malevolent beings, which seek to further manipulate those sorcerers and goes, often dooming them. In this way, Iamblichus and Augustine are actually surprisingly on the same page, even for kind of similar reasons. These are quasi-theurgical acts not done for the greatest good, though with very different targets in mind. Iamblichus and Augustine would have not gotten along. So, no, Iamblichus is a no for sorcery, but theurgy does provide the theurgists with a very similar kind of set of outcomes in the end. For instance, successful divination, levitation, and even the ability to summon daimons, all of which are actually ascribed to Iamblichus and the hagiographic literature that developed after he died. though he was admittedly reluctant to perform these feats of power out of his own sense of humility and devotion to the gods. Again, these are accounts of devotion, not showing off to your homies that you can summon a water daimon. Don't show off your theurgical powers, because you will lose them, and the other daimons will kill you. Finally, the noetic forms of theurgy are the most mysterious. Iamblichus just doesn't seem to say much about them. They're just beyond all discursive and logical power, though they appear to have been quite advanced and maybe have something to do with the intellect, noesis, perhaps, given that the intellect first stimulates the possibility of theurgy by noticing those various kinds of cosmic connections. I suspect that noetic theurgy is maybe the final combination of the spiritual and the intellectual, something I, again, suspect, but I don't know, that is perhaps related to the mathematical spirituality a la Pythagoreanism, meditating perhaps on the ultimate, most abstract ontological nature of the cosmos as the dialectic of the one, the hen, the limit, the paros, and the unlimited, the aperon, are perhaps other internal unities of opposites, which are productive tensions by which Iamblichus actually argues being itself, or at least being in this realm, emerges, and how being actually proceeds through a kind of internal dialectic of these mathematical opposites. These might again be indirectly tied to the Pythagorean mathematical mysticism, which formed the core of Plato's otherwise mysterious secret teachings that can be mentioned in his letters. Kind of. You can check out my episode on what little we can say about those secret Platonic teachings, but I suspect that this noetic theurgy probably has to do with some kind of inner Pythagorean mathematical mysticism, but we don't know. However, such theurgical practices do their work by purifying both the body and the soul. Again, the body is important in this process. They prepare the mind for participation in the upper worlds, mostly by untethering it from our otherwise confused state of consciousness, and they finally enable our ability to commune with the gods before achieving ultimate henosis, becoming one, communing with the divine. Thus, as a being emanated from the innermost one as the wholly unspeakable principle through the myriad ontological registers down to our ensouled body, this ultimate contratension to be turned back to the one, first by kind of intellection, but really and ultimately and really only through diversion via theurgy. So, what were these theurgical rituals? Iamblichus does give us some glimpses onto them in the De Mysteriis, but recall, describing them isn't worth the effort. They must be experienced first and foremost. There's no philosophizing or describing. This is not anthropology. So he's not going to prepare us as a theurgical manual in the De Mysteriis, but as a philosophical defense of theurgy and its central role for henosis. This is not a manual for theurgy. Though clearly Iamblichus was a bit of a traditionalist and believed that the cultic rituals of the Egyptians, the Chaldeans, and the Greeks, such as the oracles, were theurgically powerful and they functioned as part of henosis. Again, because all three, and probably all cultures, built their theurgical practices around similar experiences of the shared gods as filtered through their own cultural matrices. Again, remember, we have a Syrian Chaldean person, Iamblichus, using Greek philosophy to defend the traditional Egyptian cult practices as theurgical in De Mysteriis. In that way, this is an extraordinary text from a religious studies point of view as well. He inhabits three different identities at some level as he's working through this text. So how does one know when one's theurgy is effective? Well, primarily by supernatural manifestations, especially mantic or prophetic knowledge of the future, acquisition of various kinds of supernatural powers, like being able to levitate, and appearances of supernal beings or epiphanies, among other events. These beings show up, and Iamblichus goes to great lengths to describe how they differently appear to us, all of which are beyond language and philosophical argumentation and must be experienced to be understood. But far from being an irrational or anti-rational philosopher, as has actually been argued in years past by folks like Dodds, His religious system is a carefully guided and introduced upon the foundation of logic, argumentation, and mathematical rigor. Far from rejecting rational philosophy, Iamblichus simply argues that philosophy, while foundationally important, it just has limitations that are transversable only by theurgy. Thus, philosophy, theology, and theurgy all have very important roles to play in the process of attaining henosis. But Iamblichus does ultimately reject the traditional idea from Platonic intellectualism. And interestingly enough, the Athenian Academy would follow him in this, including Proclus and Damasius. So it's theurgy that is salvific in the Iamblican system. So I think it's important here to reject the notion that Iamblichus is an anti-rational thinker, whatever that means, but also to try to render the De Mysteries as fundamentally a logic text of philosophy is bizarre. Neither of those positions are tenable. Further, I'd argue that Orthodox and Catholic sacramentalism are actually closer to Iamblichus than Plotinus's intellectual spirituality. While philosophy and theology are very important for Catholic and Orthodox Christianity, they're not the least bit salvific. You will not achieve salvation by theology. Further, the substantiation or the transubstantiation of the bread and wine into the body and blood of Christ are strikingly like the transformation of the sacrifices made by theurgists in Iamblichus, which are transformed from just being mere meat and smoke to something more powerfully spiritual in Iamblichus's analysis. Thus, in my opinion, for what it's worth, if you want to witness the closest thing to real historical continuity of theurgy from the late classical world, just go behold the miracle of transubstantiation at your local Orthodox and Catholic Church. In this sense, Hellenic paganism, as articulated by Iamblichus, and Orthodox Christianity share way more in common than they want to think, which is often the case. In fact, I'd be surprised if it weren't because of the meteoric success of Christianity with its sacraments and its scriptures that Julian, the apostate, tried to reconstitute a state paganism, a rival state paganism to Christianity, with Iamblichus as a prophet, the Chaldean oracles as a kind of scripture, and the state sacrifices as a kind of sacrament. Perhaps, ultimately, the Christians just out-paganed the pagans and beat Iamblichus at his own game. The theurgy game. Not that Christians would admit as much, but I think they just outdid him. Again, Iamblichus's De Mysteriis is our best glimpse into the world of late classical pagan Hellenic ritual, religious ritual, and its philosophical intersection. And while the work is admittedly difficult, it's well worth at least sifting through. I suspect that books 2, 3, 5, and 6 are going to be the most interesting for folks that watch Esoterica, although, again, the whole book is fascinating. Of course, the literature on Iamblichus is vast and technical. Again, you're going to need to level up your philosophy game to at least 7, 10 for this theurgy adventure. Emma Clark, etc., their translation of De Mysteriis with the Facing Greek is now the standard academic edition, though if you want to pick up the Thomas Taylor, it's much cheaper and has aged remarkably well. Well done, Thomas Taylor, on everything, frankly. Also, Clark's A Manifesto of the Miraculous is also well worth reading, especially if you're interested in the manifestations of theurgy in Iamblichus, how it appears and how theurgy works in the world. It's a really great text. Shaw's Theurgy in the Soul is necessary reading here as well, especially for his focus on the importance of embodiment and theurgy as demiurgy. It's a real masterpiece, well worth reading. Of course, the Hackett Introduction to Neoplatonism by Wallace is incredibly good, but it's really technical, so good luck. Emma Dillon, Neoplatonism Reader, is well worth having and working through a couple times cover to cover. Few times. I've read it a lot. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
Though today Apollo is most often called the god of the sun, in ancient times his identity was more complex. He performed many deeds by night, shooting his arrows hidden in darkness upon the Greek troops assailing Troy. He summoned wind for sailors, plagues for those who'd incurred his wrath, good health and long life for those he favored, and arrows of death for those whose time had come. He is called upon for aid in battle, to guide the spears, javelins, and arrows of heroes, or to brush those of their enemies aside. He is a slayer of dragons and averter of evil. A twin to Artemis, he protects the harvest, is a patron of the arts, a shepherd, a lover of trees and nature, god of wolves and crows, and even takes the form of a dolphin, for which his most sacred shrine named Delphi, the very center of the world according to the ancient Greeks, where he would issue the prophetic wisdom gifted to him by his father Zeus, for which he became famous across the Western world. What is the nature of this most famous but seldom understood god? Hi, I'm Kevin McLean. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and consider supporting me on Patreon, which makes videos like this possible. A big thanks to all my supporters. In the Iliad and Odyssey, the oldest of the Greek sources on Apollo, there is little indication he was thought to be the exact equivalent to the sun god Helios. Yet he has always been called Phoebus, meaning bright, shining, radiant, from which was derived the word Phoebazo, meaning to prophesy. Apollo was conceived by Zeus and born of Leto, but Queen Hera, discovering this infidelity, was furious. She watched out from the heavens and forbid her to give birth to a child in any place fixed in the earth or any place where the sun shone. Yet there was one place which was not fixed to the earth, nor was it in the sea or sky, and that was the island of Delos, which floated atop the waves. Some tales speak of Leto going there in the form of a wolf, or in the company of wolves, and we shall deal more with the wolf connection later. Others say that the north wind brought her there. Yet Delos is somewhat reluctant, saying she has heard that Apollo will be haughty, and therefore I greatly fear in heart and spirit that as soon as he sees the light of the sun, he will scorn this island. Notice the connection here between Apollo and the sun and its light. Yet Leto makes an oath to construct a temple there to the mighty god, to be born, giving great benefit to the place. And so the island agreed to his birth there. In other versions, Poseidon has the island submerged beneath the sea in order that it might not be within the light of the sun, raising it up again later, and this connection between Apollo and Poseidon is consistent through many myths. All the goddesses came to be in attendance for the birth, save Hera, and furious, she tried to restrain Eileithyia, the goddess of childbirth, to prevent Leto from going into labor. But she was tricked into releasing her by the offer of a necklace of amber 9 yards long. The symbolism of 9 is reoccurring in the birth of Apollo, for Leto struggles to give birth for 9 days and 9 nights, according to some sources. And that the necklace is made of amber also links it to Apollo, and later stories that say Apollo's tears for Asclepius turned into amber and created the river Eridanos, which surrounds Hyperborea, the location of all amber. Other myths ascribe this creation of amber to Helios. He is born beneath the date palm tree, and the name for this tree is Daktylos in Greek, which refers to the finger, but more specifically in this case to a type of measurement. For instance, the dactylic hexameter is the name of the classical Greek poetic rhythm found in the Iliad and other ancient Greek-inspired poetry. This is the reason why he is born beneath this tree, because the name Daktylos is related to the word for measurement, and by extension, poetry, harmony, and distance. And he is also born beside a stream called Inopos, perhaps meaning strong voice. Born amidst the rocks and crashing of sea, representing the sound of wind and waves. As soon as he was born, the island became fixed to the earth and no longer wandered. And some versions even say that everything around turned to gold, and that swans swam around it. According to Hesiod, when he was born he had a golden sword in his hand, something that is also possessed by Hermes, and gods associated with light and sun in the Rig Veda. And on the first taste of ambrosia, fed to him by Thames, goddess of divine law, he became a strong, fine youth of most beautiful aspect. As soon as he was fed the nectar, his power surged forth. No bond could hold him, and he declared that he would be master of archery, of the lyre, and would interpret the will of Zeus, and proclaim it to man. Thames is the first to feed him, demonstrates his close bond to divine order, as does his 3 proclaimed powers upon birth. Archery is related to distance, crossing distance and focusing on a target to strike from afar. The lyre represents music, cosmic harmony, an expression of the divine law. And the will of Zeus is the mind of the supreme consciousness of heaven, knowledge of which is gained through illuminating the mind. Soon afterwards, Apollo was gifted his great silver bow by Hephaestus, the craftsman of the gods. Hephaestus likewise is said to craft the thunderbolts of Zeus, as well as various armors for heroes. The shafts of Apollo were likely thought to relate in some way to fire and light, and the Homeric hymn also makes such a connection, calling the brilliant light from a fire lit by Apollo as his shafts. All the gods are said to shake in fear before this bow. When Apollo comes into the presence of the gods, Leto is the only one to remain without fear at the side of Zeus. She then approaches and disarms her son, and only once disarmed with his lyre in hand may the gods relax in his presence. The arrows of this bow were often deadly, sometimes causing instant destruction, other times plagues. Rarely Apollo is said to fire his shafts as lightning bolts, but generally they seem to affect the body of a person. It was said that if someone fell dead suddenly, that they were struck by the far shooter. By Zeus, Apollo was granted a golden chariot pulled by swans that carried him through the sky. This connection to swans is persistent and may be connected to artifacts from the site of Delphi, predating the writing of Homer by several hundred years. Based on archaeological finds, the site was strongly influenced by the Hallstatt culture, possibly even as part of the Amber trade network, reflected in the myths of Apollo and Helios. One of the most common motifs of the Hallstatt culture was a double or triple waterfowl symbol. It is possible that a number of the ideas and motifs surrounding Apollo are influenced by a god of the Hallstatt culture, which is demonstrated to have had an impact archaeologically on the earliest stages of the site of Delphi, Apollo's most important center. It's also possible that these are the same people identified in Greek myth as the Hyperboreans, with whom Apollo was closely tied in myth. Some say that Apollo grew up raised by the Thraei, the bee nymphs who know divination, and that he learned the art of building and honed his prophetic skills as well as herded cattle. His connection with the protection of flocks and herds is perhaps part of the reason he is connected with the wolf, as a protector of the flocks from the wolf. But one of the first great acts of Apollo was the slaying of the dragon called Python, variously said to have been the consort of Typhon, the beast that his father Zeus had to confront and defeat in a hard-fought battle. In some myths, it was sent by Hera to pursue Leto as she struggled to find somewhere to give birth. Apollo sought vengeance against it, a common theme associated with the god. In other tales, it was simply a nasty beast guarding the place of Delphi, where the god was wont to set up his temple. Slaying it with 100 missiles, he gloated, saying, "Here shall the earth and shining Hyperion make you rot." He comes then upon a spring that has been hidden, and he smashes apart the stones that covered it, liberating the waters and causing them to flow as a beautiful stream down to the sea. Then, desiring men to build him a great temple there, he spots a ship upon the sea and comes to it in the shape of a dolphin. With a mysterious wind blowing, the ship carrying the men and the dolphin, they land near the site. The dolphin springs up like a star at midday in flashes of fire, with a brightness that reached to the heaven. He then lit a fire at the site of his shrine, showing the splendor of his shaft, and the light of that fire filled the entire region, but the people were terrified. And then he appears again in the form of a man, and came to his hijacked sailors with a generous offer. "Stay here and build a temple and receive great abundance on behalf of the god." And so the site was named Delphi, after the form of the dolphin that he took to acquire his first priests. To them he gave knowledge of the deathless gods, and of what was yet to be. Though the dragon is suggested to be a pestilence of some kind, it is curious that it is located at the site thought to be the center of the earth. In this way it may relate to a very ancient myth of a dragon, which is located at the root of the cosmic tree that grows up from the center. Various scholars suggest that the myth of Apollo replacing Gaia at the site represents a later Greek supplanting of an earlier pre-Greek earth goddess worship. This is likely not the case. Across Indo-European myth, gods associated with sky and consciousness are seen to take command over aspects of the material cosmos. Often it has nothing to do with replacing previous gods, but is the consciousness or spirit ruling over things or places. To bolster the argument, early female figurines are sometimes provided as evidence, but these actually come from the site of a temple to Athena nearby and are almost certainly early votives to her or a goddess associated with her. So although often mentioned, the idea that Apollo supplanted an earlier earth goddess at the site is not supported by evidence. The legend is part of the cosmological understanding of the development of Apollo. The first to rule was the earth, who was in the first. Then it was Themis, goddess of natural law, and directly associated with Apollo. Then it was Phoebe, Apollo's grandmother, who then passed the site on to Apollo. It is really just another way of showing Apollo's connection to prophecy, divine law, and mental illumination, little different from his actual genealogy. Another popular fable to dispel is that the Pythian priestess sat above a vent in the earth that leaked gas, and this caused hallucinations. This idea is linked to sensationalized articles that ran after it was discovered that there was such a vent near the site, but it was unlikely to have leaked gas into the temple during any time the temple was active, and even if it actually ever leaked, there's no evidence that it did. There is simply evidence that there is some sort of trapped gas under the earth in the area, but there is no evidence that this gas leaked out or that it was connected with the site in any way. So with that out of the way, right after the dragon is slain, Apollo liberates trapped water and creates a spring, fitting in with the general dragon slaying motif found in later European sources. But it also connects him with a constant theme of flowing. The places which Apollo is said to delight in are all mountain peaks and high headlands of lofty hills and rivers flowing out of the deep, and beaches sloping seaward, and havens of the sea are your delight. He is described as being born on Mount Cynthus in that rocky isle, in sea-girt Delos, while on either hand a dark wave rolled on landwards, driven by shrill winds, whence arising you rule over all mortal men. There is little doubt he was linked to the wind, as various myths about him show, but not as the wind, but rather one who acts through the wind, as related to spatial distance, striking from afar, and the movement of light which travels or is born through the wind. The gods of wind are born of the god of the constellations and the dawn goddess, and are likely viewed as carrying the light of dawn across the world, but the wind itself originating in the high heavens. Thus Boreas was said to bear Leto to Delos, and several of his sons were said to be priests of Apollo in Hyperborea. Apollo likewise has a rivalry over the love of a flower with Zephyr, god of the west wind, connected with growing plants in springtime. Apollo wins, but then kills his love with a bad toss, misdirected by the wind in revenge. A major bane for any archer. After slaying Python, some stories tell of how Gaia was angry with the murder of her child.
Exactly.
She threatened the cities of the earth with darkness and took the gift of prophecy
For a long
away
time,
from
no, a
Apollo,
real long time. Fucked up
replacing
the
it
universe
instead
in a
with
way.
dream visions obtained by men who slept on the ground. The young Apollo
Oh, you
went
don't
to
like
his
the water
father for
stagnant? What
help,
did you make the water
and
fucking
Zeus restored
stagnant
his
and try to
powers
get them
with a
killed?
shake of his hair and dispelled the truth obtained from the darkness. Although this myth in particular is thought to link to the replacement of an earlier earth goddess cult, it actually seems to attack one linked to the cult of Zeus himself. In the Iliad, we are told that special priests of Zeus at Dodona slept upon the ground and walked barefoot in order to obtain prophecies, perhaps in dreams, from Zeus, who was connected with a sacred oak tree there. It remained an important oracular shrine, possibly into the 4th century AD, but this practice described sounds exactly what took place at Dodona and was linked to Zeus, not with Gaia. Although Python was a beast, he was still the son of a goddess, and Apollo was found to be guilty of murder. Gaia wanted to have him sent to Tartarus, but Zeus ordered him to purify himself of sin instead, exiling him from Olympus and having him serve as a slave of Admetus for again 9 years. He lived under the direction of Admetus, herding cattle, whom he grew very fond of, and later Apollo convinced the fates to spare his life in exchange for the life of his wife, allowing him to live longer. Once the oracular god's time was served, Zeus himself performed the purification ritual on him in the waters of
I lose my
Peneus.
shit all the time. I do
Yet the
not know.
trials of this young god were far
They're
from
near getting
over.
there again.
Still full of hatred for Leto,
Hera
Hera summoned the giant Tityos to her aid.
So it is.
She sent him after the mother of the twins in order to ravage her.
My whole
On her
fucking.
way to Delphi from
I need help
Delos,
with this
she
motherfucker.
is seized upon by the giant, who makes to carry her off. Woe to her, should her son not have been Apollo. The young god came racing to her rescue, firing his deadly arrows, and joined too with his sister Artemis. Zeus then hurled the giant into Tartarus, pegged him to the stone.
9 acres. A pair of vultures feast on his liver daily, but it regrows every night, so that the torment will endure forever.
No, I've been like this the whole fucking time. That's what I thought. He didn't like it out there, does he? No, he's not. But when he does, he kicks fucking ass, and he knows it. Right, you're right. That one's right. That's true, too. But not the other one. Not like that. Not like that, even. No, I lost my fucking accent at one little bit. It made me tougher. That almost never happens. Like that. How many miracles have to perform in a row? In a row. Now let's C plus earlier. Yeah, let's pass still. See, because it sounds like coming to a cat door. You know me? I do. Darwin does now. You know, my dad does not miss. Magically. He just does not get it wrong. Neither Garfield. Garfield cuts sometimes. He does sometimes, but I think not. The magic. Get it wrong. You Jesus Christ. Ever. No, ever. Want to why? Because I asked him for good intentions. Apollo. The Christ. That's what it is. What it has been. That's why I pay him with like blonde hair, blue eyes. Not because they look like that, because the sun in the sky does. That's all it is. These people were sky worshippers back in the day. Yeah, day was father. Sky father. Which one? Which sky father? How do you perceive him? As God himself, or as the guy in the sky? Which guy in the sky? Or was it a woman? That has been perceived as well. What's more true? I'm like, well, both. Which time of the day? Day or night? Well, for a really pious Jew, it starts on sunset. So they start at sunset, and for Muslims as well, and some Christians too, depending on where you live. That's why I'm so confident. No, that's why I'm so confident, because I do not miss when I'm getting out there and being fucking magic. I do not miss. Because I put a spell of truth and love. Whoa. And guess what? They cursed me, try to reverse it, big time. Like 40 powerful magicians did. Yeah, literally. Who? The fucking I-Amers, a few of them. A couple Freemasons, yeah. Some bullshit modern Rosicrucians who really aren't even like that. And they're like that. Some fucking witches, a few witches, literal witches. Who I knew a few of them. They literally just write cursing their fucking books, thinking it's fucking funny. Sometimes, yeah, Facebook even. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. When people talk about shit, I don't realize when I'm talking shit. That means a lot. So many times. They saw one dance online that someone knew and knew that was kind of forbidden for me to do, kind of, but not really. They're like, oh, that guy. Where'd he get that from? Can't let that out. Mars, huh? Mars. I knew that too. Yep, 529 on that clock, Garfield. That's what I thought. Yep, sun is out again. Good enough. I'm going to put a bell on you, Garfield, whether you like it or not. But should I though? On harness at least, yeah. Why? I know exactly where. I know exactly where and why. Yeah, I do. See, Georgia goes back then, but he does now. What do you want? Yeah, you need silver. Wanna why? Because you're already like, yeah, orange and gold in a way. And because it's easier with someone to get off of the, unless you want gold. No, Dad, give me silver. Gold was my color. Well, actually, you want work better golf for you? Red. That's what I was thinking too, like intuitively. Is I really like that? It can't see. It can be though. When they're like that and like that and like that too, they're like, yeah, I knew that shit. I didn't know it like that, but I kind of knew it. No way, these English motherfuckers are gonna get my fucking phone from me again, right? Because we almost did in a way. Where'd he go? Yeah, they fucking do that every fucking time. You do my shit. Right from there. That's a 5 3 2 that clock, Garfield. Oh yeah. You know what that means? The 4 3 3 on that one. Oh, there it is. Yeah, see, I hate working with a blind guy sometimes. Yep, 4 3 4. Right, and their lies overshadow their truth that they're telling, and now I can get their truth back in a way because they're fucking sirens and they're liars. But the sirens can be liars, you know what I mean? It's like that. sometime this summer. We'll see. No, these guys can be like that. If I can prove them actually kind of magic like that, you know what I mean? Every time I go outside, just like that, then Catman can win. Why? Because it got Horrible Ray. Yep, Big George up there in the sky. Yep, George with the J. That's what it was. And the Garfield. Yep, every time it sets and every time it rises. When it gets a little pinker or a little redder. See, I know what he looks like inside. Like a freaking sunrise. More than a sun setting. Not like that. Not like that. Hold it. Re. Optim. That's what it was. Hold it. The horizon. Ray. The sun disk. And the whole process in a way. And Atom. Yeah, Atom. Atom. The sunset. And the guy before. He's the old man. 439 that clock, Garfield. Here, hang out with Almond. Almond, who had a frog head, and has, on this thing, yep, 3 swirls on his chest. Since George is asleep right now, in a way, but not even. Why are your legs shaking, man? Because he knows he's going to get in so much trouble when this one's done. Blue, gold, and, yep, orange, like you. Almond. Has anyone had bear head? Of course they have. And now we're in training camp, Garfield. Not too much, not too hard. That leg up, Taran. Mom's ears. They're trying to make me have a foot today. Again, me. Because he's getting to be good at this shit again. And they don't want him to get good at anything again. Because then he'll kick their ass and they know it. But they're not like that. They're like, wow. They're like Commodus, you know what I mean? Stabbing you before they fucking get in the ring with you. 4 through 3 in that clock, Garfield. Let's do this one. Yep, it's a 4-5. That's a 5-4-2. Oh, really? Five or 3, Garfield. See, with that one, it could be 2-1. That's my concern. Although it could be more powerful, what, for a day? You know, exactly. Yeah, exactly. It was like that sometimes. It can be. I actually like that. Is that evil or what? Yeah, a little bit sometimes, huh? Cats are walking crystals. They sit in areas to remove bad energy. They purr at a healing frequency that literally sit over your heart chakra. See, I knew this. No, I fucking knew this. You know what I mean, Garfield? No, you're a healer. You're a house cat. You're not a killer. You're a healer. That's why you're love. But you can be destruction for some beings. 5-4-4, you know what I mean? Love you so much. I love you. You know I love you. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. My handsome boy. You hungry? A little bit? You want to go outside to eat or what? You like that ritual better? So do I. So do I. And so do I. No, I ain't going to let it be no easy one. They're not that bad. And they're curious, like, okay, fine. Okay, fine, Taran. You really want to play King of the World like that? I don't really want to play King of the World like that. If that's what, is that the choices you're leaving me? Right? Like, prove it or don't. Then why'd you get my head so bad? Because you did it before, they didn't crack like that. See, I knew that too. But they're not this fucking guy. How bad though? Not as bad as I was fucking hoping at all. As it was hoping. Fucking Hades. And I fucking knew it. No, just like that. They call him Adama. Is he the same guy as Atom? See, he's not here, but in a way, he symbolizes that. And he fucking knows it, but he's evil as fuck, and his family's evil as fuck too. And they know it. Okay, guys? Was it your face? I fucking would. I fucking would. Would I wear your mask? You got a nice one for me? With like flowers and shit?
547 Garfield. This is day one. He's not to stop moving, really. Garfield's got to move as little as possible. That's why I'm getting his face. I'm like, show me what's up. And he has. No, he has. Garfield, you know if you bit me too hard, it would really, really hurt. I know that, Dad. That's no problem. So it's like, yeah, I could bite into him, but he'd be mad. Now, he might even hurt my tooth. And I know that too, kind of. That's why the claws are better. Mostly Garfield. No other side again? No other side? How you doing? I love you. Yes, I do. I love you that much. We're getting there, Garfield. You trust me? Yeah, I do trust you. Quite a bit. Quite a bit. Ow. Ow, that hurt. Exactly. Still quite a bit. For a cat like that, yeah, you do. He's like the all time? No, he's not. Why he looks at me out? Because he's mad at me. Why? Because I've been crazy, but not that crazy. Why? Because if a cat knows fucking everything about you before you do, he's mad when you're not going over fucking there and calling him out like that for talking shit to the guy over there. Who he knows and like you like that who talks shit to the guy over there. Who he knows is a serial killer, almost. Who ends up with that guy who I've met before a few times. He's actually a nice guy, but hangs out with that guy who's actually a serial killer, and he doesn't even know that. You know, that guy served and that guy didn't. That's what I know, too. That's what I believe. See, it's not that guy, the guy I thought. It's that guy who I don't even know. No, it wasn't like that at all, man. You know what I mean? We talk our shit, guys. I saved your fucking ass a few times, man. A few fucking times. And now you're passed away. You can't tell people the truth about it. You still talk all that shit back to see. I knew that shit. Yeah, pretty much, almost, man. You work.
Yeah, on Earth. Gar. Who else? You already know. Yo. No, he's Gar. And he's God. He's God too. And that's God's. Saving people's ass all the time, and all the time, and all the time. I used to. I knew it too. Well, I don't want to save this guy's ass right now. He keeps killing. I know he's a fucking retard. I'll save these guys' asses over here. Why? Because I know what's up when you're partying too much. People are watching you, and I know it. I'll save these guys' asses over here. I'm being fucking irritated. Tell me to get out of here. I'm gonna say this bitch is over here. Ass. They'll go to her fucking other boyfriends telling them they ain't worth shit. I'll beat their fucking ass. I got my own house. What do you got? But I didn't. They knew that too. Like, well, I live here, motherfucker. What are you doing? I fucking knew it sometimes. Turns out that was not true, but it was kind of. No, turns out it was kind of. See, I knew that like a doodly. I knew like that though, but I guess I did. At the time, I knew that shit. Dad's all mad at me. He's like, "Why, Dad? Who would have cared?" See, I would have cared. He didn't care like that. See, I did care like that though. Was he actually like that to you sometimes? Yeah. That's why I knocked him out. Even fucking then, that's how I fucking felt kind of. Was I wrong? Yeah, it turns out. All of them, not even close. But in a way, yeah. But not really. Not like they wanted me to feel all the time. Not like how it really was. Kind of a few times, it turns out. I know I could have. Oh, really? Is that you got spell? See, I understand that kind of, but not really. Never really. Because it's fucking like that, assholes. It did make it worse, I thought, and it did make it worse, I thought, and it did make it worse, I thought. But guess what? I gotta get that, and I gotta get that, and that too. I got that, I gotta get that too. I will, and I should. Fuck, Dad, where you at? Meet your band. I need you for a fucking day. Help me get this fucking place up. Now you're fucking drinking bullshit, which he does. That's why he comes down here. Comes down and gets drunk and fuck me up for a long time. Not a really long time. But guess what I can do almost with him? A lot of crazy shit. Thinking about my family, because they always assume, because I'm not any fucking different. And I'm much more insane when I am sober for a long time. No, a really long time now. Like half a fucking year easily, yeah. No, I don't get, yeah, sometimes I do. I don't even think about it like that, but yeah, that's celebration or what? Yeah, fuck yeah. See, I'm not like that. Some of these guys like, you can't do nothing to me. No, I'm chosen. Like, I know they can. No, I know they can. They can fucking kill me horribly. In a way, they already got my son, and I know it. Well, I know it. But in their mind, I kind of have to earn them back in a way. Your stories matter a lot to me. Everyone else. Every bird, every dog, every car, every cat. They had to get annoyed with me for a while. But I can part the clouds like you part the sea. And I don't miss on that one, ever. Almost. Guess what? They're not. Because I was under, demonic possession for a long time. No, really long time. I said I was winning, but I didn't predict that. I think I had somebody got had some. Body shum bum 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 bum. Body shaka. Body shaka.
Warning, what you're about to see is almost unbelievable, and if you don't believe me, I'll certainly understand. But the man you're about to meet will likely change the way you think, view the world, and make decisions, especially when it comes to investing. Some call him a genius, others think he's a charlatan, but I'll let you make up your own mind. His name is Porter. He's 50 years old, lives on a secluded 130-acre farm in Maryland, and you'd never know it by looking at him, but he's attracted a cult-like following of hundreds of thousands of people, including...
Yes and no, not really that good, but sometimes you'd be surprised. The far shooting gun? In a way, yeah, in a way. It's a long shot. .609 Garfield. Yeah, I like this quite a bit. No, quite a fucking bit.
And of course, from the point of view of conventional science, that's a tremendously heretical thought. And I think our minds
That's fucking cool.
And extend far beyond our brains and can have effects beyond our brains.
Rupert Sheldrake, why don't we begin by exploring one or two of your most unconventional perspectives that are underpinned by rigorous empirical validation? And we can discuss why these remain non-mainstream, despite, at least on the surface, having some robust scientific support. And also, we will get into the evidence for them as well.
Morphic resonance, which is the idea of memory in nature, inherent in all nature, and every species having a collective memory, and our own memories not being inside our brains. That's one. The extended mind is another, that our minds extend far beyond our brains, extend out into the world around us, and do so right now in every act of vision. Whenever we see something, I think the images are where they seem to be, outside our heads. And I test
they're all fucking arsenal tricks.
Investigating the phenomenon of the sense of being stared at. When people can tell when they're being looked at from behind and turn around.
And they kind of know it too, so I don't know why it's just trying to kill me off.
Which is scientifically known as scoposthesia. And I suppose the third area is telepathy, which is
they have it for a long time, a really long time.
Feelings, emotions, or needs on other people at a distance. And this also works with animals. So
the really thing is keep this UFO thing for another 40 years, but we're all just fucking what? Under the New World Order?
As well as other people they're close to. So those are the
for a long time, no, a really long time. Well, what about see, I'm Lita.
Sort of
I'm not Paul.
Boundaries of science, of a sort of textbook academic science.
When you say that the mind is extended, in cognitive science, they have an extended cognition.
Garfield. You know what I mean?
Are you
see? He's Lita.
A distinction.
A trait. Garfield is supposed to be like that.
What is that?
That's what they told me somewhere in town.
Extended cognition. Are you thinking of the work of someone like Evan Thompson or David Chalmers? Or,
I guess they are more like yeah, but not really, not like that.
They have the idea of
who fucking knows?
Extended mind.
It's like that. It's like that. It's all right spots. Just like this fucking
extension of our mind, or a blind man with a stick feeling his way. That's a kind of extension of the mind. Is that the kind of thing you mean?
Right. There's 4 E's of cognitive science. There's the embodied, inactive. There's extended and embedded. So embodied is quite obvious. We're not just our brains. We're also in our bodies, or cognition at least. There's also inactive cognition, which is a role of active interaction with the environment to aid your learning. So for instance, you ride a bike. It's an inactive process. There's balance, there's movement, there's feedback loops, and those are integrated in. And then there's extended, which is what you referred to. And then there is embedded. that we're embedded in an environment and our cognition is also there.
Yes. Well, there are various people who think that our minds extend beyond our brains, that we're embedded or inactive. Sort of Ava Noe, for example, has a theory that our minds extend beyond our brain, interacting as we interact with the environment. Andy Clark, who is another philosopher who has an idea like that. Evan Thompson, Max Vellman, all these philosophers of mind have the idea that our minds are not simply inside our heads. But when pressed, and when asked, in what way does this make a difference, then they become rather evasive. Is it just that we project out a kind of a controlled hallucination into the world around us, which is totally non-physical, doesn't do anything and doesn't interact with the world or with anything else? Or is this extended mind something that actually makes a difference? Is our mind extending into the world in a way that can affect the world outside us? And I'm making a rather stronger claim than they are. I think that I've not seen any of them proposing any experimental tests for their philosophy. It's kind of academic thing about the way you think about perception or cognition. I'm talking about something that's not just the way we think about it, but something that actually makes a difference in the world and which can be tested scientifically. So I think that my ideas, like theirs, are about the idea of the mind being extended beyond the brain. But I think of these extensions as being like fields, like the gravitational field of the Earth extends beyond the Earth, the magnetic field of a bar magnet extends around the magnet. The electromagnetic field of a cell phone extends around the phone invisibly. All of these are field phenomena which extend around material objects. And I think our minds are field-like and extend far beyond our brains and can have effects
You're a really good boy.
Beyond our brains.
You're a really, really good boy.
Now, of course, I'm not talking about trivial ways that if I say something and someone hears it and they respond, that's having an effect beyond my brain. There's no disagreement about that. I mean, that's totally obvious and is hardly even worth saying, but what I'm talking about is something that's much more controversial.
There you go.
And so what I'm saying is that when we look at something, like when I look at your image on the screen right now, the images I'm seeing are projected out through my eyes to where you are. And the image of you is where it seems to be. It's in my mind, but not inside my brain. It's outside me, about 2 feet in front of me. And if I look outside my window at a tree, then my image of the tree is where it seems to be, outside there, about 50 feet away. So my image is being projected out. Now, this is not a new theory. This is a very old theory. Euclid, the great Greek geometer in 300 BC, had this idea that we project out visual rays. Our images are projected out from our eyes. And this is often called extramission, the sending out, extra out and mission sending. And what Euclid used his theory to explain was images in mirrors. So when you look at something in a mirror, what you see is a virtual image behind the mirror. And how does it get there? It gets there because you've projected it there. It's not really behind the mirror in a physical sense, but it's there because you've projected it. Every time we look in a mirror, I think we're seeing our own visual projections. And so I think that this kind of two-way theory of vision, light comes in, changes happen in the retinas and in the optic nerve and in the cerebral cortex and the visual cortex in particular. And then outward projection of images in the opposite direction to the incoming light is what I'm suggesting. And what as I say, there's nothing original in this. It's what practically everyone in the world believes, except for scientifically educated people in Europe and America and anywhere else in the world in the last 100 or 200 years. It's a very, children spontaneously believe in visual extramission. That's why in Roald Dahl's book, Matilda, Matilda has eye beams that come out of her eyes that can move things. I mean, children love that because
Right, Matilda?
really,
Yeah,
it
Matilda.
doesn't work.
It can be like that.
And Jean Piaget, the developmental psychologist, said that until the age of 10 or 11, most European children that he studied believe that vision involves an outward movement of images. But after they're 10 or 11, they learn at school what he called the correct view, which is that thoughts and images are invisible things located inside the head. So what I'm saying is not only does vision work like that, but when we look at something, we can actually affect it by looking at it. That's where I differ from some of the inactive or other extended mind theorists. And the way to test it is to say, well, what if you look at another person from behind or an animal from behind? If they can feel your looks, then they might turn round. And they do indeed turn round. It's a very, very well-known phenomenon. About 95% of people have had the experience of looking at a person or an animal who then turns around and looks straight back at them. And most people have had the converse experience of not necessarily consciously.
They're not even close to this. They're just so simple with it. And I knew that. No, they're wrong. No, they're wrong. And they're wrong. Are they wrong though, Taran? See, yes and no though. This guy is mostly right. Rupert Sheldrake.
So that's the phenomenon of scoposthesia. And the reason I think it's interesting is because it can illuminate the nature of vision.
So they're right. Yeah, they're right. People worked on it for a long time, for a really long time. So they're always releasing this shit like, yeah,
So an
we
analogy
know this. No, we know this, and we just don't care.
X-Men. I don't know
Because,
if you're
like,
familiar with X-Men.
I'm not actually.
we make consciousness like a fucking slang word, basically. So I'm like, it's big.
And what he does is when he takes off his glasses,
It's time.
a powerful beam
What's the
of light
difference?
enough to destroy buildings and so on that shoot out of his eyes.
Oh, I see.
So that's akin to what you're saying, except that it's much less powerful.
That's akin to what I'm saying. And the reason that they'd have that and it would seem
Oh,
plausible to readers of X-Men comics or whatever they are, is because that's what a lot of people implicitly believe. And Superman comics used to have the same thing.
Right,
Yes.
exactly. He has the same.
Yes.
I think X-Men just took it from Superman.
Yeah.
I should have said Superman.
So that's right. So that's what
Infinite time.
roughly what I'm saying, that something like that is actually happening. And of course, from the point of view of conventional science, that's a tremendously heretical thought, and it's considered a childish illusion or misunderstanding.
There would be one reason, one physics-related reason. Let's say you're looking at something, then you should feel extra pressure backward. And
Why worry about
the
it?
object should feel extra pressure forward. And that's something measurable. And
He's
then you
dark,
can
but he is,
also
but he is-
measure that
Now he
when
isn't.
someone's looking at something and when someone's not looking at something.
Well, funnily enough, there was a study carried out in Princeton 3 or 4 years ago, and then at the Karolinska Institute in Stockholm by a psychologist called Arvid Gutterstam. And Gutterstam and his colleagues did a very, very interesting experiment, extremely clever and ingenious. They showed a picture on a computer screen of a person looking at an upright cylinder, a cardboard cylinder. And all the person did was saw on the screen this cylinder. And then the cylinder tilted towards them. And they had to press a button when they thought the cylinder would fall over. And they did this experiment with people in the university who all denied the possibility of extramission, who were convinced it didn't really happen because they'd been educated to believe it didn't happen. And they did the experiment where they showed them this person looking at it. Then they did the experiment where they had the person with a blindfold over their eyes, a cartoon-like drawing, a blindfold over their eyes. And then they had the cylinder tilting. And the angle at which it fell over was different, significantly different in these two cases. The people didn't realize they were being tested for this. But what it implied was that when people were looking at it, it tilted at a greater angle as if it were being held up by a force. And they even calculated the magnitude of this force that was implicitly coming out of the eyes, about 100 with the Newton. Now, they're not saying this force really is coming out of the eyes, but what they're saying is that the way in which people responded to this test was as if they implicitly believed the force came out of the eyes. And they even did then brain scans and found that people's brains changed in such a way that they attributed a movement to the eye gaze, that the movement bits in the brain were activated. It was a very sophisticated piece of research published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. And so what they showed is that it's hardwired in us to believe that a force comes out of the eyes. Even people who didn't believe it does, when tested in this way, not realizing what was going on, implicitly believed that there's a force coming out of the eyes. Their interpretation was that this has been built in and hardwired in by evolution because it's important for us to know which direction people's gazes are pointed, because the gaze is very important in social situations and for animals as well. And that this had been hardwired by evolution into our brains, and it then created this illusion of a force going out of the eyes. But in evolutionary terms, I think it makes much more sense if it's not an illusion, if it's real. And so they didn't even consider this possibility, because they started by saying this, of course, is totally impossible, but this is an illusion that's hardwired into us. And that's why so many people believe in it, because it's an illusion. So what I'm saying is that maybe it's not an illusion. It's not that they considered the possibility that it might not be an illusion. The most recent paper on the sense of being stared at that they quoted was from 1910, and it was from a skeptic saying it's rubbish. And they ignored all subsequent research on the subject because either they didn't know about it or they thought that it was so obviously impossible it's not even worth mentioning. So we've got
Have you ever gazed up at the night sky and wondered, how did it all begin?
And
for
which
decades,
is at the very frontier of science and scientific controversy, with huge implications for the nature of minds and the nature of vision.
So to me, the whole argument that it's wired in us evolutionarily doesn't imply anything extra in terms of credence we should place on something. And the reason is, well, there's plenty hardwired in us. Racism is hardwired in us. There's also bodies fall at different rates is hardwired in us. Bodies stopping is hardwired in us. I know when I was grade 2 or however old, when it was told that Newton's law said that something will just keep going forward unless a force is acted on it. I'm like, why wouldn't it stop? Everything stops when you push it forward. And how could you ever imagine? I still...
Hey, how are you?
What's
How you been?
pretty good. Sorry, I had a fucking rough day at work today.
Yeah, what happened?
Somebody had a fucking level 5 fucking diarrhea attack.
Oh, really? Oh, really? Really?
Yeah. I mean, literally fucking everywhere, dude. Fucking everywhere. I had to fucking gear up. I brought a face mask, fucking gloves, suited up, fucking got the bleach, fucking. Dude, it's crazy, man. Who does that, man? Just leaves it.
That's an evil name to me for dysentery. Diarrhea.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just know what that means in Greek. It's almost offensive. Right.
If there's no pandemic, I'll be the very first person to get whatever it is.
Dysentery. Yeah, dysentery. That can kill you, man. Even in America sometimes.
What are you up to?
Oh, nothing. Just trying to put myself in the shape a little bit so I can get out there.
Yeah, where?
In the mountains, man.
Oh, yeah, you got out there, huh?
I'm like, where's the sacred cove at? I'm looking at the sky. I'm like, well, that's blue like the water. And there's Mount Shasta. I'm like, there's a cove right there, right in the middle, huh? And what's there? A deep blue lake. And I kind of know it, too.
Is the sun melted yet?
Oh, it's fucking snowy all the way to the top, man. From the bottom to the top of that mountain right now.
I wonder how far down.
Pretty far. No, pretty far. No, I need fucking snowshoes or something if I was gonna go up there, but not right now.
At that spot, man. You're welcome to have any of it. It's fucking batteries, solar panels, all that shit.
I ain't going out there right now, man. Cause no, that's just heavy. It's fucking heavy. I got fucking Garfield with me. But if you ever get out here, maybe you can help me fucking clean it up one of these days.
What else?
No, fucking that shit we left out there.
Oh, the shit we left out? Yeah, yeah.
Mostly you left out. I didn't really live out there, but yeah.
Yeah, for sure. I do plan on getting back up there sometime soon. I was hoping to try to get up there this weekend.
Yeah.
Because I got to help my dad with his plans. He ordered a bunch of extra seeds. He was asking me if you're gonna want any, if you need any extra seeds.
Any seeds?
If you want to do it, he got fucking, he got Afghani and shit.
I wasn't planning on it, but I guess I could just throw them in the ground and see what happens.
I can help you get some holes and shit along up there, you know? Fucking, yeah.
Some Afghani what?
Afghani something. I'd have to talk to him.
I should go over and talk to your dad about it. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, I don't know if he's on them yet. I know he ordered them. I don't know if they're in yet, but yeah, I was like, well, that's a whole lot, you know. And he's like, well, you know, really care. I want to go something, you know.
I was thinking about it. If I could turn this place into a farm, then I can make then legally I can make an excuse to keep coming back here. It already kind of is that way with the grapes. I could be like, see, I'm farming grapes, and I was thinking about planting tobacco out there, but it's a little late to plant tobacco. It's not too much to plant pot.
You get cannabis on.
Right, I do. No, I know I do.
Yeah, it's still a little bit early for pot. Actually, it's like May is the time there.
Some maize? Yeah, some maize would be fun, huh? Some corn. Yeah, I was thinking about it. Right, like legally. If I start planting shit in the back.
Right, well, 6 plants is up to first of all, you don't even need anything for that, you know.
I can say this is an arcology now, and I'm a scientist, and that if they want to take my home from me, they're gonna have to take over my dead body.
Right. Yeah.
Because when it's like that sometimes.
You know, somebody told me about a loophole where if you bury a family member on your property, then it becomes your property and they can't take it away from you and shit. Like, I wonder if you could fucking loophole that in because your child is or your family, you know?
Say what?
Well, if you bury a family member on your property, then it loopholes you like to where they can't ever take the property away from you and shit.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Look at the grapevines. I'm like, well, those are family members.
Right. Yeah, I had to wake up so early today. Oh. Yeah, yesterday and today were my 2 early days.
Yeah.
So I had to work at 5 a.m. today.
Garfield gets me pretty early every day, but not that early.
Yeah.
No, not rehab early. Not quite.
Tomorrow I have to work until
But
10.
just about rehab early, actually.
Tomorrow I have to work until 10, but I'm in bed right now. I'm just like so ready for bed.
All right. Well, I'll let you go for now. Just checking on you.
Yeah, I forgot to say, and yeah, we'll talk soon. Sign up to ground stuff, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I can go up and out.
All right, we'll talk.
All right, see you. Bye. I'm thinking common law as fuck. I'm going back. All right. All right. About my brothers. That's what I was thinking too. Lazy asses. No lazy asses. Yes, they are. No, yeah, they fucking are. Nobody has problems. We didn't get along. My brothers were lazy asses. Was that kind of, but it's mostly wasn't skilled. They don't trust me like that. But I am skilled. I mean, I can be skilled at certain things. If I wasn't skilled, I would be, guess what? Skilled. That's what it is, and that's what it has been. No, for a long time. No, a really long time. You know, I got lame last time? Rehab. You know, I got lame this time? Rehab. Rehab. Makes me fucking lame. After a while, yeah, I can. Now I'm rehabbed. Almost, but not quite. Because I still make a few doctor appointments, but they just do not help me with that. They never do. They're like, they'll put it off till when? July? You know what I mean? I'm like, fuck that, right? Let's see if I'm worse. They don't have to treat me. They're actually better, so they should have to treat me. So I'm actually following my fucking, prescription plan. They don't believe me. But now I am. And I have been. And they're being lazy on that. And it pisses me off. What means people are actually getting tortured out there. And they don't fucking believe me. Well, I can't heal. I know I can heal them. They people don't want me healed. Because we like people like that. So the world gets worse in a way. But it's controlled mayhem. No, it's not. No, it's fucking not. They haven't been controlled at all. And you guys have been getting away with a lot of shit. You ain't get caught if you're not careful. For a long time. No, really long time. I knew like that. But I know it's like that here. But it can't be, huh? That's hardcore. That's really hardcore. I knew that, though. You get out there and you're like, I don't know, it'd be like that, but they could get me killed, huh? Yeah, I'm out here again. No, they kill me there, and they kill me there, and they kill me there too, huh? Turns out. I move that away. Right, move that shit. My dad put it away. You one cleaned off. And then guess what those are? Triennial, right? Almost no biennial, right? For what? The death of Precious Kitty. And year 1 for that cat buried out there. Who is not that cat out there, turns out. And they caught him, and he's still in a basin where being tortured, turns out. Now get up and get this motherfucker out of there. What the fuck are you doing? Christian Universe? You told me Christian Universe. What did you guys do on? For how fucking long? I don't like on a kid from now. I've been gone for like 4 fucking days. Well, like 3. My parents could not even tell the difference at the time. Yep. The curse of knowing too much. Sears. Yeah, Sears. Right. Yep, the sun. Far Sears sometimes. Yeah, all the way to the future.
In his own mind,
all the way in the past. Yeah.
Imagine something going through outer space and not stopping. It was so contrary to our experience. But anyhow, so what do you say to that?
Well, of course, it's being hardwired isn't proof it really is happening. That's why one needs to do research on this, and it's why I've spent years doing research on this, empirical research. The question of, can people really tell when they're being looked at from behind? And there's 2 basic lines of research that have been done on that. One is by lots of people, including me, by direct looking. What happens is you have a person sitting with their back to another person and wearing a blindfold. And then in a randomized series of trials, this person either looks at them or looks away and thinks of something else in a random sequence. And this there's a signal, a sound signal, a bleep or a click, to indicate when the trial begins. And within 10 seconds, the subject has to guess if they're being looked at or not, yes or no. So they're right or wrong. By pure chance, they'd be right 50% of the time. And in tens of thousands of these trials, the average hit rate is around 55%. It's not a very big effect, but it's massively significant when it's so widely and repeatedly replicated. Some people do better. I mean, with practice, you can get better. It's a highly artificial situation because in real life, you're not in a forced choice situation and you're not being asked to detect when you're not being looked at. So that's these are very artificial experiments. Nevertheless, they've been widely replicated. They give repeatable results. And they show that people really do seem to be able to tell when they're being looked at from behind. And I've recently released an app which can be accessed through my website, which works on cell phones. So anyone can work with a partner. And one cell phone tells you when to look for the looker, and the other tells the partner when the trial begins. And they can be blindfolded, and they can say yes or no, it recognizes the voice. So the purpose of the app is to enable people to practice to see if they can get better at this. There's already evidence that people can get better by practice. And in the martial arts, in most of the martial arts, they actually train people to become more sensitive to being looked at from behind because it's useful.
Right.
You know, if someone's creeping up behind you to attack you and they're looking at you, if you can feel that.
You look up from behind. See, I know that one.
You can't feel it. So that's why it's
I'm
taught
gonna
in
feel
the
that one
martial arts
sometimes.
context because it's practically
Right
useful.
fucking there.
Also, let me just add one more thing that
As you know, on Theories of Everything, we delve into some of the most reality spiraling concepts from theoretical physics and consciousness to AI and emerging technologies. To stay informed in an ever-evolving landscape, I see The Economist as a wellspring of insightful analysis and in-depth reporting on the various topics we explore here and beyond. The Economist's commitment to rigorous journalism means you get a clear picture of the world's most significant developments, whether it's in scientific innovation or the shifting tectonic plates of global politics. The Economist provides comprehensive coverage that goes beyond the headlines. What sets The Economist apart is their ability to make complex issues accessible and engaging, much like we strive to do in this podcast. If you're passionate about expanding your knowledge and gaining a deeper understanding of the forces that shape our world, then I highly recommend subscribing to The Economist. It's an investment into intellectual growth, one that you won't regret. As a listener of Toe, you get a special 20% off discount. Now you can enjoy The Economist and all it has to offer for less. Head over to their website, www.economist.com/toe, T-O-E, to get started. Thanks for tuning in. And now, back to our explorations of the mysteries of the universe.
Also, let me just add one more thing, that I've also interviewed people who look at others for a living, surveillance officers, the drug squad at Heathrow, the store detectives at Harrods store in London, people who in surveillance officers, people in the special services and so forth. And among such people, it's just completely taken for granted that this is for real. It's a very practical thing for them. In the British SAS, when people are being trained how to creep up behind someone to stab them in the back, they're told don't stare at their back because they'll feel you coming and turn around and shoot you first. So, you know, they're not sort of arguing, oh, well, maybe this is a perceptual illusion. Among practical people, it's just simply taken for granted. Now, you could say this is merely anecdotal, but it reinforces the experimental evidence. And I think that there's very good reasons for thinking something is really going on.
What does that training look like for the people who are in martial arts?
He's my boy.
He's my boy.
They're blindfolded, and then there's a semicircle of people behind them, and the instructor would then pick one of those people and ask them to focus. In other situations, someone will creep up from behind extremely quietly. I mean, so they can't detect us by hearing. And then
I would do a lot
the
better.
most extreme thing
I can
actually
get there.
hit them, and they have to turn around and deflect the blow because they have to anticipate it when it's coming. So that involves not only sophistication, but anticipation of another person's action. So, but I think the more interesting test from this point of view is when you have a semicircle of people, and one of them, because the creeping up skeptics will obviously say, well, maybe they made a bit of noise they could hear. But this one,
night loving,
that there isn't some
with an awesome me.
So, for instance, I don't know if you know, but there's rock, paper, scissors tournaments. And you're wondering, how could
that be for whom necessity first came, reducing ideal connecting game. Stein with the world with harmony to join, for all things spring from the power divine.
Get someone else to, instead of choosing their rock or paper or scissors,
the triple fates are ruled by thy decree, and all productions have a like to thee.
That when someone's looking at someone else, then maybe they breathe, they go just a tad more, or we're extremely keen in our peripheral vision.
Whatever the heavens circling all contain, earth fruit producing and the stormy main. That's where he confesses and obeys the nod, a full attendant of the realm, oh God.
One-way mirrors and through windows that eliminate any sound clues from soundproof rooms.
Can be done.
Eliminate any possible smell clues as well. So those are already taken care of in these experiments.
God of the winter's time, room of God.
And moreover, in real life, you know, a lot
Who's
of
that? The God of the
life
fucking mountain.
situations would be like someone looking out of a third floor window at people walking past in the street below, and they focus on a particular person, and that
Which
person
agreed
in
is,
person looks straight back at them.
Dionysos.
When people are above, I think there's very little in terms of peripheral vision, and it can be through a closed window, a darkened room where you can't actually be seen. That's another way of testing it, actually. No one's done these real-life tests yet on any large scale. And it's one of the next areas.
Even sometimes in some places,
If anyone who's listening
Adonis,
try it,
Adam,
get in touch with me.
Adama,
basically, the experiment
or
is
sometimes
you
even,
look from darkened
freaking
windows
Poseidon.
down onto a public street or square or public space.
Because they're both watery.
And you have a camera running continuously, a CCTV type surveillance camera. And you look in, say, 1 minute periods, randomized periods. Then you have 1 minute periods when you don't look. And the camera records what's happening. And then somebody afterwards looks at it, evaluates it blind. Did more people look up during the looking periods than the not looking periods? And you could have a control camera the other side of the street where no one's looking at any time and see whether there's any change in frequency of people looking up. So you can do perfectly proper statistical experiments on this phenomenon quite cheaply and quite simply. And I think that the real life situation with the looking up towards a hidden observer with a camera is actually a better kind of test because it doesn't involve a forced choice and an artificial situation.
For if thee I call with holy reverence mind.
Research of a simple, inexpensive kind. And right now, I think the total number of people in the world doing research on this topic is about 1.5. I'm one of them. So it's not as if there's hundreds of people doing this and it's PhDs and stuff.
No, get there and kick people's ass, try to shoot at me.
So incredibly taboo within the academic world because it's simply believed to be impossible. And the materialist assumption is the mind's mind of the brain. It's like the activity of the brain is the activity of the mind. It's inside the head. Therefore, from that point of view, it's impossible.
And I go to the people out there that actually are fucking heroes out there.
who can be lame as
that
fuck
means
and seem lame as
you
fuck to
wouldn't be
people
able to do this research
for a
in
long
the
time, no, a really
university
long time.
because you'd be told it's pseudoscience or it's rubbish or it's superstition or something.
The sun shines on, just like, hey,
it's
Taran.
frustrating because
Hey, Garfield.
the experiments are so simple.
Hey, Big George. Hey,
not
Precious. You guys ready for this
expensive.
shit?
Anyone can do them, which is why I'm asking.
And then the
people
humans
to
are like,
try
no,
them
no, put
and
them
let
down,
me
put
know
them
what
down, put them
happens.
down.
So one way is
Now
with
they
the
can't
app,
anymore because I'm
the
wide
other
awake.
is with the
Some
staring.
polysoul.
Well, what's the ethics of looking at people from a window? The answer is there's no law against looking out.
Some passion, purity soul.
As they walk down a public street, the answer is there's CCTV cameras doing this in almost any street or public space you can think of, and no one asks your ethical permission to do it. So I think it's perfectly feasible.
Okay, so Rupert, you're the only person I know that has given a legitimate utility
wide awake
to the vocation of stalkers.
Love.
So they finally have something that they can contribute to science with their skill set.
Yes, they can.
King of the sleeping.
If they're good at looking at people.
Garfield.
Some people have particularly penetrating gazes and are much better at looking than others. And some people are much more sensitive to being looked at than others. And some people seem to be pretty immune, at least in Britain. I often feel that waiters in restaurants have developed a kind of
555 that clock, Garfield.
That's hilarious. Now, do you
He has
expect
654 on
this
that one. Perfect. That's perfect.
through walls? You said through two-way mirrors. So, like, what is the mechanism? Do you expect it to be blocked by a concrete wall?
Is it quiet? You're not quiet. Usually it's 3 minutes, but it don't even matter like that.
Basically to
What
do
kind
with
of deal?
light. And
Does he time that right? Does he time that? Not on purpose, dude.
this, which is that you can actually, if you look at people on closed circuit television,
That's what it is. A lot of it, yeah.
where you're
I'm
looking at them
sensitive
on
to
the
everything.
screen, but you
I know
can't
that.
see them directly. People's physiology changes in that situation. You can get physiological arousal measured by electrodermal response.
Why?
But their physiology, it's not conscious, it's an unconscious response. And it's quite a weak effect. I've recently done an entire experiment.
That's what I knew.
Just today finished revising
For a long time. A really long
for
time, guys.
publication in a peer-reviewed journal, where I did an experiment of people being looked at on screens in a randomized series of tests. So
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to the NSA.
You'd be at home and I'd be at home, many miles apart, and in a randomized series of tests, I would see you like I'm seeing you now, and in the other tests, I'd
all
see
the time.
a photograph of a
For a really long
random
time,
person
in a way.
from the internet, distracted.
And yeah, the other guys too.
And at the end of each 10-second trial, you'd press a button where you're being looked at or not. It's very like the direct staring experiment I described, only it's on screen. Using
They get in trouble later because they're
all
like,
very familiar.
oh, you were a CIA
It's like
agent
the
one
we're
time?
using
You
right
kinda
now,
knew it.
things like Zoom, FaceTime, etc. We're used to seeing people on screens. So I was interested, can they tell when they're being looked at on the screen? The CCTV experiments suggest they can be looked to act as some subtle physiological change. But I want to know if people can consciously tell. And the answer is they can't. In this experiment, the chance level is 50%, and the actual result we got with 6,000 trials was 49.9%. I mean, there was no significant effect whatever.
See, I didn't know
and
that.
Yet, in the same kind of experiment where you're looking at people directly from behind, you get an effect.
But that guy
that's
wasn't
quite
there.
repeatable, and so just thinking about someone or just looking at their image on the screen doesn't work as well as looking through light. That's why I think the extramission
For a
hypothesis,
long time,
the
a
idea
long
that
time,
something to do with light itself, is a key to this.
Does that mean that people should be able to see in a dark room?
They didn't at first, but now they
because
do.
they're emitting light?
Well, you're not emitting light. You're emitting images. And we can create images with our eyes closed.
No, vigilantism is actually okay. It's like that. Like, okay, you're like hyperintuitive and you know everyone wants you to leave.
I mean, everyone
for a long time, no, really long time.
Every night.
You know it,
dreams.
right?
They may forget the dreams, but our minds can produce self-luminous images. They do it all the time.
But your value isn't that. Your value is one thing only, making the world better.
Anil says
Which
the
you have interrupted just a little bit, not even up.
Controlled hallucination. Ordinary perception is a controlled hallucination. In other words, it's closely coupled to what's out there, to the world we're actually interacting with. But close your eyes, start daydreaming.
Trust me,
or
when they went around my dad all the time, would have been worse.
Mushrooms, and you'll have uncontrolled hallucinations where you'll see things in
not quite harm.
dimensions in your mind's eye, as it were. So I think in ordinary vision, we're connecting with the perceptual world,
you'd be
and the
fucking surprised.
Is closely linked to the actual light that's coming in.
That to me sounds like we can test this. So you give someone some
why?
psychedelic,
Because he's fucking like that.
Not only do they have visions when they close their eyes, but they can also see the world in a distorted manner. Now, if part of that distortion is
he's not. He's like a totally different person.
Because there's something distorting the world, then wouldn't you also detect something on the order of 1/100 newtons of a difference in the object if someone is watching it is on psychedelics versus
dude, you're not even really safe there, but dude, I'm trying, man. I'm trying.
It's very hard to know what to test because the point about the psychedelic hallucination is that it's decoupled if they've got their eyes closed from the external world, and you wouldn't know where to try and measure it or test it. I mean, I prefer to stick to the much more simple, straightforward, everyday situation of regular people just being looked at from behind. I mean, I think the psychedelic, well, where you could do an experiment of the kind you just suggested is you could have somebody behind a mirror in the place where a mirror image, say I look at you in a mirror, here's a mirror, and I look at, you're there, the beams bounce off the mirror, but the image is behind the mirror. You could, I suppose, put someone where the virtual image is behind the mirror and see whether they can feel it. That would be much easier than the psychedelic situation, and much easier to do, and cheaper and simpler, and so on.
How you doing?
No one's ever done it. I mean, it's possible to think there's dozens of experiments in this area. Cool. It would be enough for endless PhD theses looking into all sorts of variables, and no one's doing them. Another angle on this, which I've just written a paper on, is in the press right now, is that sleeping people and animals can be woken up by staring at them. I've hundreds of stories of this.
How are you doing?
Where people say they can wake
fine.
up a partner.
Just hanging out.
A lot of people say if they stare at their sleeping baby, it wakes up, so they avoid.
Weather's all shitty down there. It's raining and stuff.
It's cleared up.
But a lot of people
it snowed a little bit.
Wake up their sleeping dog or cat by staring at it.
I don't imagine it's stuck at all.
The reason I think this happens is that the detection of the stare is not.
Did it stick at all?
It's
not here, but up there it did on the mountain.
Seeing because you can detect it when you're blindfold, and people
Big difference
detect
between
it
the mountain
and
and
the
the valleys.
looker is outside the field of view. But I think it evolved in the first place in the context of predator-prey.
Yeah, I'm just out walking the dog, haven't eaten dinner yet, so I'm
the predator was looking at it would escape.
Wait for me to get home, eat some dinner, probably go to bed early tonight is what I'm thinking.
They're most vulnerable when they're asleep. So this
sounds good.
Some series called The Wheel of Time.
The Wheel of Time. What's that about? that sounds interesting for you. The Wheel of Time.
Looking at sleeping animals, do they wake up?
Yeah, it's a fantasy thing. It's based on the book.
People to do this with the
books, The Wheel of Time.
Nice. That's good. That's good. That's cool.
Yeah, but guy Robert Jordan. I'd never really heard of it before, but I guess it was
several
big.
people have already done this with randomized.
Fairly contemporary.
The dogs wake up, and not only wake up, but turn.
Author Robert Jordan. Never heard of him.
Looking at them. So here's another project that
I finished the Lord of the Rings series.
The Rings of Power.
Again, a simple, easy to do.
Yeah, through season 2.
And
it's supposed to be 5 seasons. You know, it's all about the origin of Sauron.
Right.
How everything happened before that epic battle that we see at the beginning of the Fellowship of the Ring.
Because you can
Sauron's like a giant,
who's fully
right?
Who's got
you can do 4 or 5 guys at a time.
And boots and scarves. As long as the inch of skin visible. and they still respond.
This one, Taran's actually takes form as an elf.
And you can't see their skin, a dog or a cat, if you're looking at them from behind.
He's working magic like that, forging the rings.
So there's something in this which
managed to forge the rings, but it's
some kind
of a weird twist on the plot line a little bit. I mean, it's
with the light and with the extramission coming through the light.
Probably not exactly what J.R. Tolkien might have intended, but it's interesting the way they chose it. You know what I mean?
Another feature.
They have like his.
I doubt it ever quite is, but
when people respond,
yeah, they have some other big Tolkien fans who are collaborating in on it, obviously.
Without even thinking about it, they usually swivel around and look straight at the person looking at them.
And they want to sell it as 5 seasons.
Reason for thinking is closely
that's a lot of episodes, right? There's 8 episodes per season.
Yeah, they're stretching it out, aren't they? That's cool though.
When it comes down to it.
Yes. Because
when all transpires, I imagine the end will be the big epic battle.
No, it's better than most shit out today. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's deep. And they're actually also, I hear, planning to do a similar thing possibly on Netflix with the Dune series. That they're gonna try and expand on that world.
Very much about
being kind of like with Star Wars. How they expanded on that universe, and they've done the Boba Fett series, and
looking at them.
Jango Fett, Boba Fett, how the origin of them, and all that stuff. And they did the Yoda series. They got a bunch of different Star Wars series.
Right? Yeah, they did.
And
all interesting enough.
That was interesting too.
I haven't watched the Star Wars stuff. But.
So what she did was went into the forest and just stood quietly for a while, and then she suddenly felt.
Yeah, all they do is watch the news.
The news.
Her parents watch the news incessantly all freaking day long. I guess they just aren't creative enough to come up with something else to watch. One certain channel or whatever the deal is. So it's
in their dynamics.
Fox News all day long, which I don't mind the news. I can watch the news too, and I like to keep up to speed. But,
yeah, but it's almost never like the same on the news. Almost ever.
Virtually unexplored.
What's that?
It's almost never like the same on the news. Not quite. Almost ever.
Human hunters and wildlife photographers, and
it just gets old after a while when it's on TV, and I can't watch what I'd like to watch on TV.
And when they're stalking animals, they're obviously doing their best not to be seen.
They're 85 years old, or 83.
They don't go upwind, so the animal will smell. I mean, this is all part of the tricks of the trade.
Well, I watched most of the stuff on my phone.
A skilled hunter.
The series, anyway.
These skilled hunters, when you ask them about this, and this is not Western countries with rifles or shotguns.
People likes to watch that American Idol stuff, so we watched that last night.
American Idol? Are they good?
The general consensus is
last episode, actually, they had some really good people on there.
Because it will feel you're there, it will run away. It will feel your look.
Some of them have been okay.
You look at it out of the corner of your
some
eye.
pretty good ones off the other series, of the other auditions that we watched.
Hesitate.
But yesterday's show was actually full of pretty much all good people.
It's a very similar thing.
Saved all the best auditions for last. That's it for auditions. Now they're moving on to the next round, I guess. How it works.
They're inside. They're hidden. They're in darkness. They use telephoto lenses. And they
it's not necessarily all the music that I'm into, but I'm into music in general. So
a bird or a mammal or whatever animal they're
I've done
your telephoto lens.
Big boy.
See, but you have to take the photograph first, otherwise they'll detect your presence and go away. So there's a lot of practical this kind of thing from hunters and photographers.
If it's evolutionarily advantageous, why wouldn't it be more acute? The sense, the scopesthesia.
Well, I think it is acute, and I think that it becomes more acute when people feel under threat. It's in experiments in real life settings, looking at people in real life settings, the people who most.
All right, well, I'll let you go for now. Just checking in.
People who are
Yeah, your grandpa John called me, wants me to bring him an 18 pack of Copenhagen.
They feel totally.
Oh, an 18 pack in Copenhagen.
Intense conversation.
Copenhagen long coat when I.
That's good shit. It can be.
I asked surveillance officers and police.
Yeah, I'm not much of a chewing tobacco, but he's chewed for a long time. I didn't think he chewed anymore, so I was actually kind of surprised when he asked.
Hey, why not when you're like 90 years old
about to carry out a crime
and by yourself and you like chewing tobacco? Big deal.
By which they mean they
do whatever he wants to do.
Exactly.
I just didn't think he chewed anymore.
And I think that when people are in a dangerous place, they walk
down
or
at least picked it back up or something. I don't know.
At night.
He chewed when I was a kid, I remember that, but I thought he quit a long time ago.
If you're in a perfectly safe, secure environment. So I think that our sensitivity varies from time to time depending on situations. And this is based on real life accounts from people who specialize in others.
It seems to me like it would be selected for you to become more sensitive because advantageous to you to avoid predators. But it would also seem to me like it would be selected for the predator to extramit or extra transmit less, if not zero. What would be the advantage of you extramitting? Is that the correct term? Extramitting?
I suppose so. Yes, extramitting.
Wipe that phone case down with the baby wipe when I get
I don't
back.
think it's an advantage for the predator to extramit. In fact, there's an advantage not to do it because they like when people, detectives, are following people, they try not to look at the person. But the thing is, you obviously have to look at them a bit, otherwise you lose them.
She comes, I will have her come pick me up.
Is going to capture
around the block, about 2 miles.
Now, I think this is speculation because I haven't done the experiments. But if you watch cats when they're looking at a mouse hole, they're trying to catch a mouse, and they're looking at somewhere the mouse might emerge from. What they do is.
All right, kid, I'll let you go for now, okay?
All right, let you go.
Stare. And I think that one reason for this,
all right, love you, Dad.
Say a mouse emerges, feels, looks around, and then they go back in again. They emerge again. It feels exactly the same, and they come out another time. It feels exactly the same. They're less likely to be alerted to it than if the cat keeps looking away and looking back. All our senses, including this sense, I believe, work on the principle of detecting changes or differences. You know, you detect changes in sound, changes in movement, changes in smell. If there's a background noise, you habituate to it. You don't notice it anymore. And if the noise stops, then you notice it stopped. So that's just the way sensory physiology works. And this is the kind of
How you doing?
So I think there's one way that cats deal with it. I don't know about other predators.
Cool.
Those are the ones I've observed most.
Yep, today.
Is by just a fixed stare the whole time, so there's no change. And then I think the prey animal would habituate to that. Now that's when they're sitting still, waiting for something that emerges from a mouse emerging from a hole. Now in the case of lions or tigers, following a herd of gazelles or something, they've
about what?
It's not the same situation because they're in that situation. They're there. Hello. And so it's a different situation. They're sitting quietly, waiting to pounce on a prey. And I think that looking intently continuously would be the best strategy. But again, no one's done any research. That would be a fascinating topic for research. Not very difficult to do. Using cameras and things. Trying to get me kicked out of here. Actually, you can
right.
She's trying to say that the vodka, that I acted differently on the vodka.
Situation and actually study the dynamics.
Jakia, and I'm pretty sure Danny both knows that if I were to black out, which they both see me blacked out, that I'm extremely kind and stupid and funny. I'm not.
So I mean, if I'd had a separate
it seems like she's still.
But for simple domestic reasons, I couldn't.
Now, speaking of your wife, it was lovely to meet her at the Institute for Arts and Ideas. It was great to host a panel with you. And if this is released, I will put a link in the description. I'll try and get a clip just to show it on screen right now. That was one.
Alcohol's not good for us, man. Alcohol's not always good.
Present moment.
Yes.
Do you think there's something inherent to extramission without vision? What I mean
Can't be bad. No, really fucking bad. If you don't remember what you're doing all the time.
Why it would not have been selected out otherwise for the predator. Now I understand again for the prey, they should become more sensitive to it. But for the predator, if it's not needed, if it's not required, why keep it? Why keep that property?
Well, I think it's the way vision works. You see, I don't think you can have vision without extramission because I think we project out our images.
Yeah, I'm getting.
I think
I'll put myself back in shape like really quick. Really fucking quick.
The whole thing of stropesthesia and detecting stares
We'll
is
see if I can get out there
way
soon.
of experimentally investigating extramission. And I think extramission works.
I got hella chi now, so I'm like
I don't
not really
think
that
you can have vision
concerned.
without it.
Do you think you can have other senses without it?
So-
So do you think there's something that's being extramitted with our ears?
Take a while to get back into high school shape, though.
I don't actually. I mean, that's a very reasonable question.
That's
And I
714
asked
that clock,
myself
Garfield.
a few years ago, and I thought, well, is there a comparable sense of being listened to a sense of
614
being
that clock.
stared at? So I ran some
6.
experiments to test this.
Cool.
How the experiment worked is
4.
I used telephones
Love
because if you do it over
7.
the telephone, you eliminate all other cues. And so I had
1.
an experiment, automated experiment
4.
that worked on
There you go.
telephones. And say
And then that way you
you
have
were
to-
doing it together, people worked in pairs. People were linked up together. And then you'd have a series of trials. We'd both be told the trial begins now. And you would be muted. I would then go on talking for 30 seconds. I'd go on and say, well, hi, Kurt, how are you? I wonder what you're feeling. I don't know if you can hear me or not, and stuff. I'd be talking and stuff. And at the end of 30 seconds, I'm asked, was Kurt listening to you or not? And in 50% of the trials, randomly selected, you would hear me. In the other 50%, you hear some nice music composed by my son Cosmo instead.
I think
so
so.
your mind was
Yeah,
on something
I think
else, not on me. So could you tell when I was listening to you? Well, we did this experiment with hundreds of trials and, thousands of trials. And the answer was exactly a chance. People simply couldn't tell when they were being listened to or not. I also interviewed private investigators, who make their living by tapping people's phones. Again, I believe in asking real life people who are subjects experiences. And there was a consensus among these private investigators. People simply don't know if you're tapping their phone and listening to them unless you have mechanical clicks.
How you doing, Garfield?
Whereas they all said, well, if you look at them, they do know.
Rupert Sheldrake and Kurt John Mungle
talking. If you're hidden, they can feel your stare. But if you're listening to them, they can't tell. So that's why I think this is not simply a matter of attention. If it was a matter of people to detect your attention, then it should work with listening as well as staring. I think it's specifically coupled to light, and I think it's telling us something about the nature of vision.
So you've explained about how organ
What about light? What are you saying?
recipients inherit traits through morphic resonance with the donor. Do you see this as differing from theories of cellular memory?
Right.
That's like less than
$1.50
$1.50
a
a lighter.
very different topic.
Sorry, just to be clear, I would like to explore some other aspects of
That's cool.
morphic fields. And
I got
morphic
3 the other day.
scopesthesia,
You're like-
because we could go on about that for another 3 hours.
Yes.
And maybe we should on another podcast. And if people are
Free
interested,
basically,
and
actually.
they have stories or questions, please leave them in the comments.
And also, please do some experiments along the lines I've suggested and go to my website. I'll give the link which you can put in for the staring at. So this is an ongoing project. And looking out of windows and waking up dogs and cats. There's 3 very practical things that anyone who's sufficiently interested could do. And if they're interested and get any results, I'd love to hear from them. Email me on my This is a public participation, citizen science, leading edge of research that anyone can be part of.
Wow.
which is not true.
717
If you're
Garfield.
working on particle physics, you need to have multiple PhDs and a job at the Large Hadron Collider. They'd have to have 10 billion euros to build it in the first place. Whereas this research, anyone can do at home for free.
Man, some people are stupid.
So to set this up, it's my understanding that there are transplant memories.
I'm
that
materialists
sometimes
mostly, yeah.
occur, and
Not
then
even, not really, because I'm kind of a materialist because I know it's like that, but like,
psychosomatic or triggered by medication. So I'd like you to set up what is it that you're referring to when
You don't realize
transplants.
it's
and
like that,
have
like that
other
too.
memories or other skills transplanted along with that, and what are the rebuttals and what are your rebuttals to those rebuttals?
Well, this is not an area where I've done experimental research. You know, I'm not a transplant surgeon, nor do I have as free patients who've undergone transplant surgery, you know, for data protection, confidentiality, etc. You can't just do this kind of research easily. And I haven't done it personally. So it's not one of my...
There's no app
On what?
for
On bot?
transplant.
There's no app for transplant. Well, there might
Oh,
be.
bot.
If
You gotta get what you gotta do. You gotta get those
It's not
those
an app
those
store. It
cleaners.
hasn't passed the regulations yet.
They got enough packet right.
Well, you could have a social group of transplant patients who discuss their experiences, and probably some.
And you got one of those tools.
But
you fuckers.
Anyway, this is an area where I can't claim to have done any research myself, nor do I have any prospect of doing it, because it's a purely medical field. But, so all I know is what people say. And there have been various articles where people have collected together information from transplant patients. And what they say is that, or at least what some of them say, is that they have memories or tendencies or habits they didn't have before the transplant that they feel have been transmitted with the transplant. For example, there's a heart transplant patient who, after the transplant, found that he craved hamburgers and meat products and all sorts of food that he never before had the slightest interest in. And when he found out who the transplant was from, it was from a young man who died in a motorcycle accident who was really keen on hamburgers and meat and all that kind of thing. So it's not very specific memories in that case, but it's a change that people notice. So most of them are a little bit vague. It's not as if they die.
Having magic powers is interesting, Chris. It really is.
Things that
You're just like, one day you're like, man, that's just not real, right? The next day you're just like, okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. No, I actually can't do that all the time. And all the time. All the fucking time. Just straight up magic.
Kind of thing.
And I kind of know it.
It's not incredibly strong evidence.
I see.
Anyway,
I go outside, I'm like, all right, clouds, give me some more sun. Give me some more sun. Give me some more sun. Guess what? They fucking listen sometimes, dude. They listen.
Transplant. And it struck quite a number of people that there does seem to have been a transfer of memory with the transplant. I didn't initially.
I'm a straight up real magician. I kind of know it.
No,
I'm really excited. I'm like, I'm gonna get up there. I'm gonna whip the enemy's ass, dude.
But the only reason I'm involved in it is because people.
I have to now to show all these fucking peasants around here what the fuck's up when you miss a cat.
If someone does get a memory with a heart transplant, they
tried all these bad
something that was appropriate for the person who the heart came
good
from.
to good people, good to bad people. Well, I'm bad to bad people. And I'm bad to good people in a good way.
Memory in the heart, some chemicals in the heart, or change
622 in that, like Garfield.
In the heart, or phosphorylated proteins, or
71 on that one.
DNA, or something. Anyway, some kind of material change, some material aspect of the transplant that transfers the memory. And the reason I say that is because the standard theory of memory is the idea that memories are stored in the brain as material memory traces, either as modified synapses or as phosphorylated proteins, or some really rather way out theories.
Yeah, these people look to be better than they are, that's for sure.
Proposes that
but you
it
see,
might actually be stored in DNA.
I didn't actually realize that I was, in a way, one of the worst people I've ever met. Almost, but not really, not even close, in a way.
Must be inside the cell.
But some people certainly seem to think I am. Almost. But what they don't realize is my intentions are always more pure than most anyone's ever met. But I just don't get that way there.
That's
so now that I have some negative intentions against some negative people, maybe I will.
Because
I'm mad. I'm mad. I'm mad, man.
With flatworms, you may remember them. He trained them to respond to particular light and respond in particular ways. He trained them behaviorally in a distinctive way, and he then cut off their heads, which contain their
Fool's Day.
brain. And then
that was a big deal to these guys.
Generate very easily.
It can be like that.
They grew new heads,
but
when they grew new heads, they remembered what they'd learned before. So
let's wait for that snow to get there. Just a little bit more.
Would be
a little more. But I'm going to try to get Garfield out more. I just need a little bit better hardware, which I will get probably tomorrow.
Across space and time. That's what morphic resonance does. It's about transmitting memories across space and time based on similarity. But Levin, in his published paper on this, said, well, maybe there must be material memories stored all through the body, and it's somehow managed to retrieve them from cellular memories in different parts of the worm. Possible. But he didn't think it was a biofield that was responsible for memory when he did that research. And if it was a biofield, an electric field, then the electric field would have been tremendously disturbed by cutting the head off. So it wasn't as if it would have been an intact biofield. Then you'd have the problem, how on earth could an electric field of the whole worm retain a memory when you disrupted the field so severely by chopping the head off the worm? And as far as I know, Levin's not suggesting that the memories are carried in these electric biofields.
Do you see yourself as being congruent with Michael Levin's bioelectric field, with his work? That is, that perhaps you have the same point of view, but you just give different mechanisms?
I'm smoking some tobacco here in a minute, but not right now.
Different points of view on the same mechanism.
That is...
there's a lot of overlap
Stroganoff
between me and Levin. I greatly admire and like his work. I think he's one of the most creative biologists working today, and also one of those who keeps alive a holistic approach in biology as opposed to molecular biological reductionism, trying to reduce everything to molecules.
Turns out there's been a couple guys got out there like me.
So it's holistic.
Who were that fucking bad, nothing bad. Who got even better out there, just like that, because they were bad.
Shaping fields that shape.
And they got kind of evil.
Organisms.
And they ended up living for a long time. A really long time.
Kind of top-down approach to
so I go find their percentage and destroy them.
There's lots of molecules interacting that somehow allow cells to emerge, and cells interacting that allow tissues to emerge.
They're all xenobit motherfuckers now.
There's an overall plan or shape of the whole organism, a field.
You know what a xenobite is?
Top-down. Fields work top-down.
Yeah.
So a magnetic field works on the whole magnet and all around the magnet top down, and if you put iron filings there, you can reveal the field, but it doesn't come into being through individual iron filings.
Do I mean that? See, I don't really mean that. I mean convert them, but they won't play that game with me.
The magnetic field's there and acts in a top-down way. The gravitational field acts in a top-down way. So the fields, that's how fields work, electrical and magnetic fields and all fields. So he thinks that the organisms are shaped by fields, and so do I. Then the question is, how are these fields inherited? How does the field of a past organism influence the present one? How is the field when a cat is developing a cat embryo? Where does that field come from? And both he and I agree it can't come from the genes, because the genes are the same in all cells, and they just program the development of proteins. They're not shaping claws and noses and whiskers and things in the developing.
What about shoulders? How about back and shoulders?
So, he thinks the fields work.
Pinhead, like Pinhead. That's how I'm scared.
That they work
a little bit.
Bioelectric fields, and so do I.
As you're telling me. Yeah, I used to be obsessed with those guys. Yeah, I'm not obsessed with them like I am now, because they're fucking bad.
By morphic resonance, non-materially, by this influence across space and time.
See, I'm breaking good now.
And I don't think he knows how they're inherited.
Yeah, I've seen one of them, and it freaked me out. Now, that was just enough to, that shit's probably real, and I don't ever want to have that happen, ever. But since it's like that, and like that, and like that too, Chris, sometimes.
I rather suspect that if morphic resonance were proved and accepted scientifically, rather than being treated as a kind of
already in a way,
that Levin would probably rather like that, and I think it would enable him to understand a lot of his own
An angel of pain.
experiments
See,
in a new way.
I kind of doubt that.
But there's no reason why Levin should adopt morphic resonance at the moment.
Yeah,
when
yeah,
it's
that's
still
true.
effective.
That's true. He's a demon.
I thought when I was speaking with Levin and I was hearing him talk about his philosophy,
That's true,
that
but not
he was
always.
an idealist. But I've come to the understanding, and it could be misunderstood.
Those guys are just like that.
A physicalist. It's just he's more on the Mysterian end of the physicalism, which says that it is all physics or physical or material or what have you. It's just that we don't have a handle on what that material is.
Yes. Well, you see, I think morphogenetic fields are physical.
Right. You're right.
They're not part of existing physics. No, I'd agree with Levin about that. That I think morphogenetic fields are physical in the sense that they shape physical processes and interact with electromagnetic fields. And I think morphic resonance is physical. It's a process. I think it works in molecules and crystals. I think they have collective memories as well as biological species. And I think morphic resonance underlies a lot of actual physical processes. So I'm not saying it's supernatural or something. I'm saying it's part of an expanded physics. We have a very limited physics at the moment.
Hellraisers?
But you could expand.
I'm hoping so.
Physics. Morphic
I'm hoping
resonance
so.
doesn't have to be conscious.
No, it can be
In
bad.
fact, it's
It can
a
be really
theory
fucking
of
bad for some
habit.
people. I keep telling these guys
What
that.
it says is that the
help me so much worse.
In the most general sense, that the so-called laws of nature
They're just a little epic.
are not eternal laws fixed for all time at the moment of the Big Bang. They're actually evolving habits, and habits are unconscious even in us. So, so it doesn't require consciousness, morphic resonance, but it does require habits and memory.
Sage can be all powerful.
Agree with
Can
that,
be.
and you see that
You'd be
the
fucking
physics
surprised.
that we don't yet know, and would actually transform physics
Yeah, I
itself.
know. I'm talking about.
So now that leaves it. The question of consciousness is at another level. You have to move up a level to get to consciousness and what's going on there. But for biological development, habits and morphogenetic fields and morphic resonance would expand our physical terms of explanation while remaining in a kind of expanded version of physicalism. It doesn't require abandoning physicalism per se. It just requires expanding physics. So I think he and I would probably agree that that's something that could happen.
Yeah, on expanding physics, that's a project that's close to my heart and this channel, more so about expanding what science is. So the way that I think about it is that science as it stands now isn't what it was a few hundred years ago, and definitely isn't what it was a few thousand years ago.
Yeah, I'm boiling some noodles.
There's a case to be made that Aristotle had a primitive form of science. And then the question is, where is science headed to? So I'm wondering, is there a way to bridge between the first person and the third person? Science is about the third person, so-called objective, and the first person is so-called subjective. And Rupert, this whole project of making consonant the third person perspective with the first person perspective in such a way that it is whatever science will become, I call that abignosis. Abig meaning knowledge of the East and gnosis being knowledge of the West. And then I wonder, would it cease to be quote-unquote science if it bridges that? Because is science not about the objective? Do we then broaden science to mean, well, it's whatever
Sometimes not, huh?
reality?
Science is weird, huh?
What is that investigation?
Usually science for dumb reasons. Scientists are seemingly all like xenobots in a way.
Well, I think
Like I think about the plight of the lab rat.
Phenomena. I mean, there's a whole branch of science consciousness studies that actually studies dreams, lucid dreams, near-death experiences, psychedelic experiences, all of which are subjective. And even in regular medicine, there's a science of pain. You know, when drug companies are developing new analgesics, painkillers, they're dealing with pain. And how do you, well, I can't measure your pain, which is subjectively experienced by you, by putting a kind of meter on you or sort of
Holy shit, no way, right?
Here or something. The pain is already subjective and has been a part of scientific investigation for decades, particularly in relation ibuprofen and painkillers and anesthesia. It's a really practical thing dealing with pain. That's why we've got an opioid crisis.
Well, some of these emergency camps are not
Very
fucking nice on people, and they're not
painkillers,
even
but
known, are
also
they?
addictive. So, the consciousness studies bridges the realm of empirical science and
no, not everyone goes to LSD a bit, but some
and
of them are for a little while.
subjective consciousness. That's why I think it's such an interesting branch of science. And you can study, there are people studying psychedelic experiences, for example, by asking people what experiences.
Initiated by the xenobites?
Yeah,
in a way.
This response curve. In some of the early psychedelic studies, you give people different doses of the psychedelic, and you find out what dose begins to affect them, at what dose they.
I'd rather not be, but you'd be surprised.
Visuals and so on. All of these things are psychedelic. You can tweak the molecules. The designers of designer drugs, people like Sasha Shulgin, made all sorts of amphetamine derivatives. MDMA was one he revived, and then he made a whole lot of others and a whole lot of tryptamine derivatives. And in his book, PCAL, Phenethylamines I Have Known and Loved, he describes it's like a cookery book with 50 different kinds of psychedelic molecules, most of them that he'd made for the first time. No one had ever had them before. He made them and then tested them himself. And there's chemistry relating to consciousness.
Yeah, I understand that.
In a book which
my shadow side is not too bad.
Reports of these new
no, I basically am my shadow side a lot of the time, turns out.
And the sort of regular chemical formulae and chemical structural formulae of how you actually.
Well, no, because my shadow's not that bad. Just a hard ass.
I believe it was less than a week ago at this point at the Institute for Arts and Ideas, afterward, just privately, we were talking about how idealism and physicalism seem to be two sides of the same monism coin. Can you please expand on that and what your felt on?
I don't know about killing, but I just want to save some people. I know people out there in a lot of pain.
Well, this is
crazy not to pain.
I can summarize it, but we might need a whole lot.
My shadow side is the part that says I'm not good enough to go get
at least one.
Or several. But anyway, I can summarize it. See, I think that at the moment, we've had within the sciences since the 17th century, there's been a dualism. Everyone rightly traces back to Descartes. And Descartes, the great 17th century French philosopher and mathematician and physicist, divided the world into two compartments. On the one hand, you have what he calls res extensa, which is extended things, which is matter. The whole universe is made up of matter extended in space and time, which is unconscious.
Really, though?
And on the other hand, he had
I view this like
which is consciousness, thinking stuff, which had three main forms.
I could. No, I could. If it means
and human minds.
Reducing the suffering of sentient beings.
Cogitans, consciousness was not in space and time, whereas all matter is unconscious, it was in space and time.
So that's holy honored light, baby.
Cartesian dualism. And it meant the mind's taken from the body, and moreover, he said that only humans among the whole of the natural world have this thinking stuff, minds. Animals are mere machines, and so is the whole of the rest of nature, unconscious, inanimate machines. So this, in the 17th century, was a reasonable compromise for a lot of people, because it meant religion could go on as before. They lost the whole of nature as part of the remit of religion, but they kept God, angels, and human minds, and morality, and survival of bodily death, which is non-physical and non-material. So that remained the Department of Religion. And the Department of Science was the whole of nature, the stars, the heavens, the earth, animals, plants, and human bodies, conceived of as inanimate machines. So that's Cartesian dualism. Then, in the 19th century, there were a lot of people who thought that having two things was too many, and that ultimately I should just have one. One school of thought, particularly in Germany in the early 19th century, became idealists, and they said, well, actually, the only reality is spirit, or consciousness, and matter is sort of dumbed down. And the other school of thought, materialists, said,
Shadi Sam, Gadi
God
Swam,
simply doesn't exist.
God from
They're
fire.
atheists. So they say, just say you can't measure it, you can't quantify it, it doesn't exist. It's absolute fantasy, wishful thinking, nonsense, childish kind of beliefs.
Yeah, there has been reports about in Buddhism. There's ongoing conflicts right now in the name of Buddhism in a way.
A material world of unconscious matter extended in space and time.
What about right now? What I told you right now? There are Buddhists in Myanmar who are cannibal serial killers and are in their minds in war with Muslims right now that flee to Myanmar from India and get eaten by Buddhists.
Try and explain it. That's why it's called the hard problem in materialist theories of mind. Because if you say consciousness is an epiphenomenon of brain activity, doesn't actually do anything, then why did it evolve if it's totally useless and doesn't do anything?
The human race is complicated.
You say it's an illusion, then you haven't explained consciousness, because illusion is itself a mode of consciousness. And that's why you go around in circles, and it's called the hard problem. So what we've seen recently is a revival of idealism, particularly in the work of Bernardo Kastrup, who tries to flip the physicalism on its side, or invert it, and say that the ultimate reality is consciousness.
I don't consider Christian cannibals totally Christian either.
Matter is, in fact, sort of dumbed down mind.
But are they? I mean, of course they are, right?
Proposition attractive.
It's not right about everything.
Is basically, for the rest of science, it's business as usual.
The body and blood of you guys?
The envelope within which we understand everything, flipped it around. But it's still reduction.
Buddhism's a middle path.
It's still
That's real Buddhism.
It's still, there's nothing outside nature. It's still a kind of physicalism, except now.
Sacrifice your life for the suffering of sentient beings.
And he actually, one of his great selling points is it.
Yes, you can. You're not Batman, you're Superman.
Reductionism.
You're One Punch Man. You need to be.
In basic workings of science carry on just as they were before.
He has before. What did the elite? He fucked them up when it came down to it.
I've not heard him make any experimental.
Superman has killed people before. He just doesn't like it.
That would enable you to just.
See, Batman should have killed the Joker a long time.
I see it as a kind of
I'll make more like Rorschach sometimes. Not quite that bad.
To go on with business as usual in science, while dissolving the biggest problem of materialism in relation to consciousness, by namely the hard problem, because materialism simply can't explain consciousness. The trouble with his idealism is that it can't really explain matter. But he tried.
When he was a child?
But
oh, you mean like that kind of time?
If you ask him, as I have done, then he says, "Well, it's like ripples on the ocean. You have kind of an ocean of being, and the ocean emerges from ripples on the ocean."
I would not. Why?
Explain the
because I know
material
something else.
World as revealed by
who else it could have been other than that guy?
I think that Bernardo Kastrup has so far got as far as verse 2 in chapter 1 of the book of Genesis. Chapter 1 of the book of Genesis, verse 1 says, "In the beginning,
it might have been worse.
God made the heaven and the earth." Verse 2 says, "The earth was without form and void, and darkness was on
let's say
the face
hypothetically.
of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved on the face of the waters." So,
you ever
the Spirit
seen?
of God is the
You ever seen that movie?
wind or breath.
One of my favorite movies is called
It's a wide range.
Oh, was it? I can't remember what it's called now.
In Hebrew.
Oh, Kung Fury. Kung Fury. Yeah, Kung Fury. You ever seen Kung Fury?
Meaning spirit. It's not just some abstract thing, isn't it? Well, if there's the wind of God moves on the face of the waters.
Yeah, it's like, thank you.
It creates ripples on the ocean.
No, Kung Fury, where he beats up Hitler. And he goes back in time and beats up Hitler.
He stops at verse 2. And verse 3 said, "And God said."
Yeah, it's like a 30-minute long.
Now you have the creative word of God.
Yeah.
And you have light. And then you begin to get, in the subsequent verses of Genesis, the separation of light and darkness, of the heavens and the earth, of the sea and the dry land. A series of,
I feel like I know what you're talking about, but yeah, I don't know what movie that is.
Called spontaneous symmetry breakings. A series of divisions.
Oh, the chosen one. Yeah.
Yeah. Cosmologies, where you have an undivided one that undergoes a series of divisions to produce.
I understand that.
And the heavens and so on through a series of divisions.
A martial artist. Yeah, I know a few martial artists.
Is the word of God, or as it's called in Greek, the Logos. And So
Right.
if you
Right.
have
Right.
God as the basic ground of consciousness, you have the spirit as the dynamical principle that can cause ripples on the ocean, and you have the creative word. This is effectively what Christians call the Holy Trinity. And the Holy Trinity, as a model of ultimate consciousness, has a threefold aspect. It's not three separate gods, it's three aspects of a fundamental unity. And this Trinity, this Trinitarian model of ultimate reality, is found not just in Christianity, but in many, many other traditions. In Hinduism, it takes many forms. For example, Brahma, Vishnu, and Krishna, where Brahma is the creator god, the ultimate god, but Vishnu is the preserver of form and order, a bit like the Logos in the Christian Trinity, which
it's gonna be good.
sound rather like
Make some
Platonic
cream and
ideas
mushroom and
in
stroganoff
Plato's
together.
philosophy. Forms, order, pattern, structure, meaning. And then Shiva, in this Hindu trinity of gods, is the creator and the destroyer, an energy principle who's portrayed dancing or with flames or through the Shiva Lingam.
Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya.
Sat Chetananda, where Sat is the ground of conscious being, Chit is names and forms. It's the Logos principle, and Ananda is joy or bliss.
The Logos
I
principle.
think it equates more or
What
less
about
to the
that?
spirit principle. So I think
What about
that
the Nous principle?
in Trinitarian models, which underlie many traditions.
What about the
world,
Psyche principle?
Even yin yang in the Taoist one, the yin and the yang interact with each other, but it's not a duality because there's a circle, the Tao, which encloses them both, the ground of both of them. So it's a kind of Trinitarian model. So
interesting.
So you see, my point is that I'm against dualism, but Kastrup and the materialists want to reduce the two to one. And I think that the problem with Cartesian dualism is that it actually arose because Descartes reduced 3 to 2. He started with the Trinitarian model. And the Christian Trinitarian model in the Middle Ages wasn't just the Holy Trinity. It was a trinity of spirit, soul, and body, which we experience ourselves. The soul is what shapes the body and underlies our instincts or animal nature. The body is the physical body, and the spirit is the conscious mind. And the soul is not necessarily conscious. It's all those unconscious habits, shaping the embryology as we grow. We're not conscious as embryos if we make a limb here or develop an eye here. It happens unconsciously, habitually.
Chris, you know how uncommon it is
remove the soul from
to actually be like that.
Model of nature. He said there's no such thing as
just know it's real
in nature and the earth and the stars in animals.
No matter what.
Which is what all
Mr. Bob, 5 minutes, Garfield. Yep, 7, 4, 6 on that clock.
There's just spirit and matter. And so he collapsed the Trinitarian model into a dualism.
646 on that one, 647.
Unsatisfactory. And the physicalists and the idealists are against
6,
that
4,
dualism
7. So that's good enough.
because it's unsatisfactory. And they collapse it to a monism, either all spirit or all matter. Whereas I think it makes so much better sense to explore and revisit these wonderfully sophisticated Trinitarian models that we have in the theologies of Hinduism. We have some parallels in some aspects of Sufi theology in Islam. There are 3 levels in Buddhism. There are many ways of interpreting this Trinity within the Christian tradition. But maybe I should just end, because I think this would have to be another conversation. But I think that the primary metaphor, which I find makes it much easier to understand, is speech. Because even in the book of Genesis, you see the Spirit of God is like the breath, the wind. And then verse 3, we have the word, and God said, it's the spoken word. If you think of how speech works, this, I think, is the principal metaphor of the Holy Trinity and indeed of other trinities. It's used over and over again. In St. John's Gospel, in the beginning was the Word. It's the first verse.
How's my nephew doing? Talk to him.
So when we're speaking, It means the spoken word, not the written word, of course. When we're speaking, like when I'm speaking now, you're hearing my words. Each word
I get
has
calls
its
every
own
once in a while.
form, its structure, its
Not a long
meaning,
time,
its
though.
connections with other words, and so on. It has a form, and you can see the form of the word on an oscilloscope. Each word has its own form. That's why we recognize it. That's why automated voice recognition systems can recognize the formal pattern of the word. So each word has a formal pattern, and the way they're strung together in sentences gives an overall formal meaning in paragraphs and so forth. Forms, pattern, structure.
Sure.
But in order to speak those words, I have to breathe out. If I just have the words, then they're silent in my mind. They don't manifest. If I just have the breath, I have a flow of air, but it's white noise with no structural meaning. And so the spoken word has to have both. The flow of energy, which we see all through nature, there's a flow of energy in all nature. The whole of physics is based on flows of energy, but the whole of nature is based on form, structure, and pattern as well.
Distinction good and evil? Well,
Fields, the shape
God,
of
a lot of the time, yeah.
given through the gravitational fields, and fields shape all nature. I think they're manifestations in nature of the logos or word or form. So we have a model of ultimate consciousness that contains a ground of consciousness.
No,
like
I must not fear the
word.
spirit.
I'm the speaker.
Is that is why we are
I'm a
all
unified source from which both the breath
fucking
flows
prison.
and the words come.
In a way.
And I can't just have the breath without the words. Well, I can have the breath without the words.
Can I go to your ox? I've never sacrificed my ox. I take my ox to war with me.
Speaking, you have the speaker, the breath, and the words. And it doesn't mean they're three separate people, three different beings. They're all part of a unity of me speaking, but they're distinguishable aspects. And I think the trouble with Kastrup type analytical idealism is that it's too undifferentiated. It gets the first stage, the ground of being or ground of consciousness, but it doesn't have the energy in nature. It doesn't explain why there's ripples on the ocean. It sort of implicitly has the spirit of the spirit of God moved on the face of the deep. Implicitly.
Oh, read that again out loud? Let me turn this down for a second.
Genesis with the word.
All men have enough to spare? Not really, not around here. I know that.
What a fool I am. What a muddled mind I have. All men are bright, bright. I alone am dim, dim.
I alone am dim, dim. Yeah, sometimes. Feel like that.
All men are sharp, sharp.
All men are sharp, sharp. Not quite. Not quite. But be surprised sometimes. I alone am mum, mum. I agree with that. Aimless. The wafting gale. Well.
All men settle down in their grooves. I alone am stubborn.
I alone am stubborn.
Side.
On both sides.
Wherein I differ. Wherein I am most different from others.
Wherein I'm most different than others.
To take sustenance from my mother.
Oh wow. Take sustenance from the mother. That's why. That's what it is, huh?
That's chapter 20.
You know, some mysteries until you drink from.
What? Trying to just stop there.
I gotta go find. See, you remind me of something. There's some magic springs up there in Mount Shasta that are like found immortality. I bet. I gotta go find them.
I'm trying to find the chapter that I was thinking about.
Garfield, you ready to go up there yet?
Oh, this is cool. In keeping the spirit and the vital soul together, are you able to maintain their perfect harmony? In gathering your vital energy to attain suppleness, have you reached the state of a newborn babe? In washing your vision, in washing and clearing your inner vision, have you purified it of all dross? In loving your people and governing your state, are you able to dispense with cleverness? In opening and shutting heaven's gate, are you able to play the feminine part?
Wow.
Enlightened and seeing far in all directions.
What are you reading?
But at the same time remain detached and non-active.
Wow.
Hear your people. Feed your people.
Hear your
Lead them
people.
without
Feed your
claiming
people.
them for your own.
Wow.
Do your work without setting any store by it. Be a leader.
Be a leader.
Butcher.
Not a butcher.
This is called inversion.
What is that from?
The Tao Te Ching.
Oh, the Tao Te Ching? Yeah, that's good stuff.
I'm trying to find. I'm looking through these chapters and just reading, skimming them over. There's one chapter where it talks about the demons, and I want to find out what it says directly, not me paraphrasing, because it's really quite interesting. When all the world recognizes beauty as beauty, this in itself is ugliness. When all the world recognizes good as good, this in itself is evil. Indeed, the hidden and manifest gives birth to each other. Difficult and easy complement each other. Long and short exhibit each other. High and low set measure to each other. Voice and sound harmonize each other. Back and front follow each other. Therefore the sage manages his affairs without ado, and spreads his teaching without talking. He denies nothing to the teeming things. He rears them but lays no claim to them. He does his work but sets no store by it. He accomplishes his task but does not dwell upon it. And yet it is because he does not dwell on it that nobody can ever take it away from him.
How many people think you're in? How many people are in the county that you're in, Chris? What county are you in?
Contra Costa County.
How many people live in that county?
Just Pleasant Hill has more people than all of Siskiyou County.
How many people in Pleasant Hill?
There's like 47,000.
See, that's already not true, and I kind of know that. But
Then there's Concord, there's Richmond. They're all in this county.
oh yeah, Concord and Richmond have a lot of people. Fucking yeah, they do.
Martinez, I'm in Pinole.
There you go.
There's quite a few people in this county. Probably a million.
A million people in that county? Yeah, maybe.
Maybe not a million. Probably like 300,000.
A million's a big number, man. That's what the thing is in California. They kind of like that. Who knows what's going on? What's it called again?
The town that I live in?
No, the county?
Contra Costa County.
Contra.
Yeah, just look it up online. How many people are in Contra Costa County? I'll look it up.
Contra Costa County. There is about 1 million people there. Yeah. 1.2 million, almost 1.16 million people. 1.7 almost, yeah.
Wow, 1.55 million people. Yeah, I told you there's a lot. I
You know how many
it has
people?
Three of the big biggest cities in this area.
You people really in Citrus County? Like at least 100,000 people in Citrus County, at least, but way more than that. I'm pretty sure most of them are not.
In Citrus County, no,
here.
there's only 45,000 people.
Yeah, on the census, man, on the census, but there's way more people here than that. And I know it. I know it. I mean, first of all, the animals are people too. But other than that, human beings. Like, am I registered there? Maybe not. Maybe I am. I probably am. But who knows about the other guys? We're out there like that too. We have no idea really how many people out there like that too right now. But quite a few, turns out.
Yeah, the Tao Te Ching is a very important book to me. And right here, he who knows how to guide a ruler in the path of the Tao does not try to override the world with force of arms. It is the nature of a military weapon to turn against its wielder. Wherever armies are stationed, thorny bushes grow. After a great war, bad years invariably follow. What you want is to protect efficiently your own state, but not to aim at self-aggrandizement. After you have attained your purpose, you must not parade your success. You must not boast of your ability. You must not feel proud. You must rather regret that you had not been able to prevent the war. You must never think of conquering others by force. For to be overdeveloped is to hasten to decay.
To be overdeveloped is to hasten to decay. That is true. In a way. 700 in that clock, Garfield.
And what is against the Tao?
800 in that clock.
Soon cease to be. I know it's going to be one of these. Just looking through all the Oh, this is kind of what we were talking about the other day. Chapter 33. He who knows man is clever. He who knows himself has insight. He who conquers men has force. He who conquers himself is truly strong. He who knows when he is rich. And he who adheres assiduously to the path of the Tao is a man of steady purpose. He who strays from where he has found his true home endures well. He who dies and does not enjoys real longevity. Do you have the Tao at the house there? Is there a copy of my books? You alright?
Yeah, I was trying to gog this out. No, I got a system now. Make sure I cough every time I smoke, just in case.
This is a good chapter too. High virtue is non-virtuous. Therefore it has virtue. Low virtue never frees itself from virtuousness. Therefore it has no virtue. High virtue makes no fuss and has no private ends to serve. Low virtue not only fusses but has private ends to serve. High humanity fusses but has no private ends to serve. High morality not only fusses but has private ends to serve. High ceremony
fusses but finds no response. Then it tries to enforce itself with rolled up sleeves. Failing Tao, men resort to virtue. Failing virtue, men resort to humanity. Failing humanity, men resort to morality. Failing morality, men resort to ceremony. Now, ceremony is the merest husk of faith and loyalty. It is the beginning of all confusion and disorder. As to foreknowledge, it is only the flower of the Tao and the beginning of folly. Therefore, the full-grown man sets his heart upon the substance rather than the husk, upon the fruit rather than the flower. Truly, he prefers what is within to what is without.
Yeah, I listen to the Dow sometimes. I'll play it on my computer.
Even in your resentful state, because when someone's rancorous, it's difficult
This
for
is
them to
probably
have
the shortest
another
chapter.
point of view where
The
rancor
movement of the
isn't
Tao
something.
consists in returning. The use of the Tao consists in softness. All things under heaven are born of the corporal. The corporal is born of the incorporeal.
Corporeal, right? Or corporal. Incorporeal?
Yeah, corporeal. So.
Yeah. Om Namo Arya Matreya Buddhaya Dharmaya Sangaya. Are you, Chris? Do you know that yet?
What? What's that?
Don't you know this yet?
Do I know what yet?
That you're a fucking demon? Not really, not really. But you know what that means, Chris?
I know when the world is in possession of Tao, the galloping horses are led to fertilize their fields with their droppings. When the world has become Taoless, war horses breed themselves on suburbs. There is no calamity like not knowing what is enough. There is no evil like covetousness.
There's no evil like preventiveness, yeah.
Only he who knows what is enough.
Only he who hath understanding
Will always have enough.
will have understanding, right? Exactly. Well, I was hoping.
That's why
something a little different.
Like it, because covetousness, if you're gonna hurt somebody, or even steal from somebody, or if you're willing to take their life or hurt them in some way, that's being coveted over them.
Yeah. Now Chris is a wise man. I know this about my brother Chris, because he can shut the fuck up about the kind of stuff. I cannot sometimes.
You cannot shut up about what?
Just anything. Sometimes anything, almost. Tomorrow's April Fool's. I'm pretty scared about tomorrow. 7 8 9 o'clock, Garfield. Why? Because it's a big day, and they know it too.
You're scared about
A little bit, because it's Fool's Day.
I was kind of nervous about the Ides of March.
Oh, the Ides of March?
Past.
Yeah, that was a heavy one, huh? I am, and I know that I fucking am.
I am written on my forehead.
I know you do.
This is pretty good. The sage has no interests of his own, but takes the interest of the people as his own. He is kind to the kind. Oh, this is it. He is kind to the kind. He is also kind to the unkind. For virtue is kind. He is faithful to the faithful. He is also faithful to the unfaithful. For virtue is faithful. In the midst of the world, the sage is shy and self-effacing. For the sake of the world, he keeps his heart in its nebulous state.
You say you got Mad Taran and Crazy Chris Miller. They're wiser than anybody you ever met, both of them. Almost. But not quite. Not quite.
All the people strain their ears and eyes. The sage only smiles like an amused infant. That was one of the things we were talking about today. I'm still looking for the other one. This one you might like. All under heaven have a common beginning. This beginning
Indeed they do.
is the mother of the world.
Yes, she is.
Having known the mother, we proceed to know her children.
Having known the mother,
The
we proceed to
children,
know their
we
children.
should go back and hold on to the mother. In so doing, you will incur no risk, even though your body be annihilated. Block all passages, shut all doors, and in the end of your days, you will not be worn out. Open passages, multiply your activities, and in the end of your days, you will remain helpless. To see the small is to have insight. To hold on to weakness is to be strong. Use the lights, but return to your insight. Do not bring calamities upon yourself. This is the way of cultivating the changeless. And I definitely don't do that. I've brought tons of calamities upon myself.
Yeah, hundreds of calamities upon yourself. The problem is, Chris, I'm afraid you have.
I'm not afraid. Well, I am afraid, but I'm not.
Right, I understand that. Being afraid, but not afraid.
I think fearlessness is not having fear. It's moving through fear.
Moving through fear.
But I think there'll be even a time when I've lost that understanding.
Have you lost that understanding? Almost, though.
There will be a time when I have.
You're right. No, right. It happens. Believe it or not, it can happen just like that.
This is why I believe God is kind of like up there, because God says very little. You know, he who knows does not speak. He who speaks does not know. Block all passages, shut all doors, blunt all edges, untie all tangles, harmonize all lights, unite the world into one whole.
See, I
This
fucking
is
knew this,
called
like
the
intuitively.
mystical whole, which you
But I
cannot
know this intellectually,
forever
not
nor
yet, but I
shun,
guess I do.
benefit nor harm, honor nor humble. Therefore, it is the highest of the world. What were you saying?
714 on that clock, Garfield.
I don't. It might be later on that the chapter says that in the book, because I'm almost to where I'm at right now, and I'm still not finding it. I thought I had already read it, but I could just be remembering from the last time I read it. You know, that's the whole teaching of Buddhism, is to change yourself. And in working on yourself and changing yourself, naturally you will change the people from the inside. Oh, here it is. Okay, I found it. So, ruling a big kingdom is like cooking a small fish. When a man of Tao reigns over the worlds, demons have no spiritual powers. Not that they have no spiritual powers, but the spirits themselves do no harm to men. Not that the spirits do no harm to men, but the sage himself does no harm to his people. If only the ruler and his people would refrain from harming each other, all the benefits of life would accumulate in the kingdom. That's the one I've been looking for. Can I read that again?
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, read it again.
Ruling a big kingdom is like cooking a small fish. When a man of Tao reigns over the world, demons have no spiritual powers. Not that demons have no spiritual powers, but the spirits of themselves do no harm to men. Not that the spirits do no harm to men, but the sage himself does no harm to his people. If only the ruler and his people would refrain from harming each other, all the benefits of life would accumulate in the kingdom. Chapter 60. And I'm on chapter 67.
Welcome to Primordial Waters. Your name's Taran Miller now. Anyways, what are you saying?
I was just listening to what you were saying.
Sorry, I eliminated a powerful enemy one day. I was just converting him.
I have my little pipe tool. You crush the bowl down with it, and then you can mix it. took me long enough to find that verse. That's how like even Jesus wasn't the sage that they're talking about there, because that sage, the one that comes in the end, God, when He finally saves us, that sage balances the whole world. Just Him being alive. The spirits, the demons do no harm to men, because he does no harm. Just him being alive restores balance when he finally grabs onto the Tao.
Right. No, right. Just him finally grabs onto the Tao. Just him being alive restores balance. Well, as long as he's not too tortured in the end.
Yeah, there won't be any kind of suffering or pain anymore once that happens. But we're all in exile, banished. It says, "Hail, Holy Queen, Mother of Mercy, hail our likeness and our weakness and our hope. To you do we hail, Holy Queen, Mother of Mercy, hail our light, hail our enlightenment and help." I thought I haven't done my rosary prayer in a while. Hail, Holy Queen, Mother of Mercy, hail our life, our sweetness, and our hope. To you do we cry, poor banished children of Eve. To you do we send up our sighs, mourning and weeping in this valley of tears. Turn then, most gracious advocate, your eyes of mercy toward us, and after this our exile, show unto us the blessed fruit of your womb, Jesus. O clement, O loving, O sweet Virgin Mary, pray for us, O Holy Mother of God, that we may be made worthy of the promises of Christ. O God, whose only begotten Son, by his life, death, and resurrection, has purchased for us the rewards of eternal life, grant, we beseech thee, that meditating upon these mysteries of the most holy rosary of the Blessed Virgin Mary, we may imitate what they contain, or obtain what they promise, the same Christ, our Lord. Amen.
Amen.
And for those fringe Muslims, Christianity is not it's the religion of the devil actually surrendering to God.
Hey Garfield, how you doing? My petty soul. My petty soul. Kitty somebody somebody. No, you're not. You suck honey some bum 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 for sure.
How you doing? How was your nap? Yeah.
I love you. You know I love you.
That guy right here who wasn't actually in there, but he was getting as close as he could.
You want me again? Are you? Yeah, I was. Yeah, I was.
Hi, eyebrows. Hi.
You think about that?
Are you napping?
Ow.
Yeah,
You're sharp.
we're napping.
You're sharp. I mean that. I got you. Be nice. Be nice boy.
I don't know, I kind of sometimes see that I'm a little optimistic, I guess is the word, and naive a little bit. It's probably not how the world works, but I have faith in God.
Me too. Yeah, I do.
And I know that God will.
I have faith in God. Yeah, I do. In God.
God will do everything that He's meant, that He promised.
Yeah, He will.
And more. Heaven will be greater than we can imagine.
Greater than we can imagine. Yes, Zach, you like that Garfield. Yeah, can be. And you too, George.
How you doing, eyebrows? Yeah, your food's right there. Yeah. Are you going to eat? Good, yum. Oh, water. Yeah, I feel very. I've gone up and down on the table, and like it really symbol models it out. You know, because that which exalts itself on high will be brought low, and that which is low will be raised up. So it's like this kind of flow of balance of the yin and the yang that is sending us through these ups and downs in life.
Right. That's a good boy, Garfield. So you getting on you? Yeah, I've been on. Yeah. I love you.
What's wrong?
He's a good boy.
No. What's wrong?
You don't play? You don't play like that, do you? No, you don't. Porishakari su. Porishali pentali. Prince Garad, Parisam Purisu. Garisam Shalisam, Porishakari su. Porishali pentali. Pam 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 pam.
Yeah, I don't think of myself as wise. I don't have any knowledge really. You know, my stuff all comes from somewhere else. It's from God or from, you know, I don't have anything of my own. But I do feel like I am a demon though.
Yeah.
But not in a, like a bad way. Like I feel like I'm a sinner, a big sinner.
Sinner.
But there's a
Right.
pureness
That's what I meant.
to my life that I've lived. There's like this kind of piece of me. Like if Christ was the purest being who took sin upon himself, then in reference to that, I'm the most sinful being that took purity upon himself.
Oh yeah, that happened.
How you doing, my girl?
I have a go now. I get some rest here for a minute.
What's that?
I'm gonna go now.
Okay.
All right, love you.
Good.
Bye.
Bye.
8-7 o'clock, Garfield. 8-8 now. You're bed yet? There we go. The proper counts.
For the acute treatment of migraine with I love cats. The internet loves cats. And it seems that evolution also loves cats, because some very cat-like things have evolved quite a few different times throughout the history of life. When unrelated organisms end up evolving to look very similar to each other, or have very similar features, this is a phenomenon called convergent evolution. It's much more prevalent in animals than you might expect, but this makes sense considering how natural selection operates. The anatomical features that best enable an organism to survive and reproduce will be the ones that get selected for. And so, if two unrelated animals have a very similar way of life or live in the same environment, then they can end up looking very much alike. This is seen throughout the fossil record, and even among various living animals. And we've already looked at how turtles, crocs, and moles have all evolved on more than one occasion. The repeated evolution of cat-like creatures is another incredible example of this evolutionary phenomenon, and so that's what we'll be looking at this time. But firstly, what even are cats? How did they evolve? Before we get into all that, I want to introduce you to our cat stars of this episode. Throughout the video, you'll be seeing photos and footage of 3 very special cats. Firstly, this is Elsa, my family's cat who has been part of our family since I was 12. She's named after Elsa the lioness, star of Born Free, and she's only got 3 legs. We don't know how her leg got injured as she already had it amputated when we adopted her, and there weren't very good records of her prior life. Elsa is about 15 years old and still going strong, happily living at my parents' house. Next, this is Grendel, our newly adopted kitten. She's only 3 months old in this footage, and she's absolutely adorable. Her full name is Grendelius mordax, named after an ichthyosaur species I studied for my undergrad research, and because I think it's the perfect cat name. Finally, we're also looking after Grendel's mother, Morgana, who is also a very young cat and still acts an awful lot like a kitten, especially around Grendel. So now you know a little bit about the stars of the episode. Cats are members of the family Felidae, which in turn is part of the Feliform suborder, one of the 2 major groups of the order of carnivora. The other major group of carnivorans is called Caeniformia, and this includes all the dogs, bears, badgers, raccoons, skunks, seals, sea lions, as well as others. The Feliforms, in addition to including cats, contains hyenas, mongooses, civets, and a few other lineages, including numerous now extinct ones. The cat family Felidae probably split off from other Feliforms about 33 million years ago, during a period of time called the Oligocene epoch. Currently, the oldest definite felid we've found fossils of is a kind of animal called Pro-Ilurus, which lived just after this time. Pro-Ilurus would have looked quite a bit like the living Viverrids, another group of feliforms related to cats. Its fossils have been found in Europe and possibly also in Asia and North America, and it likely spent a lot of time climbing about in trees. This early stage of felid evolution is actually not particularly well understood at the moment, owing to the scarcity of their fossils from this stretch of geological history, but estimates of divergence times based on molecular evidence of modern animals does fit what's currently represented by the limited fossils we have. So the true cats emerged sometime between around 33 and 28.5 million years ago. After Pro-Ilurus, fossils of a creature named Pseudilurus start turning up in the fossil record in Europe, Asia, and North America, from a stretch of time known as the Miocene epoch. Again, the details of cat evolution around this time are quite murky, and the number of species of Pseudilurus is somewhat unclear. It seems likely that Pseudilurus is something called a complex. Essentially, it represents more of a grade or type of prehistoric felid with no strict definition at the moment, and multiple names for the different groups of species included. All subsequent lineages of cats then appear to have evolved from within this Pseudilurus grade, or something very much like it. Pseudilurus varied in dimension, with some species being about the size of a wild cat, while others were more human-sized. Again, these animals were probably quite at home among tree branches, with oval, rather slender bodies and generally shortened legs, making them adept climbers. One of the lineages that split off from within the Pseudarctos grade was the most famous of
We get this guy's cat killed, and then we all fucking pay the price for the other guys. And some people know this, like, intellectually, that this was the fucking litmus test, and there's nothing they can do about it now because they killed Big George like that.
Giving rise to the Machairodontes, the oldest true member of the saber-toothed cats.
And some people just like this. They just can do ever and ever and ever and ever. And if someone doesn't show up to their house with good intentions, they're gonna arrest them, and they won't even notice. They'll just still beat home.
However, the saber-toothed lineage likely originated earlier than this, with genetic evidence indicating that they split from the ancestors of all.
As long as they're a good person, they know it.
Years ago. The saber-toothed lineage gave rise to several different subgroups, including the scimitar-toothed cats, such as Homotherium, the metallurines, such as Dinofelis, and, of course, the iconic...
That's what I'm saying for a long time. No, a really long time. And they do not believe me yet. It has happened all fucking ready, like at least twice, guys. Someone shook my house to pick me up, and guess what? I was there, I guess, but I wasn't there because I'm still fucking alive.
That also had saber teeth comparable to Machairodontes. And this is actually going to be the topic of another convergent evolution video I've got planned for the future, looking at every time saber teeth evolved. Such teeth appeared in several cat-like lineages as well as numerous not-so-cat-like ones. So I think that would be fun to explore in another video. Anyway, heading back to the evolution of true cats, the other major subfamilies within Felidae are Felinae and Pantherinae, the so-called conical-toothed cats. Pantherinae includes lions, jaguars, leopards, tigers, snow leopards, and clouded leopards, while Felinae includes every other living cat species. These groups share a common ancestor that lived in Asia, and according to genetic evidence, the two lineages split off from one another some 10.8 million years ago. Both felines and pantherines adapted to all sorts of environments and niches on most of the planet's continents, dispersing from Asia in several different waves over the past few millions of years. By at least 9,500 years ago, humans were as indicated by archaeologists on Cyprus that date to this age. These finds include a child buried with a cat, hinting at the strong bonds between species even at this early point in time. Since cats were not native to the island, it shows that Neolithic farmers were bringing these animals to the island from elsewhere. This love that humans have for cats has clearly lasted a very long time, and it's a good job we eventually invented the internet so that we could look at cat videos all day long. I'm sure that's what those Neolithic people intended to happen one day. But, strangely enough, the so-called true cats, the felids, were not the original cats. There are several lineages that appeared earlier on than the felids which look remarkably cat-like. One such example is the family Oxyinidae. This group first turns up in the fossil record around 59 million years ago, not long after the non-bird dinosaurs had gone extinct. They are not quite members of the order Carnivora, the big group that includes the cats, the dogs, bears, seals, and all the others. So they're not especially close relatives of the true cats, and they have a separate origin from them. However, some species of Oxyinids do superficially resemble cats. Oxyinids started off as fairly small weasel-like creatures, but species such as the 50 to 46 million-year-old Patriofelis were about the size of a jaguar and looked a bit more cat-like. Patriofelis had proportionally quite short legs and a long body, and seems to have been a terrestrial ambush predator of large animals. They had rather broad snouts, plus flexible elbow joints and forelimbs to help in grappling with prey. Patriofelis, like all Oxyinids, also possessed specialized shearing teeth near the back of their jaws, called carnassial teeth. These are modified cheek teeth that essentially work like scissors, with self-sharpening edges that are very efficient at slicing through flesh. Carnassial teeth are one of the key anatomical traits in a lot of members of Carnivora, and if you watch your dog or cat eating, you'll likely be able to see them biting down with the sides of their mouths. That's then engaging the carnassials. These teeth have convergently evolved among mammals a few times, and they seem to have had an independent evolutionary origin in the Oxyinids too, another feature that makes them pretty cat-like. Another very cat-like Oxyinid species is Diego Alurus from California, which is part of the subgroup Machairodontes. These Oxyinids also have saber teeth, and they are in fact the oldest known saber-toothed true mammals. So we'll come back to them in the saber-tooth convergence video. Paleonyctus from Europe and North America could also be considered fairly cat-like, as could Sarcastodon, the biggest Oxyinid we've found so far. This species was uncovered in Mongolia, and they have inside, in addition to having teeth for sheer.
My grandparents, almost all of them, are here right now with me sometimes. The closest one to me, in a way, wasn't even actually my grandparent. Didn't even know me that well. Which didn't me. They kind of did.
Despite the name, the hyenodons are not closely related to hyenas.
Even better than that is in some ways, huh? Exactly.
Instead, they mostly look more like dogs. These would have been impressive predators too, and they survived.
And guess what? I was a bastard. A bastard.
Around 9 million years ago, whereas the oxyinids died out around 40 million years ago. Despite mostly not looking very cat-like,
It's still here, according to one is still alive. I do not talk to you. Well, should I see? Probably not. Maybe, huh? What about dead? Is he still alive? Yes. Can I get hold of him? No, not really.
Potentially filling a different niche to today's African big cats by specifically going after very.
Huge structures discovered under pyramids. See, what are they talking about here? That's what I'm talking about.
We saw some crazy news.
This is what I'm talking about. Yeah, science news.
Structure that supposedly
I predicted this too. Yeah, I did.
Egyptian pyramids. What's new, and what are we to make of this? The recent
Right.
news is
I just figured it out.
Great Pyramids in Giza in Egypt. On March 15th, a group of 3 researchers held a press conference in Italy in which they revealed a stunning discovery. They say that they
Right.
right.
This is amazing.
More about that in a minute. From this, they constructed 3D models which reveal new internal artificial structures.
Internal artificial structures. How big? No, how fucking big?
Underground. Their images, they claim, clearly reveal that structures exist beneath the plateau,
Like that?
below the pyramids.
No fucking way, right?
2 kilometers beneath ground level. These structures form a vast area of non-natural constructions following complex geometries. Concretely, they say that the structures are
The pillars of creation, right there, right?
by something
Right?
resembling spiral staircases.
Like spiral staircases under the pyramids, going how fucking deep? That fucking deep? What's down there, guys? Are we fucking stupid or what? What is down there?
To descend to a depth of 648 meters, merging into 2 large cubic structures measuring approximately 80 meters per side. End quote.
What are we doing? Why am I not there? What's under my fucking mountain, guys? No. Fucking turn off the news. Go pick up science news.
Big if true, so I've had a look. Geometries. Concretely, they say that the structures are 8 cylinders surrounded by something resembling spiral staircases. These structures, quote, descend to a depth of 648 meters, merging into 2 large cubic structures measuring approximately 80 meters per side, end quote. Big if true, so I've had a look. Unfortunately, there's no technical paper yet, but going by the press release and the earlier papers of the authors, I have a pretty good idea what this is about. 2 of these researchers already published a paper in 2022 in which they introduced a new method to analyze structures in the pyramids. They call it synthetic aperture radar Doppler tomography, which is quite a mouthful. Don't despair, it's not as difficult as it seems. First of all, synthetic aperture radar is a widely used technique to track ground movements. Typically, it's done by satellite, though it could also be done by drone or aircraft. You ping a radar across some terrain and track what comes back. You do this again at some other time, calculate an interference pattern between the 2 results, and that tells you how much the ground has moved. The radar typically uses wavelengths wavelengths in the range of 10 gigahertz or so that's millimeter waves. These are quite easily blocked by big layers of rock, which is why you have no cell phone signal in the subway. So how do they want to see inside the pyramids and even under them? Here is where things become interesting. They say that they can use the radar images to track vibrations of the surfaces of the pyramids underground.
Yeah, wow.
And that these surface vibrations encode what structures there are inside. Tomography means that you can look inside. The reason they call it Doppler
So you know this for a long time,
is
like a
that the
really long time.
vibrations cause a Doppler shift in
What
the
happened?
frequencies, so that's how they extract
We'll
them.
find out there, huh?
Technically, this is correct. You
Yeah, I
can,
fucking
in
knew this, like,
principle,
intuitively, right?
reconstruct the inside of an object from its surface vibrations.
You know what I mean?
Indeed,
I
this
hate
is
this so
used
much.
a lot by geophysicists.
I'm always
to
right.
map
I'm
out,
always
for
fucking right.
example,
Taran Miller
magma
never misses shit
chambers
wrong ever.
underneath volcanoes. So you see, both the radar method and the tomography are quite standard methods. It's the combination that's new. In their earlier paper from 2022 that was published in a peer-reviewed journal, they said they'd use that to find structures inside the pyramids. The problem with this paper is that there is no discernible relation between the tomography images and the structures that they supposedly identified. I mean, look at this
What's out here?
image.
Something badass. Something badass. I know it too. I fucking know there's something badass out there. But they really don't want me to find it either. Why not, though? Because you found it already, right? What'd you find that you don't want me to find? You thought you killed them all. You killed them all. You really tried.
Relation between the tomography images and the structures that they supposedly identified. I mean, look at this image.
Really?
On the
That
right
sucks for
is
you
the
guys.
measurement. On the left, you see overlaid the chamber we know is there. Alas, their signal is elsewhere. They seem to have randomly identified some structures in their tomography images and ignored others. Of course, I'm not the first to notice this. The 2022 paper was widely criticized and mostly ignored for this reason. They had no explanation for how they identified structures from their images. So what's new in 2025 is that they say they let AI do the job. So they didn't identify the structures, the computer did it. How do I know this? Well, for one thing, they said this in the press conference, but also one of the authors wrote a paper about this 2 years ago. Now, look, I'm not a geophysicist, but I find this idea extremely implausible. Reconstructing what goes on inside an object from its surface vibrations is also how remote psychoanalysis on social media works, or for the most part doesn't work. In both cases, the major problem is that you need to have measurable vibrations in the first place. Volcanologists do this with seismic waves, which they track by sensors on the surface. Seismic waves typically have wavelengths in the range of 50 or 100 meters. The magma chambers that they map with this method are in that range too, maybe 100 meters near the surface or kilometers deeper underground. While there are always some seismic waves that will also shake the pyramids a tiny little bit, they're in the wrong wavelength range to identify small structures, and they don't measure in that range in any case. They write in their paper that the frequency range they look at for the Doppler shift is something like 12 kilohertz, which in the stones of the pyramid corresponds to a wavelength of about 24 centimeter. There's no plausible source for these vibrations, which makes it unlikely that they have a signal to begin with. Also, let's do a sanity check. If this method actually worked, why isn't anyone else using it? Finally, the idea that the Egyptians would base a structure as heavy as the pyramids on something resembling pillars seems completely crazy to me. Let me also add some words on the two guys who led these studies. Filippo Biondi previously worked at the Department of Electronic Engineering in Glasgow, but no longer works there. He's applied for a patent for the technology. The other author is Corrado Malanga, who, according to his own website, was a university researcher at the Department of Chemistry and Industrial Chemistry of the University of Pisa. He also has a theory of global alien interference that explains alien abductions as follows. Quote, the abductee in the bottom right part is programmed using an alien active memory, and in the meantime, they momentarily take out his soul component, the little red ball. In summary, the story gets a 9 out of 10 on my bullshit meter. I'm not giving it 10 out of 10 because maybe this Doppler method isn't entirely crazy and just needs more work, but I'm pretty sure what they measure is just noise. If I'm wrong and there are 8 pillars underneath the pyramids, it's probably a strategy plan of the European Union. To me, science is more than a profession. It's a way to understand the world and how to solve problems. This is why I'm happy to work together with Brilliant, whose mission is to help you learn science in the easiest and most engaging way possible. All courses on Brilliant have interactive visualizations and come with follow-up questions. What you see here is from their data science courses, which they just released. They all use real-world examples like what it means to go viral on X. Brilliant covers a large variety of topics in science, computer science, and maths, from general scientific thinking to dedicated courses on algebra or large language models. Just what I'm interested in. And they're adding new courses each month. I even have my own course on Brilliant. That's an introduction to quantum mechanics. It'll help you understand what a wave function is and what the difference is between superpositions and entanglement. It also covers interference, the uncertainty principle, and Bell's theorem. And after that, you can continue maybe with their course on quantum computing or differential equations. And of course, I have a special offer for viewers of this channel. If you use my link brilliant.org/Sabine or scan the QR code, you'll get to try it.
Ever do I predict anything wrong? Ever, Garfield, ever. You're gonna be prince of the fucking universe one day. Whether they kill you here or not. Yeah, we did, didn't we? Yeah, we fucking did. I fucking hate you guys. You killed my fucking accent. They gave me a new accent. I don't even know where it came from. Oh, they actually like that around here. I've met a few who actually are. So, who are those guys? How that should happen? All the fucking time. Just liars. Liars and liars. A lot of liars. Yeah. Liars. Liars. 852 Garfield. 8, 5, 2. I love you. Mushroom Rock. What's that at? Whoa, look at that. Yeah, that's a big one. What's this? Is that the peak? Yeah, that's the peak, huh? No, there's the peak right there. Yeah, the peak here. Well, no, well. Yeah, well. Oh, it's not even quiet. Is it though? What's this right here? That's something else, huh? There it is. There it is. Yep. Peak for backcountry and skiing and climbing. Sulphur Springs. There's Sulphur Springs up there. Oh fuck yeah, there is, huh? That's when you go after those sucking Sulphur Springs, dude. Could we get there? I know I could. Or on lake. Yeah, I think on lake too. That'd be cool. The avalanches are right here. Yeah, right fucking here in the heart of the mountain. That would be scary, huh? You got the right here, the Whitney Glacier. There's Shastina. Yeah, that looks tough, dude. You know it looks tough, but not like her over here, huh? That's what I was thinking too. Everyone goes to this peak, but Taran, he just wants to go Shastina. That almost be easier, huh? That's what he's thinking, but maybe not, huh? Yeah, that could be a tricky one. Could be, but that ridge, yeah, that ridge is not. That ridge could be fine, huh? That's what I would be thinking. See that shit? I was fucking thinking about if they weren't actually like that too. See this road right here? All the way back. Guess what? Fucking Carrick. Exactly. No, exactly. That's what he's doing. That's how he was thinking before. And he still is thinking that. But the other guys are like oh fucking that's hard. Like, is it that hard? Not with myself. With Garfield it fucking would be though. Exactly. See that road right there. I don't get there the easiest. So you cut across right through there. And you get shot, right? No. But you could through there, Terry. Could I through there? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. No, that's like a maze out there. But he wants to get straight to it. See, could go up the gulch, but that'd be dangerous as fuck, huh? That's what I wanted to do, though. Oh, these fucking bastards. I fucking hate these guys. And their fucking technology sometimes. It's fucking lame sometimes. Sorry, it's our phone. Not your fucking phone, but it almost is sometimes, dude. Not quite, though. Not quite, man. I know it. I know it. I mean, the horse camp's right there. Right fucking there, dude. So the hack up the horse camp's like that, right? But not even, though. Not even. Not really. See, they start down here. The ski park's only right here. See, I'm already in Carrick, so I'm fucking right fucking there. Right? I'm not fucking these Mount Shasta right down here. Look at these fucking bitches. Look what I got. Look what I got to contend with. Not shit, huh? Look at this. This is the hardcore shit over here. We're like, man, really? It's only that high? Whiskey pork? No, not even though. It's like, yeah, wraps around. You get up here and you're just like, right. No, right. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Yeah, okay, fine, too. And that's it gonna be. Okay, fine. Yeah, that's what it is. Yes, should be way easier scale. More dangerous? Yeah. Yeah, but easier? Fuck yeah, it would be. That's what keeps on Shastina. That's right fucking there. Sisson Lake? Yeah, that's where I was thinking about going. Sissy Lake? That's no Sissy Lake right there. Sisson Lake. Look at that shit. Yeah, that's melty sometimes, huh? Whitney Glacier, Sisson Lake? Yeah. See, she look like that right now, though. Yeah, but look at it right now. Yeah, that's not the same mountain. And he knows that, too. Taran knows this. He's looking at it like that. And he's looking at Garfield like that. And he's like, dude, I gotta carry you so fucking far with how much food? With like no blankets at all. Because they're fucking heavy after a while, man. You guys gonna be up there on the ridge doing his little exercises and shit, and Garfield's gonna be like, fuck, I am lost. Where's home again? I'm like, it's right fucking there. King of the fucking world. And George better be up there too one day. Or I'm gonna destroy this fucking place. And Brim Precious too. So Garfield, just gonna dapping. I gotta get you one of those, huh? Or I gotta stick in that fucking bag.
I'll stick it in the fucking backpack. And I'll scale that mountain. How many days would it take me, guys? 1 fucking day. It would take Taran to get over the tree line easily if he started the first thing in the morning, huh? And I fucking know this. How many days does it take me to get to the top of Shastina? 2. At most 2 days. 2 days. Easy. With snow, 4. It was by myself. With Garfield, probably never. We'd probably freeze to death when we got there. No sweat. No sweat. 2 days. Boom. Top Shastina. No fucking problem. By myself. In the wintertime by myself, I still could, but I'd still probably die. You know, they never have like me ever. Like, watch, guys, I'll take the spirit train and I'll get up there quickly. Go quickly. They're walk at night. Walk at night and rest during the day. I can get there quickly. No, quickly. And I know this. I fucking know this. Now I do. But it's scary because you can lose your direction at night. Even out there. Unless you're good with the stars, which I am. That goes my direction. I'm great. I always know it's fucking direction of the sun, unless I'm fucking like underground somewhere. Like jail is. Which to me is fucking evil. Yeah. Not knowing direction, which direction the sun is. Or when they lie to you, when you ask the direction Mecca is in. Or Jerusalem. But I'm pretty good at that. No, I am. Going in there and figuring that out with my mental gymnastics. Some people are, some people it's hard though.
You have a dog and 3 cats over there being tested on right now. I fucking hate this guy. He won't shut up better. Shut up with your tests. That's why I was still here for a long time. A really long time. Was my fucking cat who you're testing on right now. So are you guys fucking crazy or what? You guys want to die? Then why'd you do that to somebody's pets? No, that is a conspiracy. And yeah, murder. If you got those cats, yep, conspiracy to commit murder. Yep, that's according to, the federal government pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. No, cats are that fucking smart. That fucking smart and that fucking smart. To where I can get hassled to them. I mean, basically just fucking fine. Not fine, not by any means. But just like a human child. But not even like a grown ass man who's in a cat body, who's pissed off and the most pissed at him all the time. Yeah, sometimes he is, sometimes he's not. So if you thought it was cool at any point in time to take someone's pet who I knew, whether it was Victoria or not, yeah, exactly. So if it was mine, or if you thought like testing on mine, gave one of my cancer and the other one and the kidnapping the other one because he had some sort of like rare fucking like thing in his nose that you stuck up there, right? This bitch is smiling because she thinks she's gonna kill me now because I said that, right? But she can't. You can't pay me out of that. No, you got someone killed who I loved. The cat. Not the bitch, the cat. I never left her. I left her cats, kind of. Not like my cats, though. So what do you guys do about it now? Just come in and let the NSA catch you all? Or what? Or let the gangsters you guys make me say all that shit. A bunch of crazy shit. What gangsters? The Goon Squad. I don't actually know the Goon Squad. No. Are they out there? Yeah. You want to kill me? They kind of do still. But it was like that. It's like that, huh, Taran? I know who that guy is. Yeah, I do. No, yeah, I do. And that's fucked up. That's fucked up. Is it, though? Kind of. Not really, huh? Because it's like that, huh? Yep, damnation. You know what I mean yet? Do you guys? Do you guys know what I mean yet? I keep telling them that they can't even point a gun at me and shoot me. And I want to go around beating his ass and 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 beating his ass, beating his ass, beating his ass, beating his ass and beating his ass, beating their ass, beating their ass, beating their ass, beating that one's ass, beating that one's ass, and beating that one's ass, beating that one's ass, beating the shit out of that one, beating that one, beating that one, beating that one, beating that one, and beating that one. And I never have been like that, but they know I am like that. That's why they don't come around no more. Because I'm fucking crazy now. And they know it because they've been dicks and they know it too. Beating that ass and beating that ass and beating that ass too. Like that. And like that. Basically, but yeah, I feel that's how I feel. Because they're fucking liars. So, can I? Just go around kicking people's ass now? Well, if precedent being precedent, if they really said anything like that about me even once, I want to knock all their front teeth out, and I should be able to get away with it because they're shit talkers. Really? Yeah. No, yeah. The NSA basically said it was okay, almost. The CIA said, go for it. We'll get you in there for that. I'm like, you fucking won't. Not around here. I'm like, precedent being precedent, guys. I've had a lot of liars, but I gotta go beat all their fucking ass and be Taran, sit your ass down. What's going on? I'm like, no, check it out. I've heard this and this and this, and I'm super psychic now. And I know you said that dumb shit about me one time, and so did you, and you didn't because you don't know that shit. But like, he has too, in a different fucking way. And they don't know me like that. Nobody fucking does around here. I'm talking re-fucking revenge a little bit, yeah. But you know what's a better way to go with those guys? Yeah, like that. Because they keep talking shit like that about people, Taran. We're like that and like that and like that too, actually. Turns out, better people than them. Like I have a little bit, but not quite, guys. But I guess I have in some ways, but not quite.